Volume 2. Author, Yuzu. Chapter 51, Underground Labyrinth 1. It was midnight when he returned to the dormitory. In a distance, he could see a pair of green eyes sitting on the windowsill of the veranda. Jael was sitting on top of Bom's legs and was leaning on Bom's body, seemingly in deep sleep. Bom had the same indifferent expression as usual, but her gaze from a distance stayed on Ha Sitbiel for a long time. She appeared curious. After walking into the house, Jitae laid the injured Ha Sitbiel down on the sofa and was about to enter his room, but that was when Bom quietly approached him. Stopping his feet, he looked back at Bom, who appeared hesitant. "Why? Is there something you need to say?" "Yes, you see, actually." Staring at the floor, she hesitated on what to say, wondering what it was about. Jitae decided to wait for her to finish thinking first. "Actually," she then stopped her words again. With her bangs covering half of her eyes, she opened and closed her lips. She thought about something, pondered, and decided. When she raised her head back up, she had returned to her usual expression. "Actually, Yoram entered Ajasi's room while you weren't here." "What?" Those were some unexpected words. But now that heard that, he realized that he could sense the aura of the dragons from inside his room. She was happy that there were 6 bottles of alcohol remaining. "Of course, I told her that she shouldn't drink them. You know, it's okay, but as you know, Yoram doesn't listen to me." She kept on saying that she would just have a little taste. Quang, that was when someone kicked his room's door open. It was supported by a tremendous strength that could break the door, and in fact, one of the hinges were broken and was dangling. Yoram was standing there. Her crimson bob hair was messy while her cheeks were deeply flushed. Her unfocused eyes were each staring at different places as they rolled around. In an instant, he looked past Yoram at the floor of his room. From the 10 bottles of whiskey he had bought 2 days ago, he had only drunk 4, but currently all the bottles were scattered on the floor. So much for a little taste. Her unfocused pair of eyes wandered around before being fixated on Jitae, and despite her hiccups, the two did not share a single conversation for a long time. Within that odd state of tension, after the silence passed, Yoram giggled, "Hi-hi," and slowly opened her mouth. "Appa." "Oh no, Appa, why were you so late?" Yoram mumbled with a loosened tongue, because he did not know how to deal with a drunk dragon. Jitae looked back at Bom. "Yoram, you should go back to your room now." "Why? I'm going to sleep with my oppa." "You're drunk." "What do you mean, I'm not drunk?" "Hick," Bom facepalmed. "You, come here, Yoram fell powerlessly and Bom walked up to support her. That was when she rubbed her head inside Bom's embrace and muttered, "HNGG, so soft." That wasn't the end of the whole ordeal, and in the first place, there had been 2 presences that could be felt from inside the room. While Bom was dealing with the drunkard, Jitae walked into his room. From the floor on the other side of the bed, Kiel barely raised her body up while shaking. Maybe Yoram had forced her to drink, but the drunk baby chicken slovenly waved her hand after seeing Jitae. "You, Mr. Yu," she then fully showcased her drunkenness. "How many days has it been? Hard to see your damn mug? You can't do that. Dear mother said that a man wandering outside should be slapped on their butt. Do you know what that kind of guy is?" After murmuring to herself, she faced her blank stare at the wall and gave a frown. Soon, tears started forming on her eyes. "Dear, who's that bitch? What's happening? I knew it. How come you never mature up after all those damn years? What? You met her just then? Don't freakin' lie through your sharp teeth. You said you would treat me well forever. Oh my. I was deceived like a fool. Do you think I'm into old dotards like you? Back in my days, I carried around 20 carriages of younger and more handsome men. It's in the blood. 1,000 years ago, when your father was drooling over me, I should have known it." Listening to her speak, it became apparent that she had a strange household history. In the middle of her speech, Kiel suddenly flicked her head to the side and formed a ferocious look on her face. "WH, what do you think you're looking at? Is it interesting? Can you not read the mood at all? Come here, oi. Did you not hear me speak?" She reached her hand out midair as if she was grabbing onto someone's hair. Her extreme immersion was as if she had been possessed by something. Jitae felt as if he could clearly see Kiel's mother dragon, whom he had never seen before, pulling at someone's hair. Left with no other choice, Jitae straightened his hand and struck the back of her neck. Knife hand strike D. Quang, the baby chicken fainted, early next morning. Pairs of eyes, each colored in olive, red, and gold, gathered at Jitae. Without a word, they quietly stared at him. Jitae was glaring at Hasitbiel, who fell on the floor from the sofa after rolling in her sleep. Her small arms were in a cross. Displeased, that word seemed to be hanging on her face. He had been thinking of telling them to refrain from drinking when they woke up in the morning, but the atmosphere was for some reason like an interview with himself as the interviewee. Staring at Jitae, their eyes seemed to be requesting an explanation. Who is that woman? What relationship do you have with her? Why did you bring her here? Those were what their gazes appeared to be asking. The regressor contemplated for a bit from several options. Choice 1, ex-girlfriend. This most likely wouldn't be a good explanation. Although Hasitbiel had been covered with Jitae's coat, she had been naked until this morning when Bomb put clothes on her, and the signs of battle were still on her body. Choice 2, an ex-demon soldier. With this explanation, the reason for him bringing her here would be unclear. The children were currently undertaking a high-level education and therefore held animosity against demons. Thus, Yoram might run up and kick her head if he said that. Choice 3, hostility flying here from the other side of the horizon of Providence and entering the body of an ex-lover blah blah blah. Of course, this was dismissed. Who is that person? Bomb asked with the same expression as always, and her tone as well as expression seemed to be suggesting that this wasn't anything significant. I saw her during the night, and she was naked. Yoram started her sentence. Hey, I didn't think you were that type of person, but even you are nothing but a male, it's that, right? She repeatedly smacked her fist into her palm, before letting out a snigger. My mum said to not let unfamiliar women into the house. Keel's voice was filled with worry. That's probably because your father. In any case, he couldn't stay silent about it forever. And unable to come up with a good solution, Jitae spoke of whatever that came into mind. Someone I know. The expressions of the three changed, each to their own. Right, that's how things are. An acquaintance becomes a close friend after taking off the coat, and takes off the shirt to become a girlfriend and after removing her under. Wait. If she's just someone you know, why did you bring her in here? Keel asked once again. There's something right. She then threw a glance to the side as Jitae shook his head in response. There's nothing. The baby chicken remained doubtful, and for some reason, the top of her hair was in a shape. Stop with the misunderstandings. She's just someone I know myself. We're not that close, and she doesn't even know me either. It was true. If hostility had indeed disappeared, Hasitbiel would have lost the memories that had deviated from this timeline. In other words, after waking up, she would see Jitae as a complete stranger. Then, why did you bring her here, when she doesn't even know who you are? It's because it was necessary. Is it because of money? No. Keel apparently was mistaking him as a kidnapper or something, but well, it wasn't wrong. After some thought, Jitae opened his mouth. There's a bad guy somewhere. He hid himself at a very secretive place, and this woman knows where that guy is. Because of that, I need to take her around for some time and ask her questions. Really? What about after you finish asking her what you need to ask? I'll send her on her way. Jitae glanced at the status message of Vintage Clock. Hostility, trace fragment gathered, 9.8%, Vintage Clock X was working hard on it. It had gathered up to 5% in the blink of an eye, but the speed started getting slower after passing 7%. The process would probably stop at around 15% or so, and that meant that this alone wouldn't allow him to locate that guy immediately. You see, I don't really mind, but I do mind it a bit. Cutting off Yoram's words, the baby chicken opened her mouth. Why? Here is our lair, and I would like to keep it that way. Keel spoke with a careful tone. Lair? School? But after some thinking, he realized that she was referring to a dragon's lair, and while stealing another glance to the side, Keel continued her words. I like our lair a lot. If I return here from outside, I feel at ease, and just being in here is enjoyable. This is the first time I'm feeling this ever since I left my mum's lair, and having another human apart from Ajasi in a place like this is uncomfortable. What about the cleaner? He's not a human, and there are similar protectors in our own lair as well. It seemed that Keel's words weren't just limited to her own opinion, as Yoram was also looking at Hasitbiel with a fairly discontent gaze, which was the same for Jitae, who had her arms crossed. Surprisingly, Bomb seemed to be the one who felt the least concerned about it. He knew that dragons liked to keep to themselves, but this reminded him once again. It was possible for him to ignore their opinions and keep her here, and that's what he probably would have done if it had been in the past. But looking back on the memories of the daily lives that had been experienced by his clone, this sort of discord tended to increase in seriousness as time went. Besides, the dragons were more important to him than Ha-Sitbiel. Thinking that there was no other option, he was thinking of a substitute location when a status message floated up. 10% of hostility's trace fragment has been gathered. From the fragments that had been gathered, the Authority, Vintage Clock X, discovered new information. A target that has been directly possessed by the hostility enters the abnormal state, mental contamination. Until mental contamination is lifted, the target's personality, actions, and vocabulary are negatively affected. Abnormal state, mental contamination, this was a phenomenon that was commonly found in other dimensions, as if the person became a totally different being. Someone that has been mentally contaminated would repeat disrespectful and violent actions. Ha-Sitbiel would become like that? That doubt was answered after a few hours. That day was a normal weekday. Excluding Yoram, who had no classes on that day, Bomb and Keel had headed to the school district. Jitae was lying down in his room, while Yoram was watching drama in the living room. Slowly, Ha-Sitbiel's eyes opened up. She was looking around with a face that resembled a cat and realized that she was at an unfamiliar place when her eyes met with Yoram's. "Kayak," she screamed. "W. Where is this place?" "Who knows, definitely not your house though." Ha-Sitbiel checked her own clothes. She was wearing a shirt she was seeing for the first time, and her underwear were gone. After realizing that, she was frightened. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" Since Yoram had heard about the mental contamination from Jitae already, she tried her best to word things nicely. "Well, I was curious whether you guys mated or not. But according to him, you didn't, so shut your mouth please, you're too noisy." This was her best attempt at it. Mated? Freakin', you guys made a mistake." Wearing an indifferent expression, Ha-Sitbiel stood up and picked up a glass vase that was next to her. Following her, Yoram stood up with a frown while murmuring, this crazy bitch." She raised the vase and bashed the wall with it. As the vase shattered with a clink, a sharp chip of glass was inside her hand like a sword. "Move to the side, so that I can leave?" "Maybe I don't look like it, but I'm a superhuman too." "Okay, step aside if you don't want to get hurt." That was when Jitae slowly walked out of his room. According to his knowledge, people with mental contamination had disgusting personalities that resembled psychopaths, and yet Ha-Sitbiel was acting fairly nicely despite the contamination. It must be because her original personality was like an angel's. Around that point in time, Yoram glanced back at Jitae. Her gaze asked, "Can I punch her?" He gave a nod and gestured that a light oppression would be fine. "Old lady, drop that thing." "Who's an old lady? I'm 26 years old." She became angry at a weird place. In fact, she disliked the fact that she appeared slightly more mature than her actual age. "I'll say it one more time. Drop that, before I do something to you." When Yoram walked up, Ha-Sitbiel frowned and attacked her. Ha-Sitbiel's original world rank of 871 was achieved thanks to the power of Lakshata, the Lord of the Abyss, and after losing her powers as a demon, she was a lot weaker than what one might expect. Facing the glass fragment that came flying in, Yoram crunched on it and stopped it with her teeth. Despite her effort, the glass didn't go any further. Before long, Yoram bit harder onto the glass, which broke once again into several smaller fragments. Ha-Sitbiel was yet again flustered. "I warned you already." Yoram started using her wrestling skills, which had been honed after various experiences, and with her head facing down on the floor, Ha-Sitbiel screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Jitae, who had been quietly watching the situation unfold from a distance, felt another gaze. Jing! A pair of eyes flickered in a crimson light. Turning around, he found the protector glaring at him. "Give me my sword back." Due to the aftermath of the mental contamination, the protector too was in a strange state. "Didn't you take it? Answer me." "Jitae, what a mess." Jitae pressed his temples, but it was okay because he had just thought of a place where he could place the two of them. That place was very deep and secretive, and was a place which was hard for others to reach, At the same time, it was a place where the regressor had locked the dragons up in the previous iterations. Underground Labyrinth, that place would be quite decent. Chapter 52, Underground Labyrinth 2, the reason this guy was being like this was because the Protector had also been carrying the mana polluted by hostility. But I wasn't the one that borrowed your sword, though. He replied back in a half-joking voice as the pair of crimson eyes flickered in a slightly fiercer manner. That being has no faults. Despite the mental contamination, it did not forget its standing as a protector of the green dragon, but it had no such loyalty towards Jitae. Raising up something that was lying next to itself, the Protector pointed it at Jitae. Do not ignore my words easily. Jitae, where is my sword? Holding a broomstick while saying that wasn't threatening in the slightest. A contaminated soul would naturally return to its original state after some time. The underground labyrinth had a good environment for confining someone and calming them down, so he could place them there and bring them back after the mental contamination vanished. Give me my sword. Crazily, the Protector dashed in at him. Jitae loaded his middle finger behind his thumb and flicked his finger at the head of the approaching armor. Kang, the Protector was flicked off and crashed into the wall. If the entire dorm itself wasn't being protected by Bomb's alternate dimension, laws of nature, the Protector would have broken through the walls and the floor and would have woken up on the first floor. Through the helmet, which had been dented in one hit, a pair of crimson eyes flashed. After falling head first onto the floor, the Protector did not open its eyes for a long time. Huok, hup, oop. Around that point in time, Yoram also finished completely suppressing Ha-Sitbeal. Using the handcuffs given by Bomb in the past, she tied her hands and used a gum tape to block her mouth. Only then did Ha-Sitbeal calm down while shedding drops of tears. Who, so damn annoying? Yoram turned to him, with an expression that asked what he was planning to do. It was simple. Although the underground labyrinth was within the material world, it was at the same time connected with the abyss. After bringing them to one place, Jitae summoned the alternate dimension inside him into the real world. Shallows of the abyss, a fissure was made out of thin air. Like the mouth of a greedy anglerfish, it widened up and prepared itself to devour something. Jitae threw Ha-Sitbeal and the Protector into the abyss. However, there was someone who would be left alone after the Protector disappeared. Behind the slightly open door of Bomb's room, he could see Jitae tensed up. She must have been surprised by the commotion outside. It wasn't the best place to bring her to, but he couldn't leave her behind alone either. Let's go together. After hugging Jitae, he ordered something to the hands, and when he did, one of the hands flew to him and handed over a small container. Receiving that, the regressor quietly entered the abyss, a place completely painted in darkness. Ha-Sitbeal and the Protector were being carried by the hands of the abyss, while Jitae and Yoram walked in the air. Jitae in his arms looked around in curiosity, and soon her eyes stayed on the gray, translucent hands. She extended her short arms out in an attempt to grab them, but the hands dodged Jitae's reach. She appeared dejected. So there was a hidden back door like this. Unlike Jitae, Yoram was slightly more tense as she opened her mouth. Where are we going? A hideout. What's in there? Is there a way to return these crazy idiots to normal? Time will help. We'll be just tying them up. Interesting, maybe the woman. Yeah, but the cleaner is quite strong, so how will you tie him up? Underground Labyrinth. It was a place made by a mighty, great mage of a different dimension in a distant past, and was a place that locked up a huge monster which had been made by accident. A place like that could even lock up a hatchling of a red dragon who could not withstand boredom for over 10 years. It was because there were all sorts of devices inside the labyrinth that could forcibly calm someone down, as well as mechanisms that could lock people up. Hearing Jitae's concise explanation, Yoram's eyes flickered in interest. You should have told me earlier if there was a place like that. Why? It's the best place for playing around, no? However, it wasn't a place that could be used immediately. Jitae had found the underground labyrinth in his third round of regression, and had only started locking up the dragons in there from the 5th iteration. During the 4th iteration, his world ranking as a superhuman was 3rd, and there was an existence inside the labyrinth that had been slightly stronger than him back then. There's a fairly strong guy there that needs to be chased out. Strong? She. who was hearing the word strong from Jitae for the first time, showed interest. Is he stronger than that bastard? Yoram thought of her sworn enemy, Javier Karma. To her, he was the strongest being excluding Jitae, but the existence inside the underground labyrinth was stronger than that Javier. Fuck, my heart's going crazy. Can I fight once? You'll get smashed though. No shit. Of course. Slightly offended by his words, she murmured to herself before asking, by the way, what's the guy's name? A stateless person, who was at the same time one of the 30 superhumans, that possessed an unlimited dungeon raid qualification privilege, the so-called dungeon free pass. He was also one of the 5 transcendents that were viewed as the 5 strongest people in the history of Earth. With a world ranking of 2, his alias was BM. What a strange name. BM ha, who would win if you two fight? Me. Yoram smiled with a HNN, seemingly intrigued. Are you going to kill him? In the 5th and the 6th iterations, Jitae had killed BM. It was to take the underground labyrinth from him. It had been BM's territory, and he was a plunderer. Who knows? But now that he had vowed to live a normal life, Jitae changed his line of thought. Besides, all he needed was one innermost room in the interior of the labyrinth. I'll try talking to him. And what if that doesn't work? The regressor didn't reply. Before long, an entrance of a small fissure appeared from the ends of the abyss. When they entered the fissure, darkness welcomed them. The ceiling had a murky color, and there were no lights on the wall, while the air felt cold. A roughly 3-meter-tall wall was standing before them. 2 patternless walls spread across and formed a maze. That's very low, though. Yoram approached the wall of the maze and jumped up. When she did, the walls magically matched itself with Yoram's line of sight. After letting out a what the fuck? She tried climbing up, but it was the same. The walls continued growing taller as she reached further up. As she recklessly climbed up, the wall continued growing higher and reached several hundred meters in height. In frustration, she took out a sword artifact from her alternate dimension storage and stabbed the wall with it. A slight chip came off of the wall, but it was far too lacking before its thickness, and even that small hole on the wall disappeared and became smooth again after a short period of time. After several more attempts, she gave up and shouted at Jitae, who appeared like a small bean due to being a few hundred meters away from her. Can I shoot a breath at it? Even that wouldn't work. Stop messing around and come back down. When Yoram came down, the wall became lower again. Due to this structure, the people entering or leaving the maze had no choice but to obediently follow the path. Besides, the inner walls of the maze periodically changed by themselves, so putting one hand on a wall while walking down would not work either. However, it was not a problem for the regressor. Shapeless sword SS, killing intent, gathered to one place and turned into a sharp, invisible blade. After drawing a circle on the wall, he kicked it and created a hole. Yoram was slightly surprised, as she had personally experienced the formidability of the wall herself. Although she had known that he was strong, he had never shown off his power before her, and after seeing that being unraveled for the first time, her eyes shone. But during that, her eyes met with Jitae's, who was looking past Jitae's shoulder from his embrace. When Jitae smiled, Yoram moved her eyes away and grumbled. Nothing much, like that. They continued on forward while breaking through the walls. Since the hole on the wall matched Jitae's own height and size, it was wide enough for others to follow in. The wall only returned to its undamaged state after they all went through it. After going through 20 or so walls, a wide plaza appeared before them. Due to the vastness of the plaza, the darkness covered the wall on the other side of the area. Grrghh? A low growl crept up from beneath. 3 large beasts the size of cars walked out from the darkness. They looked just like lions, but had bigger fangs, and a goat's head was on top of their heads. A snake replaced its tails, and wings protruded out from their backs. He was at the right place. Those were chimeras made personally by BM, and as if to prove that, an insignia symbolizing the fact that they were made by BM was drawn on the goat horns. I am looking for your owner. As soon as his words came to an end, the chimeras dashed up and attacked him. They were the guardians of this place, and had fierce animosity against uninvited guests. Even now, he was hugging Jitae with one of his arms. To ensure she couldn't see it, he placed his hand on top of the small head and softly pressed her head down into his chest. while Jael's head was digging into Jitae's chest. The chimeras finished approaching him and faced their fangs at his head. Jitae reached forth with his right hand and grabbed its large tooth. The lion's body, which was the same as a car, immediately came to a stop as if there was a steel wall before it. At the same time, its head was tilted to a side. When he twisted his wrist, the fangs that could crush steel fractured and broke miserably. Meanwhile, other chimeras aimed for Jitae, but after kicking one of them away, he slowly raised his hand back up. Shapeless sword, SS. Sharp blades weren't good because the chimeras wouldn't be usable anymore. Thus, he gathered killing intent into a lump, and while standing still like a statue, he swung the killing intent at the approaching monsters. When he lifted it up in a diagonal motion, the shapeless club crushed one of their chins. He smashed it down on another beast. With a thud, the goat's head planted above the lion's head was shattered into dust. Even with one of the heads gone, they could still move. But the small skirmish just then was enough for them to realize that their opponent wasn't someone they could deal with. Grrrrghhhh. One of the chimeras growled loudly, while two other chimeras staggered their way and stood in front of Jitae. They opened their large mouths wide open, as their cheeks cracked up. Then, they immediately rammed their teeth into the ground of the maze, and their bodies started turning into an ashen gray color. It was similar to petrification, but on themselves. At the same time, several thousand silver strings came shooting out from under their wings and covered the area between the walls of the labyrinth. Those sharp strings could gouge out one's skin and bones, and with that, they were trying to keep him here. Until that point in time, Yoram was staring blankly at Jitae and finally opened her mouth after the strings stopped. Ah, should I burn those strings off with fire? No, just follow me. Jitae waved his hand at the silver strings as if those were mere cobwebs and they powerlessly fell. But after walking deeper in, they reached a point where the strings were so dense that it appeared like a white wall. Eradication, S, an authority that scorched the source itself, like how it burned corpses into nothingness. The black flames rose up and devoured all the strings. A small head that had been trembling faintly was slowly raised up at Jitae. Were you surprised? Jael slowly nodded her head. He caressed the child's head. Sorry, we're almost there now. He walked forward without stopping. In front of the labyrinth's inner room, at a place referred to by workshop, there were hundreds of large glass containers. Some of them were incubators, while some of them were pipes leading onto different areas. Inside, there were body parts of beasts as well as organisms. Following several hundred pipes, liquids traveled up and down while they bubbled in certain areas. Within that workshop, where unidentifiable tissues were hanging down from the ceiling, a chimera scientist raised his head up from a cluster of documents. A visitor, a tall height and a slender body. With an unkempt beard, the man was wearing a pair of sunglasses which matched his hollow eyes. The man's name was BM, letting out a deep yawn. BM extended his hand out. There were dozens of empty bottles of alcohol rolling on his table, and every one of them had over 50% alcohol content. After opening a new bottle of vodka, he chugged it from the bottle. He then gave another relaxed yawn before thinking of heading off somewhere. They're already here. How impatient. Someone was approaching him from the other side of the labyrinth's exit. The man had a tall height, wide shoulders, and a cloudy pair of eyes. Despite his short and tidy hair, an ominous feeling reached BM the moment his eyes met with the man's. He was walking to him while carrying a head. Although the man was alone, BM could also sense several presences outside the workshop. What's the matter, and who are you? Leaning on one of his legs, BM stared at the infiltrator before having another sip of the alcohol. That was when the man threw the head towards him. What came bouncing its way at BM was the head of the strongest guardian he had made, the ogre-type chimera. It's been cut clean, you can stick it back on. You're right, thanks for the consideration, I guess. By the way, did you come here knowing who I am? Of course. BM's lips curved into a crescent, as if it was laughable. After going through several metamorphoses, everything including his appearance, voice, and identity changed and was different from his true, main body. And among his acquaintances, there was not a single person that knew of the labyrinth here. Who am I then? But in the following instant, BM, his eyes twitched. Or, Young Bongman, his face was painted in agitation. Chapter 53, Underground Labyrinth 3, Gulp. Who? After having another mouthful of vodka, BM barely managed to regain his composure. Returning to the desk, he sat down on his chair. "Sorry, but I think you got the wrong person." A lie like that probably wouldn't work. "Who are you? A superhuman? Or maybe a demon? What do you think? From your appearance, that looks very heinous." "I would say a demon." "You're wrong." "Is that so?" Underneath the pair of sunglasses, BM gazed at the ceiling. After his pupils vanished behind the top eyelid, a different iris of a reptile appeared from the bottom of his eyes. Wyvern's eye, Wyvern's eyes that could distinguish the identity of its target had been added onto BM's eyeball. After staring at Jitae for a long time, BM tilted his head. "Do you see anything?" "Well, who knows?" BM took another sip of vodka. His pair of sunglasses was a level 3 artifact, and was a top-level object that completely denied others from seeing past it. Jitae had seen through that, and yet he spoke as if it wasn't anything difficult. Despite realizing all that, BM remained composed. Being a top-level powerhouse worldwide, he had the right to. "Anyways, yes, I am BM. I don't really want to hear my real name, so please refrain from using it." The regressor stared at the drunkard before him. He was a very unique person. That wasn't limited to the regressor's image of him, and that was how the entire world viewed the man. "So what brings you here?" "I want to use the inner room of the underground labyrinth a bit." "The inner room? Do you even know what's in there?" "Ah, I guess you knew who I was so, and how long do you need it for?" "A few months will do." "For what purpose?" "There are some people that need to be tied up." BM always drank alcohol, and never stayed in one place for a long time. He would take part in large events, but would vanish soon after as if nothing happened. That was the same for the upcoming future as well. After roughly 20 years from now, when the Second Great War breaks out, he would appear like a comet and kill the monsters while protecting the people from the ancient beasts. That was what he did in all the iterations that he survived in. Jitae glanced around the room. Limbs and segments of organisms were submerged in liquids inside incubators while horrendous hearts beat on. He could also see some claws that grew longer and longer. Although he was carrying out experiments like this behind the curtains, he was still on the side of the humans. "A few months is too long. I can agree up to 30 days, but I'm a fairly strict guy, and I don't enjoy negotiations. 30 days won't be enough. It might take up to half a year. Your ears must be clogged. 25 days. BM spoke while looking into the man's eyes. "Let's have a chat. Aren't there things that you need?" There are lots, but those things don't exist in this world." "What if I have those?" 20 days. BM gave a frown. "Didn't I tell you that I dislike negotiations?" "Even 30 days is a compensation for the consideration of my chimera's head." While saying that, BM reached out. From the head of the ogre-type chimera that was on the floor, spider legs came out and walked onto the table with its own legs. "Doing this much with a trespasser is enough of a consideration in my opinion. You say as if this is your house." 15 days. "Do local cats fight turf wars after receiving permission from the government?" "You keep on trying to ignore my goodwill. Do you want to use 15 days or no?" There was no response. His head was tilted. The moment BM noticed a slight sharpness in the man's previously hazy gaze, the man gave a wide sneer. It looked like the man was smiling, but at the same time wasn't. "What, is he getting angry?" thought BM as he squinted his eyes. After throwing another glance at the surroundings, the man stood up from his seat without a word. His facial expression had returned to an indifferent look, but the sinister smile he showed for a slight second remained in a corner of BM's head. Gulp. Gulp. He was about to stand up in a stagger after having a drink of vodka, but that was when the man reached out at the table and picked up the chimera's head before throwing it at the incubator. Clank. The incubator shattered in an instant. BM's eyes twitched. "Oi, what do you think you're?" The man reached his hand out yet again. With a nonchalant attitude, he raised an empty bottle of vodka and threw it at the incubator next to the previous one. Large containers of glass shattered and exploded in all directions. The liquid scattered, and a heart that had been beating inside the liquid dropped onto the dirty ground of the labyrinth before fluttering and having a dust bath. "Oi," BM called him with a slightly agitated voice. These were equipment made by BM over the course of 20 years, and the research data had been gained with the dedication of his entire life. Just for one miracle, he had been avoiding people, rejected wealth and honor, and ended up with these treasures. Chink, such treasures were being shattered by the man. "Why, go on with your nonsense. 10 days, 5 days, blabber on. Oi, you bastard, stop right now, that attitude. Expression and voice, suggesting that this wasn't anything significant, was so disparate from common sense that he couldn't react immediately. BM only raised his body after the man finished throwing 5 bottles and was reaching for the 6th. You will regret it. I don't even feel like using you as an experiment material now. He couldn't hold it back anymore. His body itself had gone through a chimera experiment the moment he decided to rush in. Wings similar to a bat's surged out from his back. At the same time, his hairs clumped up into snakes, while his right arm turned reddish-black in color while doubling in length and thickness. Ahilia's curse, a right arm of the Baron of the Demon World, Ahilia, that had driven the world into fear during the Great War. Tremendous amount of demonic aura gathered onto BM's right arm. A blackish-blue smoke surrounded his arm and had the ability to dissolve anything it touched to mana. After rushing in, BM assaulted Jitae. Quack-quack-quang, it was a miss. The man had already dodged it, and when the labyrinth's floor touched BM's hand, it crushed like a mirage. It had returned to its mana state and had lost its ability to restore itself. Let's see if you can dodge it, Agai. But that was when something strange occurred. The moment he turned around and looked into the man's eyes, his body started turning stiff from head to toe. As if he was drowning in a swamp of gooey mud, his body refused to listen to his brain. Was it an illusion-type magic? Slowly but surely, BM raised his hand and closed it into a fist. The fingers were irritatingly slow, but nonetheless his fingernails soon started digging into his palm. Black blood oozed out as pain struck him. This wasn't a mere illusion. The blood of a demon race flowing inside his body was extremely nervous. But why? It was his first time experiencing something like this, and BM couldn't even guess the cause. Meanwhile, the man raised a two-handed axe rolling around on the floor and walked up to the incubators without hesitation before recklessly starting to break them. He had no choice but to stay back and watch. Every time one of the incubators exploded, BM felt like something precious within his heart was breaking together. Hey, the movement of the axe stopped from the urgent voice. BM had no idea what was happening. Who was the man? Why was he so strong? Why is he doing this? And why couldn't he move? There was nothing clear about the situation. However, there was one certain fact. An emotion which he had forgotten recently was soaring back up. It was a sense of helplessness that appeared from seeing an unreachable, powerful being. I got it. What? I got it. I lost. So calm down now. I'll give it to you, the inner room of the labyrinth. You can use it for as long as you want, and if you want me to, I can give you the entire labyrinth. So just stop, please. Now he was ready for a conversation. Like always, complicated problems would be easily solved with the fist. Jitae randomly tossed the axe away, and after rotating several times, it landed on the floor of the labyrinth. All right, there was something he became curious about. Can I ask you something? Yeah, anything? What were you doing here? He looked at the muscular tissues and segments of organisms that had been inside the incubators before he broke them. They look quite messy. Doesn't look like you're carrying out a normal experiment, and it's overly complex for a simple chimera. You know chimeras as well? I do, but I have no idea what you're trying to make. In the previous iterations, he had only glanced past them. It's nothing too great. I just want to make a human-type chimera. Making a human-type chimera, he turned back to the parts of the organisms. Unfortunately, those were the wrong ingredients, and it was an incorrect method. There were several traces of some deep contemplation, but there were places that were out of joint, and it was impossible to make a human-type chimera with those. BM apparently misunderstood his silence, because the creation of a human-type chimera was deemed a taboo in all the worlds where magic existed. He waved his two hands. No. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this with an evil mind. I'm not thinking of impersonating someone, killing someone in disguise, or using it for some dirty lust. Then what? It's just, as a mortal, anyone is scared of death, right? I was thinking of making a clone of myself. Then, he forcibly gave an awkward smile. The authenticity hanging on eyes of equilibrium, SS, was false. It was a lie. Jitae felt his intrigue cooling down. In fact, whatever BM was making had no relation to himself. He had never heard of BM successfully making something till the very end of the third and the fourth iterations, so he made a rough guess that it would probably fail this time as well. I'm planning on using the inner room from 3 months to 1 year. I'll drop by regularly. Whatever that pleases you, and the number of people that will be entering it? 1 living armor, and 1 female superhuman. They're both not in a good condition. They're under mental contamination. Mental contamination? Well, okay. When Jitae quietly stared at him, BM raised his arms up in a surrendering manner. Fine, I'll do a regular checkup on them for you. Being a person that had confronted an army of the demon race, BM had some knowledge about mental contamination. Meanwhile, BM was inwardly heaving out a sigh. What a misfortune. After undoing Ahilia's curse, his body ironically became easier to move. Should I use other things and fight? The power he had used thus far was less than 10% of his full potential. He still had many other tools under his belt. Should I fight with the resolve to die? If I bring in the final hidden chimera as well. But even an arm would be lost at least. After having that thought flash past his head for a split second, BM once again let out a deep sigh. Whatever the outcome, it would be a loss. So your work's all done? For now. By the way, what's your name? Mister, he thought for a bit before opening his mouth. Jitae. It was his first time hearing that name. Since that was the case for a ranker like himself, it meant that the man was definitely not an official world ranker. BM had heard several times in the past that there were powerhouses on the level of rankers that moved behind the scenes without sharing their identities. He had also heard rumors of how the strongest person from there could come close to the world's official first ranker. Come close, my ass. Damn it, BM shook his head. He had fought against the world's first ranker, but the man in front of him had a different class as an existence. I need alcohol. Damn, it was then. Jitae threw a small glass bottle at BM. What's this? Rent fee. Talking about rent fees at this point felt slightly weird, but thinking that this was given by a man like him, BM couldn't help but feel curiosity. There was white liquid inside the yellow container splashing around. There weren't any words written on the cover, so he had to open it up first. At least you're cultured. Alcohol is always correct. But after opening the lid and smelling the liquid, BM had to doubt his own nose. His face turned stiff as he turned to Jitae with a straight face, and with a voice that was a level lower, he spoke. Where? Did you get this? Chapter 54, Underground Labyrinth 4, for someone to become a ranker, connection was necessary. That was proven by the fact that most of the rankers had organizations at their basis, like a renowned household, a large guild, or support from a transnational corporation. An example was rank 9, Mayang Yangha the Druid of Regeneration, who belonged to Korea's Mayang household, which was known for its prowess in magic. Ever since a young age, he had stepped through an elitist course while receiving tremendous support from the family. With an excellent talent, backed up by money and his own effort, Mayang Yangha was able to become a world ranker despite still being in his late 20s. However, BM was different. He appeared out of nowhere, and unlike other rankers, he had no organization or household that he belonged in. He would always act alone and didn't cooperate with anyone. BM didn't have enough connection to become a ranker. Nothing, including his childhood days and his background, were known. At the very least, it was unknown to the general population, and due to that, the public had always been curious about it. Where did BM come from? The regressor knew. Once again, BM tried smelling the white alcohol. It was the smell of a fruit that couldn't be found on Earth, and with a blank expression, he kept smelling it. Approximately 40 years ago, there had been an incident that struck the entire world. Mass disappearance of Babylon. Back then, thousands of young superhumans with great talent had vanished in groups. Due to the sudden incident, various governments put their heads together and searched for the missing people, but ended up finding none. BM was a victim of the mass disappearance of Babylon. Back then, Young Bongman disappeared inside the classroom of a superhuman primary school in Gangwon-do and only came back to Earth after 15 years had passed. He was a returnee. At the same time, he was the first returnee from the nearby world, Arendot, and that was the reason he could become the world's second strongest person without any background. Where did you get this from? Towards the end of the 6th iteration, Jitae had dropped by Arendot while on his way to the demon world, and came across that bottle of alcohol there. It wasn't to his taste, so he left it inside the shallows of the abyss, and now it was seeing the light of the day. I just got it from somewhere. Are you giving me this while knowing what this means to me? Now I can see how you know so much about me. Are you perhaps from Arend? No, whatever you're thinking of. That's not the case, and don't try to find out too much about me. Not just the origin of the alcohol, but also about himself. Jitae was telling him to remain silent about everything. BM understood his words, but for him that wasn't the important part. That's crazy. Seriously. Crazy? Alcohol from Arendot. This was the first time he came across it in the last 25 years ever since he had returned to Earth. No matter how hard he looked around, he couldn't find anything from Arendot on Earth. This was more than enough for a rent fee. While carrying the little bottle of alcohol, which he wouldn't dare drink, carefully with both of his hands, BM could only smell it repeatedly. In any case, his task was over, and Jitae was about to leave, but a sudden thought flashed across his head, and he asked BM, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Yoram was in a very bad mood. There weren't many things in the world that could put her in such a state, and the only things that could were Keel and her own die-hard fans who had a few screws loose. She wasn't expecting this kid to annoy her as well. The blue-haired child was glaring at her, and Yoram returned the glare. It had been almost 10 minutes since the two of them started this. Step aside, shake, shake, move, shake, shake, freakin'. Why, I'm not saying I'd go in. I'm just going to open the door slightly and sneak a glance. Jael shook her head yet again. Before Jitae walked into BM's workshop, he stood in front of the door and gave a firm order to Yoram and Jael. "Stay here until I come out. Do not come in." He said that because he didn't want Jael to see the horrendous view inside the workshop. Although she was unaware of that, she blocked Yoram from opening the door because that was what he had said. "You're seriously annoying, did you know?" How ridiculous. A little kid dares to stop her Unnie from entering. Dragons tended to treat other races rather indifferently like an old neighbor, but the red dragons and the blue dragons had an especially bad relationship. This was related to their characteristics. Red dragons loved fighting, but blue dragons preferred peace. And due to their attributes, it was difficult for a red dragon to defeat a blue dragon in a fight. Thus, when there was a conflict between the races and the regulation of the green race didn't work, it was the role of the blue dragons to suppress the red race. This long-time discord that continued for over dozens of thousands of years was being portrayed by the baby dragons. You have no idea what's happening inside there right now, right? Some super strong guys will be fighting right now. Do you think it's easy to see such an interesting thing? There will be like lightning falling from the sky, explosions, blood, you know. As if she was uninterested, Jael gave a frown. "If you keep doing this, you'll get smacked on your butt by your Unnie. Didn't you see Keel? Am I asking for a lot? Just open the door slightly and glance through the gap. Isn't that fine?" No, damn. The kid who never spoke a word during the past week opened her mouth now. It meant that she would never move aside. In other words, Yoram wanted to look at the fight and was therefore let down. What should I do with this little kid? I can't hit her tiny body, and I can't tie her up somewhere either. Look at this small blue kid, confidently crossing her arms in front of the large door. But I really want to see what's happening inside. What should I do? After thinking for some time, she lowered her body and opened her mouth with a warm voice. "My dear lovely sister." Jael was flustered. "Are you feeling happy these days?" Probably not, right? You were a little disappointed because our Agassi doesn't play around with you, right? It was right on the mark, and tension appeared on Jael's face. Just like what Yoram said, Jitae didn't play with her much after coming back from the trip. He seemed busy and spent much less time inside the house. Because of that, Jael was feeling slightly regretful inside. "If you move aside, I'll try persuading Agassi." You know as well, right, that Agassi listens to us rather easily. Was that the case? Jael tried thinking for a bit and realized that that seemed to be the case. "So step aside for a bit. I take a look at what's happening inside, and you can go play with our Agassi. Then it will be good for you and good for me. Right?" Yoram was laughing inside. Little Jael was still hesitating. This was still slightly lacking, and she needed a little bit more sugar. "There's a lot of snow these days. You'll go sledding with Agassi." Why, do you not know what sledding is? As expected of a kid. Now, listen, you and Ajasi will be sitting together on a long seat, and you will be sliding down a mountain of snow. You'll be sitting in the front, leaning down on Ajasi, who's right behind you, and while speeding down the slope, some pieces of snow will splash on you. After imagining that, Jael's chin slowly dropped. Wah, there was an otherworldly thing like that. Sounds fun, right? Nod. But after playing like that, it'll be cold. Nod. Nod, do you know what you would need then? Shake, shake. Shake, Ajasi will boil a warm soup for you alone. That was the finisher. Jael tried imagining it once again. Cool breeze, a mountain covered in snow, Jitae and a sled, a warm soup made by Jitae. After giving her a bowl of soup, Jitae would probably say, "Here you go." A bolt of lightning struck her head as a Hellel smile appeared on her lips. Yoram did not miss that. It was now over, and as she had expected, dealing with a little child was a piece of cake. So, can you step aside for a bit? That was when Jael broke out from her fantasy and returned to her normal self. Despite some hesitation, she still shook her head. It was yet another fail. Yoram felt annoyance soaring up within. She relied on her final piece of patience and barely stopped herself from the urge to hit something. But suddenly, she noticed something and looked to the side. Huh, why are you coming from there? Are you done with everything? Hearing her words, Jael turned her head to the side while expecting Jitae. But there was no one on the other side of the corridor of the labyrinth. When she turned her head back to the front, Yum wasn't there. She, who had gone behind Jael in the blink of an eye, was giving a relaxed smile at her. 1 second felt as long as 10 minutes. Yoram placed her hand on top of the knob, and Jael was about to scream no. The door was opened from the inside all of a sudden. Yoram ended up standing in front of Jitae and gave an awkward smile. Ooh, hello, are you all done already? Yeah. Ha, fuckin'. Nothing seemed to be working out properly. Yoram ill-temperedly ran her finger through her hair. Even now, Ha Sitbiel and the protector were floating in the air while being carried by the hands. Jitae was about to head to the inner room of the labyrinth with them. Right, can I go there as well? Jitae gave a nod. On the other side of the corridor, at a place not too far from the workshop, there was a large door. Opening the door, Jitae walked inside, and after glancing at the room from behind his back, Yoram opened her mouth wide. Wah! The large cylindrical room was filled with a myriad of natural colors. In the air there was a large crystal, the size of a normal apartment, and that was the source of the various lights. Fuckin', that's the size of my breast. It feels somewhat relaxing after coming in here. Yoram gave a comfortable expression, as if she was resting under gentle sunlight, and Jael in Jitae's arms looked like she just woke up from sleep. It was due to the mana that was being emanated by the large crystal. The hands followed Jitae's will and dropped Ha Sitbiel and the protector there. Although the floor was made of rock, just like any other place of the labyrinth, they glanced around with a comfortable look after sitting down. You too, stay here. I'll come for you after you get better. Yes, okay? The two of them replied with a half-dreamy expression. It wasn't this fast for the dragons, and it was probably working better because one was a human while the other was a living armor. When Jitae came back, Yoram asked him, Wah, this is amazing. How does this work? And what is that large thing? A way to perfectly stabilize a ferocious beast and thus locking it up, it was to give it satisfaction. The name of that large crystal was Fragment of Paradise. From the outside, it looked like a large gem, but it was quite complex inside. It was the essence of magic research of a certain dimension where magic was the most developed in. After being surrounded by the light that left the Fragment of Paradise, existences will be put in a happy, satisfied state. They would feel high, and whatever they did would make them feel at ease. It was at a needlessly grandiose scale for a simple monster. Perhaps the great mage of the alternate dimension knew that a human life was a continuation of pain and anguish, and thus created that in hope of solving the fundamental problem. However, Jitae didn't like the Fragment of Paradise that much. It was a very dangerous object. According to his experience, it seemed to have an expiration date for dragons. While quietly staring at Yoram's face, he reminisced on the past memories before turning around. It feels super good. I feel like I could take a dump now. Let's go. Why, can't we stay inside a bit more? Come out. Jael also pulled on Yujiti's sleeves, as if she found it regretful, and her gaze showed her desire to stay a bit longer. However, Yujiti grabbed Yoram by her arm and walked out. What are you doing, like I said? Just a bit more? Hing. Yoram complained, while Jael showed her discontentment with a nasal sound. The two of them remained reluctant with a dreamy expression, but as soon as the door of the inner room was closed, they blinked their eyes as if they woke up from an illusion. What the fuck is this? Yoram scowled. She was most likely feeling weird right now. The moment a forced injection of happiness shattered, what was left was an uncontrollable sense of emptiness. The regressor didn't like the dragons being in this place for too long. This was a place where he had failed, and was a place that had given incomparable pain to the dragons. He would have destroyed everything if not for its usefulness. Thus, he carried his feet forward. You too, wake up. While walking, Yujiti pinched Jael on her cheek. The child's cheek stretched out like a rice cake as she slowly gave a nod in a distracted state. But because they had stayed there for a short time, the dragons seemed relatively unaffected, judging from the fact that she was still facing a smile at him. Chapter 55. Revelation 1. On the way back from the underground labyrinth, Yujiti led Yoram to an unfamiliar location. The walls were distanced apart, and it resembled a wide plaza. Where is this place? Right after her question, a man with a tall height wearing a pair of sunglasses walked out from the other side of the labyrinth. He was thin, but Yoram felt like she was facing a giant. A very strong guy, she thought, as her expression turned serious. Nice to meet you, I'm called BM. Her eyes shot wide open. She was interested in the strong, more so than anyone else. Throughout her life at Lair, she looked a lot into world rankers that she would be fighting with sometime in the future, and therefore was aware of the name BM. Excluding the rank 1, Oscar Brzenk, he was the strongest superhuman known to the world. Yoram was aware of how secretive BM was as an individual. Unable to hide her expression that read, "How did you have such a person come here?" Yoram faced her gaze at Yujiti. Gaze, I love you. Yujiti chased that thought away from his head. He must have read her gaze wrong. Thump. Thump, he could hear her heartbeat, which was louder and faster than usual. Red-haired lady, you wanted to fight with me? I know you. I looked into you in the past. It was like a fan meeting a superstar. But BM didn't know who Yoram was, as he had no interest in the cadets of Lair. Right, okay. Then do you just want me to fight her once here? Yujiti nodded in response. BM had come here following Yujiti's request to fight with a girl he knew. This was his first time receiving such a request. No need for a long conversation. I guess you can start whenever you're ready, lady. Yoram licked her lips once, before reaching out towards the air, towards the alternate dimension storage, laws of nature, and started pulling out a sword, which had been bought with Yujiti's money from thin air. Actually, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Are you stronger than Javier? BM replied without any change in his tone. There are 5 humans stronger than him, and I am stronger than those 5. He was nonchalantly praising himself, but that did not sound like an overstatement or arrogance by any means. It was a natural statement of fact, and it thus reached the heart of the young dragon who aimed to be stronger. Well, I guess I would have to actually fight before I can say it for certain. Yujiti would probably be the strongest person, however. She didn't see him as an opponent that needs to be fought against. That's why Yoram didn't feel the urge to beat him or feel her heart thump despite living with him. Wah. Fuck, but now it was different. Yoram could feel her heart racing rapidly. World's second strongest human, she wanted to wreak some havoc for real. The fight will be until one side declares, I give up. Okay. Hook. With a deep breath out, she started circulating mana throughout her body before kicking off the ground. The fight was one-sided. Yoram shot fire from her hands and continued swinging her sword with a strange rhythm. Her sword contained a wild nature. Someone that has properly learned the ways of a sword would in fact be flustered by her odd rhythm and would find it hard to predict due to it deviating from the standard method. However, it did not work against the returnee. He stared at every attack till the very end and dodged with simple movements, or parried the attacks. Drenched in sweat, Yoram made a frown. She was the only one attacking in their fight. Even when there was a chance to, BM did not strike back, and she thought BM was looking down on her too much no matter how she viewed it. Hey, don't you think you're being too half-hearted? When BM was about to respond, Yoram suddenly opened her mouth as flames erupted out from within. She had created Fireball B with her mouth. This was a hand she was revealing for the first time. The fireball came flying in and exploded after touching BM. Flames soared up into the sky, but Yoram remained tense despite the successful attack. After the flames and the smoke disappeared, a large pair of wings that resembled a bat's was seen covering BM. It created not a single wound. But the moment the wings opened up, she dashed in yet again. It was a surprise attack that could be seen as an underhanded trick. However, Yoram was aware that she was the weaker one, and although it didn't feel good, she knew that the weak had their own method as the weak, and she thought it wouldn't be bad as long as it could allow her to reach victory. Shiyek, the sword pierced through the air and flew forward. When BM dodged it by a hair's breadth, Yoram clenched her teeth and closed the distance after kicking the air. Stop dodging and try attacking. You'll get hurt if you look down on me too much. That was when BM opened his mouth. You seem to be misunderstanding something. Arendot. In a world where he and the young superhumans that came with him were called devils, and were killed left and right, he stayed alive in that place for 15 years. In my entire life, being stabbed by a sword while bleeding, he held his own innards from falling after being pierced by a spear and fought on. There were countless comrades that died from tiny mistakes. Within that wave of blood, what he stood on top of after, barely escaping from the claws of death, were the bodies of his colleagues with whom he had laughed and drank with. That was how his 15 years had been. I have never looked down on my opponent. It was then. Yoram, who had closed the gap while swinging the sword, flashed her eyes open in surprise. By the time she realized, a sharp blade was touching her back. It was a claw that extended out from one of BM's wings. Did his wings have claws? When did it start growing in size? She hadn't been careless or sloppy either. Maybe it was you that was looking down on me. Thinking that it would be dodgeable as long as she moved her back away from the claw. She was about to throw her body sideways, but she realized that there were claws covering her sides already. After coming to a stop, Yoram got rid of her sixth sense and glanced around with her eyes. Dozens of claws were densely covering her back and sides before she realized it. Ironically, she didn't see it because she was focusing too much on her sixth sense. You're very strong, young lady, much stronger than what your age suggests. Quite surprising. The only direction she could move in was the front. You have power, and you have a good battle sense. Honestly, I have no idea how you shot magic with your mouth, and that was pretty interesting. But a thorn was growing out from BM's hand from the front, and was slowly approaching Yoram. You will become a ranker soon. Before long, the thorn reached her forehead. Do you want to continue? Fuck, I knew I would lose, but I didn't think I would be this powerless. It's my loss. Then, there's something you need to say, right? The words, I give up, which admits the loss and closes the fight. After heaving out a sigh, Yoram dropped her head low and murmured, I give, down. BM's claw was still there. She was trying to catch him off guard, but a play with words like this seemed ineffective. Slowly, she raised her head and whispered while making an alluring smile, That didn't work, heartsuit. Fuck. Yoram was downhearted for several days after that. What you looking at? She was a little bit edgy, however. It was better than before when she lost to Javier, where she was about to dig a hole even. It was probably because she had accepted the loss, but that didn't erase the fact that her pride had been damaged. Avoiding her is the best when she's like that. Thus Keel avoided Yoram while stealing a few glances at her. She'll get better if she's left alone for some time. And Bomb spoke as if it wasn't anything to worry about. However, Jaial appeared to be finding something regretful. It was a Saturday morning. It was a day where they would relax at the dorm after a tiresome job of pretending to be humans for a whole week. Yoram was sitting in the corner of the living room, where the protector used to be at, and was in the middle of self-introspection. Jaial carefully walked up to her. She then carefully touched Yoram, who was hugging her knees with her head down on her hair. Her head was raised, as an annoyed look was revealed beneath. What? Go away, you brat. Don't you see your damn Unnie being in a bad mood? Jaial glanced up at her for a bit before walking away. She then entered Bomb's room, but soon poked her head out behind the door. For a long time she stared on, and Yoram, who had felt that gaze from the start, erupted in annoyance. Seriously, what? Startled, Jaial hid her head behind the door. At the same time, a plate was heard shattering along with the shout, "Mommy!" It was from Keel's room. She, who was surprised by Yoram's shout for no reason, walked out of her room with a sorrowful expression while carrying a broken plate. Meanwhile, Yoram walked forth like Lu Bu, and after reaching Bom's room, she looked at Jitae, who was hiding behind the door. "Oi, what's your problem? Anything you want to say or what?" After throwing a glance, the child nodded. "Go on, if I open the door." "What? You said you would do it. If I open the door, you would do it? What nonsense was this about?" Yoram thought before remembering something. It was what she herself had said back in the underground labyrinth a few days ago when they were glaring at each other. "Oi, did I say I would persuade him if the door opens? I meant I would persuade him if you moved aside." "You little rat, you didn't even open the door, it's totally different." She reluctantly threw another glance at Yoram. "Then, you won't? No shit, of course no." Then, Jitae drooped her head low and stared at the floor. She appeared greatly disappointed. Yoram turned around and was about to head back to the living room, but her feet came to a stop before long, and after coming back, she asked the child, "Oi, you Jitae, should I do it for you, persuading that human to play with you? That is, really? You want me to?" It was Yoram's first time seeing a dragon nod their head this fast. "Okay." Yoram marched straight into Jitae's room, as if there was something serious that was on his mind. Jitae had his eyes closed. When she knocked, a voice going "yeah" was heard from the inside. After opening the door, Yoram carefully approached him while he was sitting down in the study. "You see, you know." "Yeah. Why?" Jitae stared at Yoram, who had just entered the room, and also saw a blue head that was poking its way in at the room behind her. "Do you have anything on this weekend?" "No. Really? That's great." She looked back at Jitae and gave a smile. Seeing that, Jaial's eyes flickered as she nodded back, and her small hand was forming a tight fist. "Gaze, please." Yoram nodded as if she fully understood what she wanted. "Well, I'm not trying to ask for anything big. If you have nothing important to do today or tomorrow." Yoram hesitated slightly before brushing her hair behind her ear. A white ear was revealed behind the crimson hair. "Do you want to go on a date with just the two of us?" She then lowered her head as if she was feeling bashful. Naturally, it was fake. Yoram glanced back with a sneer and could see Jaial's face turning stiff real-time. She had to hold her laughter in. Jaial stared at Yoram with a blank look, as if she couldn't take in what was happening. Then, she slowly started making a frown. "Yeah, whatever." When Jitae's response left his mouth, her crumpled expression connected onto another shock. Soon, tears started forming on her eyes, opening and closing her mouth. Jaial appeared to be wanting to say something. However, she did not say anything till the very end, and the blue-haired child escaped to Bom's room with a sorrowful expression. Quang, the door was then shut. That was when Bom, who had been in the middle of reading a book, spoke up from the living room. "Huh, Yoram, didn't we decide to go watch WOC in person tonight?" WOC was the name of a one pro wrestling league of superhuman fighters. Bom had reserved it to put Yoram in a better mood. And tonight was the first match. I know it's today." "Then, come on, I'm a dragon, do you think I would forget that?" After clicking her tongue, she whispered to Jitae. For some reason, her expression seemed satisfied. "Anyways, what I said was a joke." "Yeah, Jaial, that little girl wanted to play with you apparently. Is that so? Okay." After saying that, Yoram hesitated before looking away. "And, after you're back, come for a chat." "What?" Jitae asked back, but Yoram had turned around already and left some words behind as she walked out of his room. "It's nothing, just a little chat." Chapter 56. Revelation 2, Who in the world is he? That was a doubt which remained in BM's head for a long time. His name was Jitae, and appeared to be in his late 20s. His height was a little short of 190 centimeters, while his physique was in an ideal state. Up to this part was a rather common thing. Normally, when he saw young, outstanding superhumans, he would think to himself that they would be able to grow stronger in the future. However, he didn't feel such a thing when he saw Jitae. Can he even become stronger after that point? After realizing that he was asking himself that, BM found himself to be ridiculous. That short encounter was enough for him to see Jitae as a completely insurmountably strong person. It was more than a mere strength level, and he contained an aura that suppressed his surroundings. It was a rare feeling even for the returnee, who had lived in two different worlds. How was that possible, at such a young age? But those questions would be difficult to be answered. Right before Jitae's group was about to leave the labyrinth, BM looked at the blue-haired girl. The red-haired lady was pretty as well. Her beauty was if she was from a different world, but his thoughts merely stopped there, and it failed to wring his heart. However, it was different for the child. Even when their eyes met, she did not wave her hand or bow as she merely stared blankly at himself. But how could this be, this child? She's too cute. Thus, BM decided to do something which he had never done in his entire life. Carefully, he approached the child and bent his back before reaching out. When he did that, the blue-haired girl stared at his hand before turning her body around and running up to Jitae. With faint disappointment, BM blankly stared at the place where the child had been, but after finding something, his eyes shot open. "See you later." "Yes, see you, sir." After sending them on their way, left alone, BM summoned the chimeras. They had arms like squids and had suckers. "Search everywhere around here." The squid chimeras moved around the place where the blue-haired child had been standing and dug everything out. After groping around the dust-filled ground of the labyrinth for a long time, BM finally found a short black strand of hair. A black strand of hair that was stuck on the body of the blue-haired child. This was definitely that man's hair. Raising the man's hair up, BM headed into the corner of the workshop. When he opened a large door attached onto the wall, a large artifact telescope, which was larger than a human body, revealed itself. Hera's telescope. It was a level 4 artifact that could look into the essence of something with just a tiny piece of clue, and was one of the treasures that countries were greedy for. Where in the world is the man's strength coming from? Supported by immense curiosity, BM placed the man's hair inside the telescope. A murky light came out and scanned past the strand of hair, and after seeing the result, BM was shocked. How could this be? The man revealed inside the telescope wasn't alone. There were multiple individuals inside him. Although it wasn't common, it wasn't a very unique occurrence either. And even BM himself was such a case, where he was both an individual and multiple beings. In other words, for an individual to be multiple beings at the same time, there had to be more than one person inside that one body. That meant that the man was... He was a chimera, huh? I had no idea. In doubt, he placed his own hair into the telescope. What he saw inside himself were multiple selves, and there were about 13 in total. It was the same number as the number of chimeras attached to his hand, arm, neck, chest, legs, back, and other places. What was being shown inside the telescope was like a black screen having 13 red and blue dots placed here and there. This is normal. Normally, it should be like this, but the number of existences shown inside the body of the man, Jitae, was so much that he had a hard time counting it. 100, or perhaps 1,000? No, that wasn't it. With a gulp, BM looked back into the telescope. Metaphorically speaking, what he could see now was like this. What in the world? There was a universe before him. Oi, I was joking, so come out now. Yoram tapped on the door of Bomb's room with her foot before walking away. Jael, too, was a dragon. She probably would have kept her ear perked up, so there was no way she didn't hear what Yoram had said to Jitae. The door was slowly pushed open, as a pair of water-colored eyes cautiously glanced outside the door. Until then, Jitae was receiving memories from his clone. It had been around 3 months since he had met the dragons, and it was near the end of the year. A fairly important event of the 7th iteration was approaching Jitae. Melisha Masquerade, approximately 100 new demons would be born, and Wei Yan would finally rise to a seat. In order to make it in time, the clone was busy moving around the undetectables, gathering information. It was a mess, due to the sudden disappearance of Prototype X and the emergence of an unknown enemy. The demon's level of caution had reached an extreme level. Among the memories of his clone, he could often see Wei Yan screaming in anger. He shouted at his underlings to find the enemy, and later ended up cutting off the fingers of a useless adjutant. Since he was the killer of Prototype X, the demons called Jitae X. What he found funny was that there was a bounty under his name. There are 15 highest-grade magic stones for the bounty. That amounted to roughly $15 million in cash, since it was a large amount for individual demons. Even the demons belonging to other organizations started moving after seeing that. Of course, it did not matter at all. Ryunosuk, the leader of the 70-man raid team back then, is keeping quiet. It was natural, considering how that old man loved his family. In any case, I will continue observing them, my lord. After he finished reading the memories, he left the room, onto the corridor, and found Jitae standing behind the half-open door of Bomb's room without walking out. Their eyes had clearly met, and yet she pretended to have not seen him and fidgeted with the 2 ears of the blue teddy bear. Jitae walked up to her. As he went closer and closer, her hand fidgeting with the teddy bear's ears became more and more awkward. He came to her side and crouched down. The distance between them was small, and it would be weird at this point for her to not see him, but Jitae seemed to be pondering on whether to turn around or not. "Do you want to go somewhere on the weekend?" Hearing his words, Jitae immediately turned around with a somewhat tense look on her face. However, she wasn't overly nervous like before, to the point she couldn't do anything. "Nod, where should we go?" She remained quiet and threw short glances at him, thinking back. He remembered how Jitae liked being at the Lake of Life. "Should we go playing in the water?" Her eyes turned circular, but her hands remained rolled up, and the option appeared to be slightly unappealing. Therefore, this was an incorrect answer. "Or did you want to go eat some delicious food?" Gaze, delicious food? You know, things like chicken, pizza, and pork belly. After staring at Jitae's eyes, Jitae slightly lowered her gaze. Once again, she didn't look too eager, and thus, delicious food was also incorrect. More so than Bomb, Yoram, and Keel, he found Jitae to be the most difficult. Especially in situations like this, where it was hard to have a conversation. When he did not even know what the child wanted, he felt like he was facing a complex problem. In front of yet another complicated problem. He was contemplating what to do. That was when Jitae pulled at his pants after hesitating for a bit. Then, she looked at his face and slowly opened her mouth. "Sled." The answer was suddenly thrown out at him. "Hold on tight." A sled carved out of wood started speeding down a mountain ridge covered in snow. It started off slow from a level ground but suddenly picked up speed after reaching a slope. Swish! The sled traveled down the slope of snow as small flakes of the white snow splashed onto Jitae's face. It was cold. Excited, she shot her 2 arms up. However, the gradient of the slope continued getting steeper before eventually resembling a cliff. Jitae hesitantly looked at the slope and felt her enjoyment slowly changing into fear. She turned her head and stared at Jitae. Gaze, isn't it going too fast? She had polymorphed straight after her birth, and was yet to fly, which was the most common thing for dragons. That seemed to be the reason behind her fear. He thought about getting off if she was scared, but the child seemed to be also feeling a faint thrill from it. Jitae therefore extended his large arms forward and covered the child's body with it. "Hiya!" Jitae's chuckle tickled the Regressor's ears. They were at a barren mountain somewhere inside Hadeling. Jitae was thinking of going to a sledding slope in Lair's entertainment district, but decided against it. "Do you want another ride?" Nod, nod. It was so that they could sled without waiting in line. The wooden sled roughly made of wood was decent, and the Regressor could use mana to get rid of obstacles in their path. Oblivious to his hard work, Jitae pulled down on his pants with a sparkling pair of eyes, asking him to start walking already. "Let's go." Jitae reached his arms out to her. Jitae was about to walk into his arms like usual, but suddenly stopped. Then, she carefully extended her short fingers and held onto his hand. What was she doing? While he was confused about the child's action, Jitae carefully pulled his arm forward. Jitae naturally followed her lead as they walked up the slope hand in hand. Jitae had seen Mayang Yangha's son walking while holding Mayang Yangha's hand, sometime in the past. At the start, she didn't think anything of it, but seeing them at the very end disappearing into the forest hand in hand, she had felt envious. "I want to hold hands and walk as well," thought Jitae. Slip. But the steep mountainside was slippery, and she lost her sense of balance in an instant. Due to her fluster, she even forgot to use magic and could only shut her eyes tight. That was when her body was suddenly lifted. Jitae had raised the child up with one hand. After being hugged by him, Jitae gave a wide smile. "Let's go up now." He immediately started using mana to fly up the mountain, like how they had climbed it the first time, but Jitae grabbed his sleeves and conveyed her panic with her gaze. According to the Regressor's knowledge, that meant that she didn't want to do something. "Why? Do you want to stop?" "Shake." "Shake, then what?" Walk. You want to walk up? She nodded her small head. However, the slope was too steep for the child to walk on her own feet. After some contemplation, he raised her up and placed her behind his neck. Being suddenly made to ride on someone's shoulder for the first time in her life, Jitae wrapped her arms around his head in surprise. I can't see the front. Ah, her small pair of arms covering his eyes were undone. Jitae placed her on top of his shoulders and climbed up the mountain, and came down on a sled. He repeated it several times. The smile did not leave Jitae's face. They sledded for quite a long time. Darkness started painting the nearby area as the cold wind became a level colder. The regressor, whose body was being protected by dozens of blessings, did not feel any coldness, but Jitae in her human form had her nose and cheeks flushed. She wouldn't die of coldness even if left alone, but she still felt it. Drowning into his inner alternate dimension, Jitae carried some camping equipment out and installed it in the real world. Meanwhile, Jitae sat down on the floor making a small snowman by herself. Do you want to eat now? But the moment Jitae's words fell, she started flickering her eyes. After quickly gathering enough twigs, the regressor used an ignition rock to create fire. He put clean water into a pot and started boiling instant noodles inside. He wanted to let the dragons have the best food all the time, but having noodles in a place like this, in this sort of weather, had its own uniqueness that could not be compared to having luxurious food. At least that was what he saw in a certain movie. Thinking back, he could kind of remember having a similar experience in a distant past, near the start of the regressions. While revising through his faded old memories, the regressor boiled noodles. Meanwhile, Jitae entered extreme nervousness. Hiding behind the door of the tent, she held her two hands into fists and glared at Jitae. She could remember the words Yoram had said a few days back. But after playing like that, it'll get cold. Do you know what you would need then? Ajasi would boil a warm soup for you alone. Like a prophecy, her words were turning into reality, but it was still lacking. There was one thing which Jitae really wanted to hear from Jitae. Thump thump, the blue-haired child bit on her lips and glared daggers at him. Soon, after finishing the instant noodles, Jitae carried the pot and approached the child. He then placed a small bowl along with a fork and a spoon in front of her. After receiving the cutleries, Jitae's tension reached its max level. The pot was placed on the ground, and slowly he opened his mouth. Should be now? Here you go. Wah, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 57, Revelation 3. Jitae's eyes sparkled from intense excitement. He did not know why she seemed so happy. In any case, Jitae decided to move some noodles into the smaller bowl. He lifted up the yellow noodles in one go as the smoke followed from beneath. Then, he placed the noodles into her bowl before pouring a bit of soup with it. Jitae raised the noodles with her spork and blew on the noodles. It wouldn't be hot even if she ate it as is, but she was copying what her unnies used to do. After biting on some of the noodles, she started slurping the noodles in. However, the noodles were long and her suction power was meager, and it took ages before she finally succeeded in sucking all the noodles in. Her two cheeks bulged out, but it was delicious. Jitae started diligently slurping the noodles in. It was slightly salty and warm, and it tasted very nice. She then noticed Jitae drinking the soup, and after staring at his posture for a long time, she also raised her bowl and carefully took a sip of the soup. It felt like something warm was pervading her body. Her stomach felt warm, and so did her chest. She could see more of her breath with a warmer inside, and seemed intrigued by it. They had boiled 3 packs of instant noodles, but it had all disappeared. Looking at her now empty small bowl, she appeared regretful, and after turning to the empty pot, she seemed disheartened. Have you finished eating? Let's clean up. She appeared hesitant. When Jitae grabbed onto Jitae's bowl, she resisted with her 2 tiny hands, but it soon slipped out of her weak grasp. But she still appeared hesitant, so Jitae stared directly at her face. Why? Is there something you need? More. She extended her hands forward. More, please. With no other choice, he boiled more noodles. He had a lot of spare, so it shouldn't be a problem. But no matter what, he hadn't been expecting her to eat 25 packs. She asked for more straight after finishing 1 batch. Since this was her first time being like this, Jitae did whatever she asked for, and thus boiled noodles 6 times and 25 packs of noodles disappeared. It was as expected of a dragon, but he didn't think it would be this much. Jael lay down on the ground with a swollen stomach. The child that giggled, hi-hi, after having tasty food was long gone, and she seemed to be in slight pain. Are you all right? Shake. Shake, she overate. Burp. Jael burped unconsciously and glanced at Jitae with an awkward smile. He pretended to have missed it. Night arrived in an instant. The inside of the tent was darker, there was a crescent moon hanging on the sky, but the light it gave off wasn't intense, and they could thus see more stars. He was going to spend the night today with Jael. Having finished digesting all the food, Jael was wearing a relaxed expression. She was lying down next to Jitae, while touching his hair. Recently, she would often do that, and although he didn't know why, Jael showed interest in Jitae's belongings. Things like socks, ties, wallets, and hair. He had absolutely no idea why she was doing that. Why was she trying to pull his socks out every time? Today was the same. Jael placed her hand on his hair and carefully caressed it while sneakily trying to pull a strand out. However, his hair remained strong, and Jael lacked power compared to the blessings covering the regressor's body. What now? I gave you one last time. He had given her a strand of his hair before because she had been doing the same thing. That day, she was happy all day and wandered around with his hair in hand. She hesitated. You lost it. Shake, shake, immediately. She shook her head in a fluster, but her expression gave it away. After taking yet another strand of his hair out, he passed it over to her, who received it with sparkling eyes as if it was a treasure. If you lose it after a few days again, I won't give it to you anymore. Do you understand? Nod nod. Startled, Jael tightly gripped onto Jitae's hair. She did not loosen her grip even after falling asleep. It didn't take a long time for her to fall asleep. It was most likely a tiring day for her, and she dozed off while snoring with her small nose. Since both her head and nose were small, it was a quiet snore. Quietly, the regressor stared at the sleeping child. His head was muddled with thoughts. If everything was the same in this iteration, it should be tonight. Revelation, an event that leads a blue dragon's life forward, should now begin. Dragons each seeked for the meaning of their life through their amusements. The green race would stay holed up in their room and become artists, or craftsmen. Gold dragons cohabited with others as their guardian deity, while the red race enjoyed fights and battles. Despite all that, the blue race did not have one predetermined direction for their future. After around 80 days since their birth, they would receive a revelation from the previous lord. To be exact, it was the blue dragon lord's will that was carried down in their blood that gave an assignment to the hatchlings of their race. And for blue dragons, it was an assignment that continued on for their entire life. It was very important, and it could not be opposed. Therefore, the regressor wasn't in a good mood. In the 5th and the 6th iterations, the blue dragon became unhappy straight after receiving its revelation. Until then, the child merely sat down in the corner of the labyrinth, watching him, but after receiving a revelation, the dragon continued asking him to let itself out. Let me go out, please. Jitae back then had rejected it. You will need me, and had ignored it, every time. The blue dragon quietly cried to itself under its breath, and towards the end of the 6th iteration, the dragon even ended up ending its own life. The problem was that even Jitae had no idea what that damned revelation was about. Blue dragons weren't allowed to talk about the details of their revelation. This child was not allowed to achieve the revelation she was given. She couldn't get closer with someone. For forever. The only clue he had were the words leaving the green dragon's mouth like curses along with tears. Towards the end, get closer? With who? What was it, and why was it unable to be achieved forever? He waited for the child's revelation with a myriad of emotions. The moon crossed the sky, as the barren wasteland had occasional growls of beasts. Hwaak, Jael's body started lifting itself up into the air. Her ancestors' mana that was inside her blood started creating a magic circle in the air. Surrounded by light emanating out of the rotating magic circle, Jael slowly opened her eyes, and with her water-colored eyes, she gazed at a distant place and listened to a revelation from someone. My dear daughter, a voice urged Jael to open her eyes. It was a familiar, yet somewhat distant voice. Half awake, she glanced around with unfocused eyes. Her surroundings resembled the inside of an ocean, and she could see a beautiful underwater scenery through the clear, blue water. That was when a flash of bright light reached her from above the surface of the water. My young child, just like how you know me. I know you too. Grandpa. Jael blinked her eyes. She hadn't met her grandpa before, but it made her think that for some reason. You are living a happy life, aren't you? She nodded her head. It felt like Grandpa had been watching over her. There were many happy things in your life. Once again, she nodded with a bright expression. When were you the most happy? When I sledded. The voice laughed heartily at her response. You are spending an amusement more enjoyable than anyone else. And there is someone who's truly wishing for your happiness. I also feel the happiness you feel in your heart and am glad. Really? Jael's eyes brightened up, as a faint smile appeared on her face. Do you also wish for his happiness? She nodded her head. She hadn't thought about it before, but the answer came instinctively. It was then. The ocean rose up unstably, as the water waved and roared. Tornadoes started soaring up to the sky, before crashing into another and splashing around. Within all that came the grandpa's voice. It was slightly more stern and serious. To do that, there is something you must do. Although startled, Jael gave a nod. From now, you need to protect your precious ones with your own hands. Protect me? You are young and powerless. You might not know what to do, nor how. The light on the other side of the roaring waves started flickering with more intensity. Even then, you must prepare, realize what is precious to you, and ponder on how you could protect it. Before long, a long night will come for sure. It will be very dark, with nothing visible. Someone would inevitably fall. Merely standing up with those injured legs will be difficult, and they therefore might not even be able to stand up properly. Jael widened her eyes into circles. When that time comes, my child, do whatever you can, and protect what you must. Within the swirling tornado, if everything goes well in a distant future, ask him to go sledding once again, feel the flakes of snow together and share a warm soup. Grandpa once again beseeched Jael. If you succeed in protecting it, that day will come for sure. His last words echoed as if she was in a cave and remained in her ears. Slowly, the light reflecting onto the water distanced itself. Left alone, Jael closed her eyes. The baby dragon was too young for it to fully understand what that was about. She did not know what Night was referring to, nor what he meant by falling down. However, there was one thing she understood. Protect. One word etched itself clearly onto her brain, and Jael repeated it endlessly in her head. The morning broke the day after. Unlike his worries the previous night, Jael did not appear downhearted or sad. However, she was a little bit weird. With a strange, concentrated look of resolution in her eyes, she glared at Jitae. What's with that resolve in your eyes? Seeing her sharp gaze, it made him think of a sloppy new recruit, but fortunately, it didn't give off a negative feeling. In the previous iterations, she had cried for several days and nights straight after waking up from her revelation. But when she tried to pull his socks out with that resolved expression, he wondered what had happened with the child. Jitae pulled his leg away, which Jael followed with a regretful yet sharp glare. What's wrong with you? Is there something you want to say? Shake. Shake, then why are you doing this? Your eyes are like an eagle's. Taking out a hand mirror from his tackle bag, he passed it on to Jael. She stared at her reflection inside the mirror with curiosity, and her eyes returned to normal for a split second. But after turning towards Jitae, they changed into a glare yet again. Was the revelation about glaring at me? While thinking that, the regressor laid his hand on her head. After that, Jael was a bit strange. On the way down from the mountain, a large deer appeared out of nowhere. If they ignored it and continued climbing down, the deer would have ignored them as well, but Jael stepped in front of Jitae and glared at it. The deer glared back at her, and its gaze seemed to be looking down on the tiny child. A staring contest thus began. Bliet? The deer let out an intimidating grunt. That was when Jael fought back the deer with a strange voice. She was a child, but at the same time was a dragon. After feeling an unknown sense of terror that came crashing down, the deer ran off to the opposite direction. Jael then looked back at Jitae with relief and gave him a nod. Why? What's that nod for? No matter where they went. She walked in front of Jitae and appeared to be vigilant about their surroundings. She moved as if she was a bodyguard. The regressor was slightly dumbfounded. However, the child's strange course of action did not last for that long. She went back to normal after a few days and reached her hand out and requested for Jitae's hand. Thinking back, even when she was acting like a bodyguard, She had been throwing a few glances behind with regret. At the same time, it felt like she became a bit more mature. She had always gone looking for the teddy bears and a bottle of water that was taken from the lake of life when she returned to the dormitory, but ever since that day, that became increasingly less. She couldn't get closer with someone. For forever, reflecting on the words that had been shared by the previous iteration's green dragon, it sounded as if there was a person whom Jitae had to be closer with. If the child happened to get closer with someone, he had to help them get even closer while not staying on guard too much. He didn't know who it was, and he did not exactly know what the revelation was about, but it seemed to have been positive. Thus, the regressor decided to let it be. At the very least, Jitae did not cry in this iteration. She was watching him with a smile. "What are you freaking grinning at?" That was when Yoram's words caused Jitae to glare. "What's wrong with her?" "Well, anyways, you are free right now, right?" "Yeah, should we talk with just the two of us?" Her words appeared to be targeting Jitae, who indeed reacted by standing between them in a fluster. Yoram then gave her a sly smile. "Back off, kid, now is the time for adults." While saying that, she naturally crossed her arm with Jitae's. "Right. Appa heart suit?" She acted cute with a nasal sound. Jitae freaked out and twitched her entire body while Yoram gave an evil laugh like a witch. But the moment they entered the room, she returned to her serious expression, and with a hesitant voice, she opened her mouth. "You know, there is something I want to say." Chapter 58, Guardian's Consultation /Strong. There had been a formal notice from Lair a few days ago. Guardian's Consultation period. In this time period, the Guardians would have a counseling session with their cadets and talk about what they needed and what they lacked. They could then submit the record of the consultation to the teachers for reference. It was mandatory for cadets with Guardians, so he was thinking of doing it soon. And this was a great opportunity. When Jitae sat on the chair next to his desk, Yoram went and sat down on his bed. She was wearing a serious expression, which was quite rare. After a few seconds of silence, Yoram swept her hair up with her hand repeatedly and soon murmured after heaving out a sigh. "You know, I think I'm a bit too trash. That's just what I suddenly thought of, and for the past few days, I kept thinking about it. Did your thoughts change?" "Yeah, I'm a huge puny piece of garbage." She was still serious. While sitting down on Jitae's bed, she wrapped her arms around her knees. Silence continued for a long time. A red dragon revealing its own weakness was a very rare thing. Including the previous iterations, Jitae had known this young red dragon for dozens of years, and despite being defeated in several fights, she had never labeled herself as weak. I would rather die than lose to an opponent I can beat." That was what Yoram had said in the past, during the anti-demon war simulation, and the regressor knew that it wasn't a metaphoric expression. "A few days ago, I asked for a duel with a cadet in a level 5 society. Yeah, he was good with a sword, so I took out mine as well. Fuck, I was certain that I would be the one coming out on top. Then, did you lose?" "No, I won, but I didn't win with a sword. There was only one thing that could have been used then." "Did you use the mana inside the dragon heart?" I was so frustrated that I wanted to break the taboo of amusement." Taboo of amusement was the lifting of polymorph. Of course, it wasn't a taboo that had a restrictive power, but even the trash, bastard-like dragons kept this taboo as something important. She almost lost as a human form, and thus used the power of her true body. "I wanted to kill myself because I was beyond pathetic." After saying that, Yoram stuck her finger into her ear. "Well, I'm just saying, that's what happened." She then leaned back and started rolling on top of the bed. Jitae stared at her for a bit. Baum talked about him taking her in as a disciple, but the red race had tremendous pride in fighting, and she had not been seeking his teaching. But that pride of hers was crushed by a bit. Yoram rolled around on the blanket before rolling her body in like a sushi. Her gaze was facing the wall, and she was wearing a blank expression. Because of the time they spent together, he had a rough idea. She was seeking help. However, there was a problem. First, Jitae had never taught anyone before. Second, the process of getting stronger was quite painful, and it did not suit a hatchling who had left for a fun amusement. And lastly, Jitae walked up to her head that was peeking out from the blanket and crouched down. "You are strong." Huh, she was 15 years old. This was extremely young for a dragon who lived up to 10,000 years, and it was like a human child that was 2 months old. You are strong already, and you will become stronger in the future. The blood flowing in your body will make you like that. Right now, there are humans stronger than you in Lair, but there won't be such a human after 10 years. After 100 years, it will be hard to find humans stronger than you in this world, and after 1,000 years, it would be difficult to find such a human in all dimensions. There is that limit placed on humans. Just by living, you gain the authority to reign. That is the future given to you, luckily enough. And, she raised her head and looked at you, Jitae. But if you want to surpass your future by 10 or 100 years, that would be going against the flow of time. And if you wish to go against the laws of nature in any shape or form, you must pay a price that corresponds to it. 6 regressions, the time he spent struggling to become stronger, and everything that he had to lose because of that. There might be things you must sacrifice. The regressor had lost everything. Do you still want to become stronger? Perhaps saying this to a young dragon that wished to climb one step further in a staircase was a bit extreme, but he knew exactly what kind of monster one's strength could be. Going against the laws of nature wasn't a one-time decision. It was their attitude facing their life, and that flow followed the laws of inertia. Power was sweet, and there was no end to it once you got drunk in it. Demons didn't sign contracts with the existences of abyss because they were retards as humans. Are you ready to embrace that attitude? That was the regressor's question. And the response, came rather easily. The regressor gave a nod. Then let's do it together when the holidays start soon. Do what? Getting stronger, I'll teach you. Huh, Yoram suddenly widened her eyes. You'll be teaching me? I wasn't asking for you to teach me anything, though. Thinking back, she indeed did not directly ask him for help. Ah, I get it. You wanted to teach me, huh? Right? It was hard for you, Jitae, to understand whether this was a joke, or whether he was completely wrong in the first place. He shook his head. Let's not do it if you don't want to. Well, I don't really mind, but I didn't say I didn't want to. Then, should I teach you? I wasn't really asking you to teach me, but if that's what you want. Should I not? Yoram deeply stared at him, trying to hint him at something. Asking him to teach her damaged her pride. But if she were to say that she didn't need it, he seemed to be taking it in literally. Who? Heaving out a sigh as if she's given up on something. She opened her mouth powerlessly. Yes, please. Please teach me how to fight, Mr. Jitae. You happy now, you? Clicking her tongue. She crawled out from the blanket and walked towards the door. In the middle of that process, she opened her mouth casually. You know, yeah, think of it as an honor. What? Which human would dare teach a red dragon? After she left, Jitae randomly wrote the record down on a notebook. Yoram, no manners, same as always. His next target was Keel. ... Consultation? Yeah. As for me, recently. I'm just going to school normally. He gave a nod. Inwardly, he had been slightly worried. Ever since the end of the declaration during the entrance ceremony, she had a lot of chances to stand in front of countless people, receiving love and attention. When those were blocked, what would happen to the daughter of a gold race that was thirsty for attention? Would it amplify the problem instead as a side effect? That was the worry that had been on his mind. But fortunately, she was leading a decent life at the Academy City. I made some friends. And I'm studying as well. There are many interesting things. Walking around with Bamani is fun as well, and Jaiel likes me reading books as well. Yeah, and Yoramani is, energetic. Okay, I got it. Anything you need? Not really. The baby chicken gave a wide smile. By the way, yeah, if possible. Can I go on a dispatch if there's a chance? A dispatch? Yes, when I looked into it a bit, I found that the Lair sent cadets on a dispatch to military camps here and there. Can I go as well? Why? Nothing really. I want to try volunteering, and I also want to meet new people. Who knows? The location and the people within that place were important. Let's talk about it again once there's a detailed plan. Yes, when she stood up. Her hair braided into pigtails swayed. Her feet carrying her outside the room were light, and the regressor's gaze followed the back of the gold head. He raised his pen. You Keel, doing well but requires further observation. Lastly, Bam walked into Jitae's room. Wearing an indifferent expression that hid her thoughts underneath, she approached him and stood in front. Sit down. Where? There was only one chair. when Jitae was about to point at the bed. Bomb abruptly came closer and sat down on his knees. Here? No, there. I like it here as well. Even when he gestured, Bomb looked into his eyes without moving. He found this distance to be slightly perplexing. So, why? It's time for a consultation. How is it these days? Listening to lectures, playing with Yoram and Keel, and I'm looking after Jael. Anything you need? Nothing. He decided to ask her something. What about wanting to draw or wanting to write a novel? Anything like that? No, why? You're from the green race. Bomb shook her head. I tried it, but it wasn't fun. Weird, right? That was when Bomb snatched the notebook off of Jitae's hand. She then extended her hand out, asking for the pen, which he obediently handed over. What about Ajasi? The target of the consultation was switched in an instant. How is it these days for Ajasi? Just normal. Any problems? My knees are a bit heavy. In response, she raised her leg and turned her body around to face him. They were very close, and he was even more perplexed than before. Seemingly without even caring about that, Bomb started moving her pen. Guardian Jitae, knees are heavy, assumed to be due to adhesive capsulitis. Is adhesive capsulitis for knees? Anyways, anything else that you need? Nothing. Guardian Jitae, living a satisfactory life, she then continued writing. Just get off. Why? It's close and good. It's too close. Better than being too far, right? Oh, we need to be this close as well. For now. We're not this close, right? Bomb stared directly at him. Ajasi? Yeah. What should I do to make us a bit closer? She then slowly began leaning forward with her upper body. Jitae brought his body back, and seeing that, Bomb whispered with a very soft voice. See? When I get closer, you distance yourself. The delicate distance became shorter yet again. Do you find me burdensome? Ajasi, no. Or do you see me as a woman? No, but the outside shell is a female human, so are you embarrassed? She then started slowly whispering. Did you know, Ajasi, you're... Soon. The back of the seat touched his back. Unexpectedly. Even then, Bomb's face continued approaching his face. His gaze remained indifferent and was wearing the same expression which everyone else would find intimidating. However, he was feeling gradually more perplexed inside as time went on. Realizing that, Bomb, who had been blank-faced till then, let out a pew-hup and laughed. Once a crack appeared on her expression. She couldn't hold it back and she struggled to breathe in her laughter. Ah, that was fun. After having Bomb leave the room, Jitae moved his pen. Bomb, doing fine. She hasn't found anything of interest yet, but enjoys making her guardian perplexed. In the middle of writing down the record, he erased everything. He then edited it by writing a simple sentence, hasn't found a dream yet. However, behind the thin paper, he could see some words which hadn't been written by himself. He turned a page and read the words. Jitae, unexpectedly shy. With that, the cadet consultation was over. But why was she here? Jael glanced at where her unis were at before turning back to Jitae. Her gaze turned into a glare. Why? Is there something you want to say? If there's nothing, just go out. I have things to do. After giving a nod, Jael turned and walked out. Jitae was about to turn around, but soon he felt a gaze. Looking back, he found Jael's blue pair of eyes staring at him through the gap between the door and the hinge. It was unclear why, but disappointment was shooting out from her eyes. Thus, Jitae suddenly had to carry out an unnecessary consultation with a baby. He lifted the child up and placed her down on the bed, and only then did she break out into a wide smile. How are you these days? Perhaps it was a difficult question, as Jael remained smiling all the time. Anything you need. She was still smiling. Anything you want? Until the very end, she wore a wide smile on her face, since there was no need to write it down. He closed the notebook but realized that the child seemed regretful after seeing that. Jitae therefore wrote something down as the consultation record. Jael appears to be in a good mood. Chapter 59, A Melodious Night, 1, Breaking News, Lair's end-of-the-year event revealed, gathers the attention of the media worldwide. Deputy Principal Ma Namjoon says, Dungeon Militia Masquerade will be the target, and further claims the raid team will mostly consist of cadets. Governments, top-level guilds, transnational corporations, and renowned households contest for positions in the raid team. A heated competition is expected, as the likelihood of corruption in the member selection looms. Principal Ha Sukmu I am aware that the member selection of the raid team is gathering many eyes. I will promise a fair selection process. Once a year. Lair planned for an end-of-the-year event every year. This year was the raid of the S Dungeon Militia Masquerade, which was the same as what Jitae had discovered around the time the dragons of the U household had entered the school. The PR team of Lair was busy spreading news related to that, while regularly hosting press conferences. The head professor of the Azure Dragon Study Group, a reporter who had been writing down a news article, stopped his hand. With a clean appearance and a fine-tuned navy-colored tuxedo, the head professor, Wei Yan, was in the middle of answering questions from the reporters with a smile. The power level of the Azure Dragon Study Group this year is evaluated to be several times higher compared to last year and the year before. What is the secret? As lacking as I am, I have nothing that could be said about the likes of secrets. In order to live up to the expectations of the guardians that believed and assigned their cadets to me, I am merely trying my hardest to deliver a great career to them in response. How many positions in the raid team are you expecting from the Azure Dragon Study Group? A fierce competition and an examination for a spot is being expected, though. I will refrain from mentioning anything related to that. Everyone is working hard, and me boasting about my confidence won't result in any additional positions, after all. Perhaps you're not very confident. The Azure Dragon Study Group has tried harder than ever. Through 3 camp training sessions, we have succeeded in taking down 3 A-rank plus dungeons with cadets alone, and this is a very rare sight. What do you think, Miss Reporter? Isn't everyone trying their hardest? When Wei Yan smiled with his eyes, the female reporter that met his eyes flushed her cheeks. In female superhuman communities and the likes, Wei Yan always landed in the top 3 positions whenever there was a popularity poll of professors. Such Wei Yan spoke with a wide smile. I am confident. The reporters quickly moved their pens. Azure Dragon Study Group's head professor Wei Yan shows unyielding confidence towards the raid team member composition. Meanwhile, behind the press conference room, there was a man looking into his smartwatch with a nervous look. He appeared anxious, and his fingers trembled even when he tried to remain still. His shaking fingers were rather strange. Each had different lengths, and a closer inspection would reveal that the man did not have a thumb and an index finger in his left hand. He was Wei Yan's close assistant, Kwok Pan Wei. "Are you all right, sir?" Kwok Pan Wei's own assistant, Hashimoto, carefully asked him a question. She was a Japanese woman in her 20s. Yeah, I'm fine. He murmured as if he was hypnotizing himself, but when the watch remained quiet for a long time, he suddenly erupted in frustration. When are they going to give contact? He used his middle finger and 2 other fingers to scratch his hair. His other fingers had been cut off by Wei Yan. The organization Undetectables was in a funeral-like atmosphere. 38 affiliated demons had disappeared, and among them was one who Wei Yan had followed like a younger sibling. There was one survivor, but that middle-aged woman had no idea regarding the identity of the culprit, and even died a few days ago. The biggest damage, nonetheless, was the disappearance of Prototype X. Ever since the disappearance of the prototype, the Undetectables labeled their hypothetical enemy as X. They would love to crush its limbs and swallow it in whole if only it was possible. After the recent cases, Wei Yan had been called by the head executives of the organization and had suffered from insults, and couldn't hold back his rage after coming back. As he cut Kwok Pan Wei's fingers, the man stared at his empty index and thumb. Fucking hell, me getting a treatment like this? Kwok Pan Wei moved his fingers while staring at his handicapped hand. It felt as if the missing fingers were still moving. It was a fairly pathetic sight for a demon, but because he was still a human at the basis, there was no way around it. "Sir?" His assistant, Hashimoto, murmured with a dejected expression. "What would be happening to us now?" Shut up, what could possibly happen to us?" Kwok Pan Wei growled. "There is nothing to worry about. As long as this is dealt with, Professor Wei Yan will rise to a seat, and we will be able to eat some of the falling crumbs at least. But if X appears again this time, you don't need to worry about that. That's why this time, there are 3 elders. Sorry, it's nothing." Realizing his slip-up, he closed his mouth. Appearing to be curious, Hashimoto took a step closer and asked him, "It's a top secret, Don't ask. Can you just tell me at least? You know I'm good at keeping secrets. In response to her words, Kwok Pan Wei slowly turned his head. He was anxious and frightened. He needed somewhere to lean on, even if that happened to be a female demon 10 years younger than himself. There was the trust that was built after several years of eating off the same pot, as well as the sense of kinship as fellow demons. Plus, because the erosion of the demonic aura on him was shallow, there was still a human-like desire within him that wished to share and lower his mental burden. Such elements caused Kwok Pan Wei to open his mouth. 2 disaster-level demons. Ah! Hashimoto let out a gasp. There will be 2 disaster-level demons coming, in the entire world. There were only 12 disaster-level demons, and they were powerhouses that could contest against the top rankers of the world. But this was far from the end, and the following words caused Hashimoto's eyes to shoot open. And an esteemed catastrophe-level demon will be making his way to the militia masquerade this time. A catastrophe-level demon. Someone like that was coming as well? Ah, finally! That was when Kwok Pan Wei's watch rang, and he quickly walked away to answer the incoming call. Soon, after pausing the press conference for a break, Wei Yan walked up to him. From outside the room, their voices could be heard. When she was left alone, the look of surprise completely vanished from Hashimoto's expression. Slowly, she raised a hand and placed it next to her temple. Not too different from your predictions, my lord. Closing her eyes, she started sending memories to a distant place. As expected, the scale of the event has increased compared to the previous iterations. In order to minimize the variables, I will continue gathering more information. It was then. Along with the sound of a clap, Kwok Pan Wei's head was turned to a side. You only discovered this much with all the time I gave you? Please do a better job, Pan Wei, said Wei Yan with a voice filled with killing intent. After that, Wei Yan headed for the conference again, while Kwok Pan Wei returned to the waiting room with a hand on his reddened cheek. Sir? Hashimoto returned to her look of surprise and walked up to him. Jael had 2 choices, a calm and static fairy tale to Bamani, and an exciting, jumpy story to Kielani. That was why she handed over the book to Kiel today. Should I read you this today? Nod. Okay, let's see, my dad is a fairy. I read you this last time, didn't I? Do you want me to read it again? Nod. A very long time ago, Dalsun lived with her daddy. Her bright and clear tone of voice had the power to touch the hearts of the listeners. With that voice, which had been used to echo around the entire world in the previous rounds of regressions, Kiel started reading the fairy tale. Jael was slowly absorbed into the story. Meanwhile, Jitae was tying a tie over his long-sleeved shirt when he carelessly hung it on his neck. His skill inherent customization retied it. Finally, he covered his body with a long trench coat and finished readying himself. It was late and it was approaching nighttime, but he was earlier than normal. Even then, he had to leave right now. When he left the room, Kiel and Jael's gaze naturally gathered onto him. Kiel flickered her eyes. Yua, what is that? What is what? Your clothes, of course. That formal kind of clothing suits you a lot, Ajasi. Jael likewise appeared slightly surprised. Gaze, ooh, is that so? What's happening? What's the occasion? Why are you dressing up so nicely? Is it someone's wedding ceremony? After a slight hesitation, Jitae replied, a funeral. See you then. Yes, goodbye. Kiel waved her hand and Jael followed suit half a second after. He thought it was over. But there was an ambush. The moment he opened the door of the dormitory, he found Bomb staring at him. What are you doing there? It's cold. She had the indifferent yet pouty look as usual. Go in. Why? Was she infected by you, Jael? She was silent, perhaps thinking about something. Or looking into something, her gaze was looking at something distant but slowly regained its focus. I will follow Ajasi. What? If I say that, Ajasi would be like this. With a lower tone, Bomb imitated Jitae. Don't follow Mess? No, you will need me this time. Go back before I get angry. Bomb continued acting out the role of 2 people. I don't want to. And then it'd be like, you Bomb, with a serious look. She mimicked Jitae's expression. Her gaze looked like she could swallow someone alive, or at least that was what she tried to be like. But she wasn't very threatening. Then the coward Bomb will stay back alone, and will look back on it with regret. What are you doing? It's a simulation of the things that will happen from now. Bomb gave a calm smile. No, he replied instinctively. She was trying to follow him this time as well, just like how she tried to, when he followed Wei Yan during Kiel's audition, and when he was going after Prototype X, and that was the final borderline past which the Regressor was trying to hide from the dragons. But this time, she did not whinge. I want to ask. Ask what? The reason I'm not allowed to follow. Early in the night, where the darkness was about to settle completely, the pair of olive-colored eyes shone gently. Perhaps this wouldn't be the end, and she would continue being this cumbersome if he merely avoided her. Therefore, Jitae decided to be honest for a tiny bit. From now, someone will die in my hands. It was a fact, and not an assumption. Do you remember what I said? I'm not that good of a person. I tend to let them suffer when killing those that ought to be killed. The process will be violent, and the result will be disgusting. Because of that, I don't want you guys to see it. If he delved deeper in, it was more so for Jitae himself than the dragons. They needed to have happy memories only for the curse of regression binding him to be distanced. If you understand, go in now. His words were clear-cut, with not a single room for negotiation, but Bomb did not avoid him. Ajasi, after lowering her head, Bomb interlocked her fingers. Do you remember how I asked you if you know how it feels to live as a dragon of the green race? The night he set off to deal with Prototype X, he remembered the things that Bomb had asked along with a sigh. Does Ajasi know what it means to live as a dragon of the green race? Even now, he had no idea. We live while looking into Providence. We can see traces of the things that had happened and can also see fragments of the approaching future. If I see happy things ahead of time, I become happy myself, thinking that such things would be coming now. But you know, in the world, there are slightly more sad things than happy things. Every existence lives with faint misfortune, and that's why I see the deaths of many existences and live while seeing the end of many relationships. Yesterday, I saw a son with a disability, killing his mother who had cared for him for 20 years. It was really tragic, but that's the way of the world. That's why I was depressed all day. I never wanted to see it in the first place. You know, her soft whisper contained a certain resonating power and echoed in his ears for a long time. Bomb slowly raised her head. That's what it feels like to live as a green dragon, a tiring race. Right, so even the things that Ajasi doesn't want to show, I have already seen faint bits of it. Jitae closed his eyes and reflected on something. How many things do you know of? You will be going to a social meeting, and, with a fake identity, and, you'll be looking for a man, and, a very bad guy, and, after a slight hesitation, Bomb carefully opened her mouth. You will need me. He heaved out a sigh. Thinking back, she had said the same thing during the case of Prototype X as well. If he had taken Bomb along, would it have been possible for him to deal with it in a more convenient manner? Should I take her along? For the first time after starting this iteration, the Regressor found his own judgment to be unreliable. If you become a nuisance even slightly, I'll send you home straight away. Yes. It was a permission, and despite it not being a full permission, Bomb's expression brightened up by a bit. Let's go then. 1 second. Why? I need to match the dress code. Bomb turned her body. She walked into Laws of Nature S, the alternate dimension of dragons. After a few minutes, she poked only her head out from the dimension. Can I come out? What are you doing? A mental preparation. It's embarrassing. Why? If it doesn't suit me. Pretend like you didn't see it. He gave a nod. Soon, Bomb walked out from the alternate dimension while wearing a red off-the-shoulder evening dress. The moment she walked out, the corridor sensor sensed a person as the lamp lightened up the surroundings. Her white arms and white shoulders that had been covered by the veil of night were revealed in full. Perhaps Bomb had deliberately set that place for the illumination. She carefully asked him, "Does it suit me?" I actually wanted to receive some lights because I wasn't confident. In fact, the Regressor didn't know the standards for suiting. Wouldn't the green dragon suit any clothes she wore? However, there was one thing which he had learned while dealing with Kiel, and there was one magic word which the baby chicken had loved. Looks pretty. Bomb appeared slightly surprised, and soon, she covered her face with her 2 hands. Whatever. Chapter 60, A Melodious Night 2, are you ready? Yeah. I'll turn after counting down from 3, 2, 1. Bomb turned around. She then saw Jitae's face. Before bursting out in laughter, letting out a groan. Ooh, she blocked her mouth and twisted her body in an attempt to hold her laughter back. Jitae's face was slightly different due to the effect of temporary body modification, It was something which he habitually did before having his face be seen by someone else. It was a randomly oriented face. So what was with that intense reaction? Why? No, it's nothing. Then, how do I look? After barely escaping from the loop of laughter, Bomb supported her own face with her 2 hands. The regressor gazed deeply at the green dragon's face. She too had changed her appearance with polymorph S. She had black hair and black iris, even changing her facial characteristics, which had shifted slightly. Her blank gaze was still the same, but she appeared more strong-willed, perhaps due to the hair color. Not that good. Green hair was better. More importantly, he had a doubt in mind. I thought changing the appearance with polymorph didn't feel nice. How do you know that? Is it true? Yes, it's not familiar. And it's mentally uncomfortable. It's like wearing high heels that are a size bigger than your feet while climbing up a mountain. I see. After casually returning a nod, Jitae passed his coat over to her. Put this on. Her clothes were too eye-catching. 8:20 p.m., Kyoto, Japan. Following the Kamigawa River, which divided the town in two, there were tall skyscrapers reaching the sky. Is it there? Laws of nature S, from within the alternate dimension of dragons that was formed in midair. Bomb gazed off into a distance. The two of them were staring at the top level of a large hotel that was roughly 2 kilometers away. Hario Carlton Kyoto. It was the first 5-star hotel that had been built in Kyoto, ever since its partial destruction during the Great War. It would be difficult to enter without proving our identity. Their security system looks rather strict. She, who had been excited before, became serious the moment they arrived, and not a sliver of her playfulness remained. Quite normal. Who's the person we're going to be seeing? There were 3 demons that had been selected to fight against X, 2 disaster-level demons, and 1 catastrophe. If there was one that had to be gotten rid of before others, it was the one that was staying inside that hotel. He was a disaster-level demon, and at the same time, there's one that plays a piano. It was an elegantly crazy bastard, which was quite rare for a high-ranked demon. A piano? That's weird. He wouldn't be a hireable performer or something. He isn't. A person playing the piano at a social meeting is the demon. Ah, what about our identities? We won't be allowed in without, right? She was right. After the new era, they reached a time period where monsters appeared from time to time, and 5-star hotels had surprisingly advanced facilities for protection. It was a system that allowed its customers to warp for a temporary refuge if the hotel was targeted by a considerable impact. Of course, he could delete Kyoto from the map if he desired, but the world's flow of events would go out of hand if he did that. Therefore, he had to go in stealthily and deal with him quietly. No problems there. Have you prepared for something already? There is, although it wasn't me that prepared them. A certain veteran police officer of Kyoto's superhuman local bureau had decent abilities, but he wasn't that good at reading the situation. He had been gathering information about one demon for the past 2 years and had even succeeded in creating an identity that could allow him to enter the social meeting. All that was done, without even really knowing the kind of monster he was trying to catch. There he is! Bomb followed Jitae's gaze and turned her head. In a back alleyway, there was a small, white car with its internal lights on. Inside, there was a Japanese man staring at the hotel with nervousness, but he appeared resolved, as if he had made a resolution. If we leave him alone, he would enter the hotel and would probably die. Probably yes, it's too dangerous, but how do we borrow the identity from him? Like this. Knife hand strike D. Uck. The moment the man was about to leave the car, Jitae walked up and struck him on the back of his neck before pushing him back into the car. Then, he went through the man's pockets and took out an invitation card. Wearing a look of surprise and interest, Bomb looked back and forth between the fainted man and Jitae. After that, the two of them went into the 5-star hotel. The reception area was extremely wide and tall, with lots of people here and there. Despite it costing 100,000 yen a night, there were still a considerable number of people. He revealed his purpose at the reception desk and took out the invitation card. May I ask who the one behind you is? She's my secretary. The staff member made a call with someone, before soon giving the OK sign. That was when a young Japanese woman approached the two. "Hello," she was the atelier. After giving a bow to Jitae, she turned to Bomb and widened her eyes in shock. The atelier assisted and talked to countless customers a day, and several of them had outstanding identities, but none of them had given her the noble feeling this lady was emanating. Whoa! However, she was still a professional. She bit on her tongue and came to herself. Before leading the two of them to the top floor of the hotel, there was a social meeting of a VVIP customer, and naturally, the atelier assumed that the pair of male and female following from behind were top-class nobles. The male was most definitely a soldier. Maybe love and affection bloomed between a royal lady and a hunting dog? How romantic! While having such thoughts at the back of her head, she opened the door of the auditorium. In contrast with the dark corridor, the room was exceptionally bright and ornamented. There were sculptures and famous paintings being presented all around, as the light traveled down the chandelier and brightened up the room. A smell of an unknown flower gently touched their noses. Tables were lined up in rows, with dozens of VIPs worldwide sharing a meal or a conversation, or dancing in line with the music. This was the social meeting, hosted by the disaster-level demon, Heisugawa. Please enjoy your time. The door closed behind them. Seemingly overwhelmed by the foreign scenery, Bomb hesitated her steps for a second, while he naturally walked up and sat down on an empty table. The people turned their gazes at him, probably because it was their first time seeing him. Their gazes spread to every corner like an infection, and before long, the middle-aged man sitting on the seat of the host also turned towards them. The middle-aged man, who was also the host of the meeting, came up and greeted them. "Thank you for coming here." Wearing a clean costume and a gentle expression, he gave off a sweet scent with his entire body. He resembled a gentle old man living in the neighborhood that tried his hardest to look good for once. Anyone seeing him for the first time would feel at ease. But this guy was the disaster-level demon himself. "My name is Heisugawa," and was the Regressor's target. The middle-aged man extended his hand. Jitae grabbed it in response, and felt the stiff and rigid hand. "You're the second son of the Konosuke household, right?" It was the fake identity that had been earned by the police officer. The Konosuke household was a modern-day ninja household, and their faces weren't known to others externally. "Nice to meet you," said Jitae as he gave a slight bow. "And the beautiful lady next to you is." "I apologize for the late greeting," Bomb replied instead. "I am the secretary, Haru." While placing a hand on her chest, she gave a bow. She appeared extremely natural and elegant. Haru, Chinese letter, was the Japanese word for bomb, which she had discovered with the help of a translating application before they entered. "I have heard many good things about you. Sir, I heard that you stole the hearts of everyone listening with your beautiful performances." Despite being clueless about the situation, Bomb smoothly opened her mouth. "I am grateful that there are people listening to this humble one's music. Wouldn't the scent be the initial catalyst of an attraction? We also wish to become a pair of butterflies following the scent tonight." Heisugawa's eyes became thinner. He appeared greatly satisfied by Bomb's natural compliments, but simultaneously, his deep gaze infiltrated through Jitae and Bomb's eyes, at a vigor which would startle normal people. However, the auras which had been carefully hidden by a regressor and a dragon weren't things that could be easily seen through, even by a disaster-level demon. May the lacking melody leave a mark on your esteemed souls. Like a pianist that wrote the most renowned song of the century, Heisugawa flashed a noble smile while laying a hand on his chest. After Heisugawa walked away, "What will you do now?" Bomb whispered with her usual voice. "What do you mean?" "What, you'll be killing him, right?" "I wish I could. Aren't you?" "That guy doesn't die easily." Heisugawa was an immortal. There actually were a decent number of them among high-ranked demons. In 3 previous iterations, the Regressor had killed Heisugawa by pure strength. He had decapitated him twice and had made him explode once. When he died by explosion, Heisugawa did not leave a single trace of his body behind. Despite that, he showed himself at a different place in a normal form that happened in all 3 iterations. There definitely was a defense mechanism that stopped him from death, but he takes some time before he can come back to life. How long? 10 years. In fact, being an immortal was just an expression, and there was no way that he was truly an immortal. There were no true immortals in this world, and there would definitely be a way to kill him if he looked into it in detail. However, he did not allocate much time to dealing with small fries in the previous iterations, and even today, if Bomb hadn't come with him, he would have blown the entire hotel floor away while blowing Heisugawa's head in the process. Bomb, yes, you said I would need you. Right, I did. How is it? Do you think there will be a method? Bomb glanced around the surroundings, letting out a mutter. She whispered to herself, I think I might understand, but... She then asked a question. How long is the social meeting for? Tomorrow. Is it for 2 full days? No, only the nights. 2 days, that was the time given to Bomb. If she couldn't come up with a different method within that time period, Jitae would use the same method he had used in the previous rounds to kill Heisugawa. In that case, can I roam around a bit? If you want to. Bomb chimed into unfamiliar groups of people and naturally shared conversations. He perked up his ears and realized that they were all meaningless conversations. She talked about things like weather and how pretty their clothes were. However, the people started speaking back to her as if they had been possessed. Should I show you a magic trick? Ooh, you can do magic. Lady, ho ho ho, that would be interesting. You're wearing a dress so there won't be any pockets, right? She opened her hands up and showed them the palms before showing them the back of her hands. Then, she slowly turned her wrist. With her left hand, she clicked with her fingers while the right hand formed a fist. It appeared as if there was something hiding in her right hand, and the people stared at it in curiosity. Her hand was slowly opened up. Revealed inside was a speck of dirt, on which there was a small yet beautiful flower in full bloom. Ooh, a flower? Yeah, that got me. Is it a real flower? It's so pretty. It wasn't much, but the people enjoyed it. Haru, that was really beautiful. It was like magic. Really? After dusting off the dirt, Bomb plucked the flower off and brought it to the lady's ear. She then placed the beautiful flower behind her ear. What should I do? You are more beautiful than the flower now. Ani, ara. Really? The lady gave a wide smile as she looked back at her partner. Then, she took Bomb over to a different table with a smile, as Bomb instantly caught the attention of the people and led the conversation forward. She was quiet all the time, so he didn't think she was this good at socializing. There were some people who had chatted with Bomb, who then approached Jitae with curiosity. Nice to meet you, Konosuke-san. If it pleases you, would you like a dance with me tonight? A lady with an ornamented dress reached forth with her hands. However, Jitae remained still with his hands in his pockets and did not respond. Ah, it seems that you're not in a good mood. I apologize for my intrusion. There were some who were displeased due to him being silent, but Jitae continued ignoring them. How could there possibly be such a rude person? Let's just ignore him ourselves. Left alone, the regressor leaned on the back of the chair. He slowly raised the wine glass up. The performance of the musicians was unpleasant to his ears, so he closed them, and the bright light was annoying, so he shut his eyes. But after all that, the scent of the magnolia reached his nose. There were countless things affecting his mood, as he did not know how to enjoy romanticism like this. The room wasn't really to his liking. Why is that guy carrying out this kind of joke in the first place? For the first time, the regressor had such a doubt. He thought back on the final moments of his first iteration. While the gold dragon was dying in loneliness, Jitae was missing an ear. Back then, the Second Great War was wreaking havoc, and his ear had been cut off by a certain disaster-level demon. The fact that he made it out alive was purely based on luck. The demon that had cut his ear back then was none other than that old bastard Heisugawa. Thinking back, it was laughable. Even during the First Great War, Heisugawa had killed thousands of humans and had displayed their ears in his own house. He was the devil amongst demons. A bastard like that was imitating a normal lifestyle and was gathering and making people listen to his piano performance. May the lacking melody leave a mark on your esteemed souls. It was truly a demotivating comment. He was definitely misunderstanding something. He was thinking of himself as an artist. While the regressor was in the middle of his own thoughts, the musicians stopped their performance. At the same time, the MC of the event opened his mouth at the podium. Now will be the start of Mr. Heisugawa's performance. Meanwhile, Bomb came back to Jitae after sensing the change in the atmosphere. She was quiet, and the joy she showed while being in the center of attention was long gone. As if she was pondering on something, her white teeth were clenching on her red lips. The first song will be Liszt's La Campanella. After a deep bow, the clean middle-aged man placed his hands on top of the piano. Following the quiet, yet rushed fingers, a melody started painting the night. Chapter 61, a melodious night. 3. Jitae wasn't in a particularly good mood. The light flashing in front of his eyes, the piano's melody striking his ears, the smell of a flower touching his nose, the stupid sculpture, the paintings that ought to be burned, the floor, the ceiling, everything in this place was touching his nerves. In contrast to his feelings, Hasegawa's piano skills weren't bad. Even from Jitae's perspective, as someone unknowledgeable in performing arts, the song was a difficult song, and Hasegawa was accurately sounding out the notes. It was a marvelous skill in terms of humans, and his skills weren't bad for a superhuman either. But even then, the performance was the worst. As someone without much knowledge in music, Jitae couldn't describe what he was feeling in words. It just felt shit. However, unlike his own perception of the performance, the members of the social meeting were absorbed into the performance while staring at Hasegawa. Jitae glanced past them and thought to himself that it was understandable for them to be like that. When the first song, La Campanella, came to an end, a roaring thunder of applause erupted out. The people stood up from their seats and clapped as if they were wholeheartedly touched by the song. It was followed by several other songs. Those were all personal compositions of Hasegawa. The music contained his disgusting desire and greed beneath. That couldn't be portrayed by existing compositions. Hidden under the shell were dirty emotions that were vividly conveyed by the song. After every song came to an end, the claps came erupting forth yet again. Until then, Jitae remained quiet. It was a horrendous melody, a disgusting music. The performance made even the regressor feel an unpleasant degree of dirty emotions. However, Bomb appeared to be in an even worse state. Her eyes had lost focus, and her arms could be seen quivering faintly. "Oi, it's finished." "Ah, yes." Bomb held onto Jitae's sleeves and heaved out a deep sigh. When the performance as well as the social meeting came to an end, Bomb was muddled deeply in her thoughts. "It truly felt like my heart was going to melt down. That was so moving, as expected of sir." The people surrounded Hasegawa and were complimenting him for his performance. Hasegawa gave them words of gratitude and returned a small bow towards them. However, unlike when Bomb complimented him, he appeared calm and did not show a single sign of happiness. "So, was my lacking performance to your liking?" After approaching them, Hasegawa asked. Because Bomb was still in her own world, Jitae heaved out a sigh inwardly before giving a nod. "Thank you for the performance." Only then did Hasegawa give a wide smile. "That's good. Will you come and listen tomorrow as well? Of course, because that would be your final performance." Jitae nodded. Inside a hotel room prepared for VIP customers, there were elegant blankets placed above the 2 king-size beds. Ajasi, there are several strange points. Late at night, at a room that allowed a full view of the river and a night view of the city, Bomb started her sentence with an uncomfortable voice under the ambient light. The performance was bad, and it seemed like Hasegawa himself was aware of how his performance sounded to others' ears. He didn't seem happy even when others congratulated him. And it was completely different from when I cheered him up. That wasn't modesty, and his attitude was as if the compliments coming from them were obviously natural. "But the people here come and listen to Hasegawa's performance, right?" I asked several people, and there were those that had been coming here for a few years. If they listened to it once, apparently they are so touched that they always come the following times as well. It was then that Jitae stopped her words. "Bomb, yes." His voice was quiet as always, but his gaze wasn't hazy like before. "Go back. Sorry, I thought about it again, but I don't think this is the place for you." Bomb met his eyes with a calm gaze. "I'm fine though. Stop talking nonsense." "I'm serious, it's just that I was slightly surprised because it was my first time listening to a strange piece of music like that." She had asked before, "Why can't I follow Ajasi?" It was now time for Jitae to ask her, "Why do you try to follow me?" You should know if you've read Providence." He stopped Bomb from continuing. "Now that you've faced it, you would know even better. Here, it's dirty and evil and it doesn't suit young people like you. Why are you bothering to come to a disgusting place like this and trying to face these dirty things, when you tremble from fear?" If she was scared and was frightened, that could become an element that hastened the approach of the apocalypse. That wasn't very welcomed. With a gaze like always, that didn't reveal her inner thoughts. Bomb stared deeply at him. Her 2 feet that were under the bed wriggled as she bit on her red lips. If I didn't come, ending her hesitation. She opened her mouth. Ajasi would be alone forever. The regressor couldn't understand Bomb's words. What about being alone? The rest will be for later. Oi, you can scold me later. As always. She was stubborn. Jitae contemplated around twice on whether he should bind this young dragon and throw her into the abyss. However, he decided to play along for the last time. For now. Okay, can I continue what I was saying then? Yeah, continuing from where I stopped. This is the part which I found weird. Everyone apart from us were all relaxed when they listened to Hasegawa's performance. They were wholeheartedly moved, while we weren't able to. Maybe there was something there that didn't work on us, because Ajasi is Ajasi and I'm a dragon? After a few seconds of silence, Jitae asked back, what if you know what that is? Yes, what would change then? Hasegawa is a demon, right? Yeah, based on what I learned at Lair. I heard that demons had a catalyst for the contract, unlike superhumans. For example, if I sold my soul to a devil, there would be a cause that led to it as well as a result. You're right. And if that objective can't be fulfilled even after becoming a demon, they extricate, right? So you mean the hidden things will be revealed? Yes. And that is the element linked to Hasegawa's immortality? Almost certainly. Bomb nodded with an expression filled with assuredness. In other words, 1, there was something Hasegawa was hiding. 2, it was related to his immortality. 3, so make him angry. 4, and have him reveal what's been hidden beneath. What made you think that way? As always, it was the reason that was the most important. That's because. And the following claim from Bomb succeeded in persuading Jitae. But the biggest problem, obviously, is that we don't know what the thing hidden by Hasegawa is. This can't be seen through providence either. The biggest question was this: what in the world was different between the ones that were moved by Hasegawa's performance and they who weren't? I know why. Jitae's words caused Bomb's eyes to shoot open. The day after. On the last night of the social meeting, Jitae took Bomb to the venue. Same as the day before, the ambient light, the warm atmosphere, and the faint scent tickled his nose. As Bomb walked in, the people welcomed her with a smile, and although reluctant, there were also some who gave little bows to Jitae. He replied back with a short glance. It was but an insubstantial gesture. Time flew by. As it reached the time for Hasegawa's performance. With the same posture as yesterday, the middle-aged demon gave a bow towards everyone, before sitting on the piano seat with a serious atmosphere. The first song will be Mr. Hasegawa's composition, Before the Night, 3rd movement. Please welcome him. He started playing the piano. A heavy melody brought with it an unidentifiable tension, which at the same time was followed by an unpleasantness unrelated to the music itself. The regressor thought of his performance to be dirty. His heart urged him to run up and pull on the performer's hair while smacking his head down on the keyboard and breaking it in half. But it was merely an impulse. As his thoughts continued onward, a memory from a certain iteration in the past flashed in his head. How is my performance? They were at a large cathedral which had been half ruined, while someone was suffering from the pain of that horrendous performance which threatened to tear the eardrums. Hasegawa opened his mouth with his hands on the piano. Your ears have no sense for music. With that sentence as the sign, he stabbed the audience's ear with his dagger. Truly, it was laughable, and the regressor gave a faint smile. It was then. Bomb, who had been feeling repulsive feelings from the detestable performance, held onto the sleeves of his shirt. Right, there was no reason for them to listen any longer. To this garbage of a music piece. Bomb, we are going to start now. Yes. Let me ask you one last time, will you be okay? She gave a nod with a rigid expression. Then, Jitae raised his body straight from the chair he had been leaning on. Bomb prepared her heart. While everyone was absorbed into the melody of the piano, Jitae lifted up a wine glass and threw it on the floor. Clank! As the glass shattered into pieces, the glass fragments splattered across. It bypassed the noisy 3rd movement of Before the Night, and the shattering sound of the wine glass struck the ears of everyone present. The performer's hands came to a stop. As the place had solely been for his own melody and his melody alone, when the music filling the area disappeared, the room became frighteningly quiet. At the same time, the atmosphere changed. An unimaginable change occurred. The heads of the audience all turned at the same time, with not a single misalignment, and faced Jitae. Bomb formed tight fists with her hands. Last night, the two of them had gone through a strategy meeting. The biggest problem which Bomb had thought of was about why there were people that could be moved by Hasegawa's performance. In response, Jitae gave a reply. There were no humans there. It was unbelievable and was hard to believe, but that was what he had said. And now, his words were being proven. The faces of the ones looking back were strange. Some of them had ignored the restraints of a human body, with their heads turned behind their backs. There were even those whose skin had been ripped. Their widened eyes had the white areas of the eye fully surrounding their pupils. Regardless of gender and age, they all wore the same expression, and their strange gazes were slightly off-centered from Bomb. She soon realized that they were glaring only at Jitae. It was a tremendously detestable sight, and her hand clenching on Jitae's sleeves exerted more force. Lastly, Hasegawa turned his head while wearing the same expression as the members of the social meeting and stared at Jitae. The force behind his gaze was immense, and the baby dragon that jumped out of her seat in surprise had to feel her two legs trembling. However, while being in the center of that scenery which stimulated the very fear of any living being, the regressor was giving a hazy smile. As if he was used to it, it appeared as if that situation itself was completely normal for him. You Bomb, if you can't handle it, step outside. You're a coward, right? He shared a joke, but Bomb did not loosen her expression. While staring at the people standing still with strange expressions, and while feeling the atmosphere which was a level weirder than that, Bomb reflected on the past. You Bomb, go back, his straight face and low voice during Keel's audition. There is no need for you to know of these things, and nothing good comes from knowing them either, so move aside. If you don't, I'll tie you onto a chair. Those gestures that had pushed away her pleading self during a freezing dawnbreak. Back then, she had no idea. Or rather, she thought she had understood. He was the guardian of the dragons, and was the breadwinner of the family, but kept his distance and seemed out of place. Because she had seen several clues via Providence, Bomb knew of the things he had been doing behind their backs. However, she had not a single idea that it could have been a horrendous place like this. Is this the world that Ajase is living in? The regressor slowly gave a reply. Yeah, Ajase. Do you now understand that you were being a bit childish? Meanwhile, Hasegawa slowly stood up from his seat. At the same time, everyone within the venue stood up in conjunction. If so, then go out. As long as she used teleportation once, Bomb would be able to go to a place located miles away from here. It was as simple as pressing a button. Yet Bomb did not leave. She had gone against Jitae's words that told her to stay, and pestered him to take her along. I want to know more about Ajase. Bomb wanted to know him better. She wanted to understand the world he was living in, even by a little. Even now, her thoughts hadn't changed. She wanted to dash off immediately. She was now aware that the people that had turned strange were mere shells, as well as the fact that there were more dirty things inside them. Bomb was not able to find enough courage to face that truth head-on with ease. However, Bomb did not want to turn away from the real world on the other side of things, which Jitae was living in. With a trembling hand, she held onto Jitae's hand. Dragons received the emotions and memories of living beings close to them. Following their physical contact, Jitae's memories and feelings started flowing into Bomb's head. The scenery of the room started changing like water that had a drop of murky paint mixed within. Getting rid of her hesitation, Bomb once again opened her eyes. Eyes of equilibrium, SS. Meanwhile, Jitae identified the authenticity of the place, disgusting outer shells and rotting clothes. Their desiccated heads contained not a single fat or muscle, with only unknown leather covering them according to their skeletal structure. The only human-like feature they contained were the ears, which were pitifully hanging on the leather. This was the scenery which the demon Hasegawa was desperately trying to hide, and at the same time was the image which the regressor had been seeing from the very beginning. From the start, there was not a single human that listened to Hasegawa's horrendous melody. There were nothing but puppets under his control. Bomb bit on her crimson lips. This was a world which had been made by Hasegawa, but was nevertheless the world which Jitae was living in. In order to give happiness to the dragons, while attempting to create a normal daily life, The regressor had to walk down a particularly darker night all alone. That world of his was currently laid out in front of Bomb. Chapter 62. A Melodious Night. 4. I thought I was lucky enough to find someone with opened ears. But that must have been a mistake. This is a place where people with their hearts aligned gather and listen to music. I don't know who you are, but it's hard to welcome uninvited guests. Heisugawa's aura changed. The middle-aged man's eyes became tainted in red. Here to kill me? Yeah, I see. Then you should have said that from the get-go. A crack appeared in his indifferent expression. Why meaninglessly interfere in someone else's performance? Jitae frowned. As Heisugawa raised his voice, seemingly frustrated from the bottom of his heart. A performance is sacred. If you had a business with me, it could have been any other time. I had time in the morning as well. And yet, out of all the times it could have been, in the middle of a time that I value more than anything, in this place where I'm sharing music with my precious ones, you dare interfere with my performance? That is an insult against me. The regressor did not respond, but Heisugawa bellowed by himself. In ancient Egypt, they cut off a noble's ears for interfering with the palace musician's performance, because ears that can't hear are worthless. Must have been inspired by that. What? You wandered around and cut lots of ears, didn't you, saying that them having ears were pointless? His voice came to a stop. Heisugawa's gaze looking down at Jitae was that of a cat gazing down at a mouse. However, with that one sentence from Jitae, Heisugawa realized that there was a tall wall standing before him. His enemy was aware of his actions, despite him having the least number of actions as a disaster-level demon. This is going to be rough. As soon as his words came to a stop, the demonic aura of the abyss came soaring up from the surroundings. Ha ha, Limcello. Wei Yan were creating so much fuss about the whole thing. Suddenly, the puppets started running into Jitae. In an instant, one of the puppets lost a head. Heisugawa realized that the man's arm had moved, a second after it happened. Killing intent gathered and formed a shape. With his hand holding onto an invisible handle, the killing intent extending from it lengthened itself like a stick, while sharpening itself into a blade. Shapeless sword SS? Bastard, so you were the enemy of the undetectables, huh? There was no need for a long conversation. Immediately after, his body disappeared. The sword slashed sideways as he closed the distance and passed by Heisugawa's neck. Drop! The head rolled on the ground, and his body fell behind after a split second onto the carpet. Silence befell the room in an instant, but this was still the beginning. Jitae opened his mouth. You Bomb? Yes. In response to his words, Bomb closed her eyes. Then, she interlocked her fingers and focused. The heart of a green dragon containing the power of Mother Nature started fluttering. Although a dragon, she was still a hatchling, and it thus took some time until she successfully pulled up all the necessary mana. Her body was embraced by nature's mana and floated in midair. Meanwhile, tentacles emerged out from Heisugawa's decapitated neck and carried the head back to its place. How dare you? Heisugawa stood up with a struggle and scattered the demonic aura with his two hands. From his hands, it traveled thinly like a cloud before reaching the puppets. Move! They then started moving as if in a seizure. After noticing the difference in power level, Heisugawa would be acting in order to prioritize his own survival. Some of the puppets would halt Jitae, while some would escape. Like cockroaches, Jitae thought back on the strategy meeting last night. If the humans there really weren't humans, Bomb had spoken while biting on her lips. Heisugawa might have been extricated already. She had clearly seen through the situation. A few weeks ago, Ha Sitbiel had gone through extrication and had entered a monster form. It had happened because she had seeked for a strong physical prowess after becoming a demon. But extrication wasn't only limited to physical changes to the body. Although rare, there were occasions where they would be separated into different individuals. Heisugawa had already been revealing his true body as a demon, in the form of a performer, and the audience, they used to have their own providence and fate. Originally, they must have been different people. Most likely, they were made to listen to Heisugawa's performance and had suffered from it. Even during several regressions, he hadn't checked up to that point. That's why Heisugawa made those people, who couldn't understand the value of his music, into puppets. Now was the time to confirm Bomb's deduction. Pat, like an exquisitely formed flash mob, The audience scattered to all directions in an instant. They were trying to break the walls, windows, and ceiling for their escape. In that instant, Bomb, who was halfway up in the air, opened her eyes. Her heart, with an accumulation of mana, started resonating itself with the surrounding area and thumped. That was an authority which could only be used by a dragon. As the ruler, it was their right to force all creations with words alone. Dragon's voice, everything halted in an instant, including the puppets. Within that world of stillness, Bomb opened her mouth. Rotten existences with destined dooms. Remain here and obey your providence. The words of a green dragon contained a mighty power. Those living had no choice but to obey, and the dead could not dare disobey its words. All the puppets in the area, that had been encroached by the dirty mana of the abyss, stopped their feet. Them, including Heisugawa, had been dropped to the providence as immortal. They could no longer regenerate, nor live forever. Even the disaster-level demon was unfamiliar with something like this. Heisugawa's eyes shot wide open, and meanwhile, Jitae moved his body. There was a puppet that had raised its arm up in order to break the ceiling. Its arm was slashed along with its head and dropped on the floor. Swoosh! Near the window, there was one that had thrown its body to break through the glass. Soon, its body was divided into two from the head down, and dropped on both sides. There was one that was about to raise its weapon from the waist in order to buy time for other puppets to escape. But its upper body soon dropped on the floor. The dragon's voice had gone through, but Bomb's mana wasn't infinite. When the power suppressing their movement disappeared, the puppets slowly started to move again. However, they still were not allowed to run away. Changing their objective, they crouched down and stood with their 4 legs on either the floor or on the tabletop. From their bodies, tentacles covered in blades reached Froth. Those weren't normal blades, they were compressed forms of demonic auras, and could destroy the skins of world rankers with a scratch. The puppets simultaneously dashed in towards Jitae. It all happened in an instant, as if they had planned it from the start. Their attacks were sharp and on point, with not a single gap between their movements. They attacked while surrounding Jitae, and their pinpoint movements were the best form of a joint attack. He could dodge it if he wanted to, but didn't bother. Instead, he twisted his waist to the side. Soon, he twisted his upper body with his waist resembling a wringing towel. The power gathered at his feet traveled up the upper body and the spine before being conveyed to his shoulders. The resulting circular slash contained a clear path. It was so fast and fierce that the dozens of incoming attacks from the puppets were all ignored. The puppets were immediately crushed from the strike and bounced off to the sides. He had required that much killing intent in order to kill these monsters. The killing intent that slashed past a few of its targets continued on through the outer walls and the windows of the building. Cacking, quagwang, along with a thud, everything that supported the building flew off. The walls, windows, the pillars of the hotel that were protected by all sorts of devices, as well as the ceiling were all broken. They could hear the crumbling sound coming from a different side of the hotel floor. A portion of the top floor had started crumbling down. The puppets that were still alive threw their bodies in at Jitae. His body became hazy as the running puppets had their heads explode. When he finally revealed himself again, he was right in front of Heisugawa. Shapeless sword, SS, was slashed at his body. A bluish-black light of demonic aura seeped out from Heisugawa's body in an attempt to block it, but it was futile. Kaang, in front of a killing intent that was at a different level, his dense demonic aura was crushed, and Heisugawa flew to the side after being slashed until he crashed into the wall. Only then did a stream of black blood leave the middle-aged man's mouth. Kugagagung, though the crumbling started from the other side of the hotel floor, distant from the room they were in. It slowly started to reach them. He could sense the ceiling collapsing right outside the room. An immense flow of mana started approaching them from underneath. It was the emergency warp A, trying to evacuate the customers to a safer location. Thus, Jitae walked up again and stood in front of Heisugawa. He then watched and waited for his decision. "What are you waiting for? Are you going to follow if I leave?" "I'm not going." Heisugawa let out a hollow laughter. Normally, those puppets weren't easily broken or killed. To be exact, it was close to saying that those could not be killed. They were individually as strong as a local ranker of a country, and they used the mana of the abyss to regenerate even if they were broken. But due to the magic of that green-haired bitch, the regeneration had been blocked, and the monster in front of him was crushing them like they were sugar canes. You would need to stab quite deep if you want to destroy this body of mine, Hasegawa shouted after realizing his doom. You want to die. It seems. Die, kyuha mi, kyuhuhu. He, who had been quietly laughing, soon crazily bursted out into a loud laughter. Me dying? Why? I sold my soul to a devil and wrote songs, and performed with my life as mortgage. As long as my song remains in someone's heart, I will not die even if I die. I will not disappear. The regressor's lips formed a wide crescent. Right, that was the answer. In the previous iterations, Jitae had tried something in order to kill Hasegawa. If there was no audience, wouldn't there be no meaning to the performer? Thus, he had cut off all the ears of the puppets. However, that had been in vain. Hasegawa did not die, and although his head had been cut off, he came back to life again. But last night, Bomb had said something during the strategy meeting. In order to kill Hasegawa, we can't kill him. What? Bomb had not sensed through the puppets before he told them. How was Hasegawa able to deceive a dragon, the owner of mana, and create a falsified world? Hasegawa's power does not come from mana, a strength that had been received from the Lord of the Abyss. Quite strangely, it had a deep connection with music. So, if we really want to kill Hasegawa, his flashback came to an end as Hasegawa lifted his head up. The demon who had fainted after getting smacked on his head by Jitae glanced around the surroundings before turning to him with a crimson pair of eyes. He then smiled with a precarious look. Not a bad atmosphere. They were now at a certain cathedral of Mongolia, which had been partially destroyed, and therefore abandoned due to the horde of monsters that attacked straight after the Great War. Underneath the half-crumbled ceiling of the building, there was a grand piano covered in dust. Around 15 years from now, Hasegawa would be killing lots of humans at this place. Since it was a fitting end for him, Jitae had brought Hasegawa to this place. You're not going to kill me? Who knows? While carrying the killing intent in one hand, the regressor slashed at Hasegawa's left wrist. Due to the aftermath of Dragon's voice, his physical body would not regenerate. It's because he was made to forcibly belong to Providence. As if to prove that, a crack appeared on Hasegawa's face, which had been full of leisure till now. He predicted the future that would approach him. You, ignoring his words, the regressor cut off Hasegawa's right hand as well. Kuaak, it wasn't a scream rising from pain, or a sense of loss. He would not die, Jitae would not allow it. He would not regenerate, it's because his current physical body was in the jurisdiction of Providence. Therefore, Hasegawa right now was not able to play the piano ever again as a musician. This can't be. Wearing a clear smile, the regressor opened his mouth. Play it. With a body that could no longer play the piano, the condition of his contract as a demon lost its light. The first one to react in this situation wasn't Jitae, and nor was it Hasegawa. Wait. The red aura slowly dispersed from Hasegawa's eyes. Wah. Wait, I can still play. Looking into nothingness, he screamed as if there was someone in the air above him. So what if I have no arms? I can still play the piano? Hasegawa was abandoned by the Lord of the Abyss he had followed. He was no longer able to regenerate, nor play the piano, and now that he was unable to die as well, Hasegawa could not follow his contract. But even then, Hasegawa did not give up. Crazily, he screamed and blabbered on about how he could still perform music. Now Amarbarka, listen, this was the first song I gave you while offering you my soul. And then, he started bashing on the keyboard with his arms that had no fingers and smacked his head down on the keyboard. A lump of random notes in an uneven rhythm continued. Blood oozed out from his body, that had lost support from the demonic aura of the abyss, and painted the piano in red. Jitae did not find Hasegawa to be pitiful. Emotionlessly, he watched the final end of the half-assed devil. A stage which no one would ever listen to, and a melody running astray flowed through the night. But it did not continue for long. Leaving behind the cathedral burning in black flames, the regressor turned his body. Chapter 63, Ajasi is a little kid, one on the way back to the dormitory. Jitae decided to walk back to the residential area. It was because he deemed it necessary to have a conversation with her. The green dragon was a lot stabler and calmer compared to other races, but nonetheless, It was her first time facing a demon's aura head-on. He thought she might be depressed, or perhaps surprised, but despite his worries, Bomb was wearing the same expression as usual and was silent. Tap, 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 all she did was type something on the watch's hologram keyboard. Was she sending someone a message or something? What are you writing? He had somewhat felt it from a long time ago, but Bomb was very efficient with conversations. No, she was therefore efficient with ending conversations as well. Why, is it something I shouldn't know of? Maybe yes. Jitae closed his mouth. Thus, the regressor wasn't able to talk much with the green-haired baby dragon on the way to the residential area. Bomb decided to write a diary starting from today. Its title was Ajasi Observation Diary. She didn't really like the name. Maybe it was because it sounded like an observation record of an animal or a bug. Ajasi Observation Diary, after adding a star to it, it appeared a little bit better. Bomb started writing down the things that she had seen, felt, and heard today with Jitae. First and foremost, 1. Ajasi is strong. It was a very obvious point. Sometimes, he even made her think that he was stronger than dragons. 2. He was probably alone for a long time. Due to that, he doesn't talk much. Thinking back, it was rare to see Jitae talking in long sentences. He seemed to lack interest in the act of talking itself. 3. Usually, he is mild. The usual Jitae was like a lazy beast with a full stomach. It was kind of like a lion lying down, resting in the savannah. 4. He sometimes becomes serious, especially in problems related to demons. Her fingers typing on the keyboard came to a stop. Bomb took some time to ponder. Was it really only limited to problems related to demons? It was a bit difficult to say that with certainty. Even when he was seeing her for the first time, Jitae was very serious despite that having nothing to do with demons. Therefore, she edited her sentence. 4. He sometimes becomes serious. On the outside, they appear like aspects related to demons, but there seems to be a cause originating from a bigger framework. Additional observation is required. After that, she just jotted down anything that came to mind. 5. Formal clothes suit him well. 6. He seems to find daring clothes pretty. 7. Just like the first time we met, he seems to have no interest in anything happening around him. What is it? It was then. Suddenly, she felt Jitae's gaze turning towards her. Bomb scrolled the screen up to the first page and nonchalantly covered the display with her fingers. However, the display screen was too big to be fully covered with merely 2 fingers. Ajasi, due to that, the middle words had been covered, with only the word Ajasi and the star being shown. Ajasi and a star? Yes. What is it? With a face that suggested that it wasn't anything important, Bomb replied, It's just what? I was thinking of adding a few more stars as we become closer. Jitae seemed to be thinking, is that so? The moment his head was turned back to the front, Bomb inwardly heaved out a sigh. She was extremely startled, and it was a close call, too close for comfort. In any case, it was decent for an excuse that came out on the spot. Today was a day where she was able to understand him a bit more, so Bomb filled the star in. Ajasi Observation Diary, suddenly. Her eyes widened. Didn't Jitae show interest in her diary just then? With circular eyes, she stared at Jitae's face. Since when was Ajasi interested in such things? But now that she thought back on it, it felt like he was having a little bit more leisure these days. Thus, Bomb edited the 7th point. 7. Unlike when we first met, he is showing faint interest in the surroundings. The two soon reached the dormitory. After exiting the elevator on the 3rd floor, Jitae opened his mouth while walking down the corridor. You're not going to say it? Sorry, you should now say the reason you want to follow me. He turned towards her. Bomb met his gaze with an indifferent expression. Since they were too close, she had to raise her head up in order to meet his gaze. Can we call it off? Call what off? She wanted to postpone this kind of conversation till later. Yes, in the end, I was helpful, right? Ajasi, if you hold your curiosity back, then I'll forgive you for abusing me for being useless and how you made a straight face at me. That was when Jitae gave a slight frown. Did I make a mistake? Thought Bomb. But she did not change her expression despite feeling tense inside. Jitae's hands came closer and pinched her cheeks. It hurt. Oot! His fingers had power within them. It wasn't a little prank. And it was painful. It was very painful to the point that she felt tears coming out from her eyes. Ooh, it hers. Ku, ai soe. He then walked into the house. Left alone in the corridor, Bomb wiped her tears off and rubbed her reddened cheeks. She then threw a glare at the door for no reason. But then, something popped up in her head and she added it to her diary. Doubt. The reason she volunteered to follow Jitae. In fact, Bomb didn't know either. At the start, she was just driven by the urge to without even knowing why. She thought she had to follow and felt like she had to help with something. But when she put it into words while writing the diary, a new question appeared in her mind. Doubt, maybe I'm trying to make Ajasi into something different. Damn, what in the world happened for there to be no traces at all? Hario Carlton. Kyoto. Within that 5-star hotel of Kyoto, which had its top floor flown off, were local police officers and detectives of Kyoto in full dispatch. A total mess, huh? To be honest, I have no idea how we're meant to approach this. You're right, it's not any random building either. And it's a building with a level 9 defense mechanism in place. The officers clicked their tongues. Breaking a building with a level 9 defense system in a short period of time like this was impossible for anyone outside of the top 500 ranks worldwide. It's fortunate that it was the top floor at least. What about the VIP room's borrower? That Heisugawa or something? We are still unable to locate him. It looks almost certain that he was involved in the incident, but it was then. Oi, step aside. A voice of an unfamiliar woman was heard, thinking to himself, who is this condescending person? The detective turned his head with a frown and found police officers wearing peculiar uniforms. He thought, this is my jurisdiction, so who are these that dare? Before noticing the silver badge hanging on their uniforms, it was in the form of a sakura that represented Japanese royal family, and there was one single sword slashing through it. That symbol. Ah, the detectives saluted in fright. Among them, the woman that appeared to be the one in charge ignored them while looking at the sight. Jack had fainted inside his car. Jack was an agent of a special task force that she had secretly deployed in order to find Heisugawa's secrets. There was a konosuke from the members that had entered this place. In other words, someone made Jack unconscious before snatching the invitation card. It was a top-grade secret among the special forces, but Heisugawa was almost certainly a high-ranked demon. Therefore, the signs of battle in this place could be seen as the aftermath of the battle between Heisugawa and the one that replaced Jack. I must find traces. If Heisugawa is dead, there needs to be proof that he is actually dead. But unfortunately, she couldn't find anything. That night after work, she headed to the hideout. It was a social club of world rankers that had the combined goal of exterminating demons. Grand Natural Society, during this time period, there would be 2 to 3 people coming here and slacking off in search for leisure from their busy lives. She wanted to ask them about the strange happenings that had occurred today. She opened the door of the hideout. The ones that were always there were nowhere to be seen, and she could only see Mayung Yangha and BM. Mayung Yangha was staring at a leaf placed on top of the table with a serious look. Gulp. And BM was drinking alcohol like usual, but was lying down on the sofa, while holding a small glass bottle up in front of the light. Yo, guys, what are you doing? You look out of it. No one replied. Huh, oi yous, you little grass. What are you doing here right now? Isn't it time for you to go hospital? Who? What's wrong? Did some plants lay their roots down in your ears? You, don't tell me. Mayung Yangha, thinking of the worst possible case scenario, she unconsciously screamed out. Minamoto. The doctor today said this for the first time. HNN, Mayung Yangha murmured with a blank and quiet voice, there has been an improvement. That day, they were all slightly weird. Bye-bye. Kiel on her way to her lesson wasn't jumping around like usual, and Yoram on her way to the physical training rooms with a sword didn't even spare a glance at him. Bomb was the same as usual, so he didn't really talk to her. And finally, Jael threw glances at him. Why? She turned her head around, with no one talking to him. Jitae searched up news reports and read them. During that, he could sense a gaze, and it was most definitely Jael. When he glanced back at Jael, she pretended to be doing something else, and grabbed the teddy bear's hand before shaking it up and down. However, it somehow felt different from how she usually threw glances at him. What exactly was happening? Their strange actions continued even during the evening. When it was mealtime for dinner, Bomb asked them naturally, "What do you want for dinner?" Yoram, who was drenched in sweat after just coming back from training, shook her head. I'm good. NNNG, Unny, I'm not really hungry either. While saying that, Keel threw a few glances at Jitae. Yoram poked her with her elbow and them saying, what now? And you yellow monkey could be heard. Meanwhile, Jael walked up to the two of them and sent them a gaze as if she was asking something. When Yoram frowned, Jael met her gaze with a glaring look. Guys, what's going on? What's what? Then no dinner for today? NN, Unny. That was when Jitae thought that something was weird. They had almost never skipped a meal. Keel, the baby chicken, who especially loved eating, had lamented the fact that humans only ate 3 meals a day. How good would it be if we could eat 5 times a day? That was how she normally was, so thinking that it was weird, Jitae called her. You Keel. Why? Yes, are you sick? No. The baby chicken had a hard time meeting his gaze. Therefore, Jitae walked up and held her by her arms and looked into her eyes. Let's see. I'm fine. Eyes of equilibrium, SS, hanging on the authenticity scale was truth. She wasn't sick. The baby chicken fluttered her arms like wings and escaped from his grasp. Then, she dashed into her room as if running away. He had no idea what was happening, and it felt like there were 4 Jaels today. However, his doubt was cleared when it passed midnight. Suddenly, the living room's lights were turned off. It wasn't a big deal to the regressor, who could see through the darkness. He fidgeted with the switch before heading to the front entrance in order to check the circuit breaker. Behind him, a different dimension was divided into 2. From Bomb's alternate dimension walked out Keel, who had balloons hanging on her head. Buzz mana containing lightning, the attribute of a gold dragon, flowed, and it was unclear when she had prepared them, but the small lights hanging on her body started flickering. Ajasi, what are you doing? Happy birthday, bang, bang. The firecrackers bursted out after that, but the baby chicken was suddenly startled and started making a fuss. It was meant to be after blowing out the lights of the cake. It seemed that she had messed up the order. Meanwhile, Bomb and Jael, who had been on the sofa, also stood up and clapped. Happy birthday, Ajasi. Birthday. Now that they said it, it was true. It was past midnight, and today was the 12th of December. It was indeed his birthday, which he had never thought about over several regressions. He had completely forgotten about it because it wasn't even on his mind. How did you find out? I looked at Ajasi's ID card last time. Before he could even ask anything else, Jael toddled up with quick steps and extended her arms forward, and Jitae hugged her. Although he had no idea, Jael had been wanting to do this since the morning, so she repeatedly bumped her forehead on his chest with a wide smile. That was when the door of the terrace was slid open, as a pair of red eyes walked in through the darkness. Yoram was carrying a cake on her hand, and started slowly walking forward after seeing Jitae. However, there was a dark smile hanging on her face for some reason. The room had a strangely tense atmosphere. Yoram! When Bomb called her name with a voice that seemed to be trying to stop her, Yoram suddenly started running forward. You, Yoram. Unny, that's different from what you said. Before they could even try to stop her, Yoram threw the cake at Jitae's face with an expression filled with mischief. Chapter 64. Ajasi is a little kid, too. Jitae stared at Yoram. Each second felt like a minute, and he could hear Keel's lengthened voice calling out. Ooh, nu. Naturally, he wasn't thinking of getting hit by it, and it should be okay to just grab it. At least that's what he had thought. Suddenly Jael, who was in Jitae's arms, opened her eyes wide with a flash as she glared daggers at Yoram. She had known that a day like this would come, and that red lizard was finally showing its true colors. The cake was slowly coming closer. To Jitae, protect. Thinking of the word of a certain grandpa which remained in her small head, Jael reached forth with her arm. Mana, densely packed with the water attribute, gathered at one place and wrapped around the cake before having it bounce off to the direction it came from. Yoram widened her eyes. The cake was flying towards her face, but Yoram, with her good reflexes, was able to lower her head in time. Then, the cake flew behind her towards Keel's face. Adorobilb! Keel threw her arms forward along with a bizarre shout. In the next instant, Keel's eyes shot wide open. Rather surprisingly, the cake being protected by mana landed exactly on her hands. Keel, are you all right? Bomb. Yoram and Jael turned to Keel with surprise. Receiving those gazes, Keel threw her chest out and revealed the cake with her hands. Tada! Only then did Bomb and Jael let out sighs of relief, while Yoram walked up to her with circular eyes. Oi, anything wrong? Of course not, I may look like this, but I'm a dragon. Let's see. NN. Thank goodness, the cream's still fine. NN. Yoram showed her sincerest relief as she stared at the cake. You weren't talking about me, whispered Keel, with disappointment while glancing at Yoram. Anyways, I can't trust you, Unnie. Go away. What are you saying? Pass me the cake. No, I'll give it to Ajasi. Give it. As she dodged Yoram's hands and took a step back, her legs were caught by the little ropes of lights used for Christmas that were hanging on her body. Because she wasn't tensed up like before, Kyung, she wriggled her arms around and fell behind while dropping the cake on her face. Kaya. Ha ha ha, Yoram laughed like a witch. Ooh, I'm sorry, Ajasi. After cleaning everything up, I thought we might need it. Bomb took out a second cake which she had prepared. Happy birthday, dear Ajasi, happy birthday. Jitae, they cursorily sang the happy birthday song. Yap! Keel popped her lightning mana like firecrackers. Click and Yoram clicked her fingers to light the candles standing on the cake. Hoo! And Jitae blew the lights off. Hew! Then, Jael copied Jitae. Next up was a photo-taking session. It was seriously hard to imagine how long they had been preparing this for. Bomb and Keel took out a birthday cone hat and party horns. There was nothing he could do. In an instant, the dull-colored regressor had a cone-shaped hat placed on top of his head, while Jael bit on the party horn. Bee-boo, he still thought he wasn't suited for a thing like this, but they nonetheless looked at the photos and giggled. Bomb slowly sliced up the cake and gave each a piece. The regressor spared some time to glance around the surroundings. Underneath the bright lamp, he could see dragons wearing bright smiles. It was truly an unfamiliar scene. As he repeated the regressions, he had started to ignore celebratory events. Whatever the case, celebrating and commemorating something contained meaning because it wouldn't come back. To him who repeated going back in time, special people became common, and specific days that should never come back approached him several times. Perhaps because of that, the regressor wasn't feeling much even now. However, it was different for them. New, why do you look so weird in that cone hat? Ajasi, it feels like this picture would come out of a horror movie, and this looks like it's from National Geographic. NN, what's wrong with my solo picture? They were celebrating his birthday with sincerity, with extremely content expressions while preparing a variety of things. Ajasi, how do you feel? Great, right? It's like my first time celebrating someone else's birthday. How is it? NN, come on. Jitae thus realized something. It was probably their first time commemorating someone's birthday, even if it wasn't at the very least. It was their first time celebrating Jitae's birthday. For them, today was a special day and was worth celebrating. Although it was his birthday today, at the same time it was an anniversary for them. Jitae slowly gave a reply. Feels good. Keel and Jael chuckled and clapped. Now, around the time they almost finished the cake, Bomb opened her mouth. Now will be the time for presents. Yes, presents. What presents? You don't want them? It's okay, I'm not a kid. When Jitae shook his hand, Jael placed her hands on her hips in a commanding posture. Gaze, wants to refute. What? That's not right. Ajasi is a little kid. What was this about? Ajasi's only 27 years old, right? You actually look like you're a lot older than that, but anyways, 27 is a kid in terms of dragons, you know? Like me. That's true for dragons, but it's not a young age for humans. But the ones giving the presents right now are dragons. Right? The receiver is human, though. That's not it. But Ajasi is a kid, though. Keel was trying to expand on her own logic, but turned to Bomb with perplexity after being rebutted. As the baby chicken's saving grace, Bomb opened her mouth. A young and weak dependent can still give presents. Bomb had seen through Jitae's essence. Receiving something from someone was also rare for him. It was a type of constraint, as he was always the one controlling relationships and distances. Giving and receiving were only allowed inside his regulations, and it was his habit as a dictator. In situations like this, you can just receive it. While saying that, Bomb handed a small box over. Me too, said Keel, while giving him a packaged box. Jael also held out a small box, but when Jitae tried to grab it, she pulled her hands back. Jitae opened bombs present on the spot. It was made out of metal and resembled a thick pendant in a circular shape. When he pressed a button that was on the side, the lid opened up. Inside was a pretty pocket watch. The authority, vintage clock X, is nervous. What was wrong? Thinking back. He remembered it being jealous of a watch in around the 4th iteration. That's not the end. Press the button on the top side. There was indeed another button near the top as she had said. When Jitae pressed on it, another lid, located on the original lid part of the pocket watch, was opened. Inside, there was the group picture that had been taken at the Lake of Life. The date and the location, as well as a sentence. Fun times were written with a marker. It appeared that Bomb had written those herself. Thanks. A gentle smile appeared on Bomb's lips. The authority, vintage clock X, is on guard. Next is mine. Right, Keel's box was light. When he unboxed it, there was a small paper inside, and thinking that it might be a letter, he opened it up and read the words that were written with a pleasant handwriting. Wish card heart suit, a wish card. Hee. What is this? I pondered about it with Unnie over a week. Right, but I just couldn't think of what Ajasi needed. And that's why I made this. If there's something you need, whatever, and whenever you want, you can ask me for it. Whatever? Yes, whatever you want. Even money? Money? How much? It was a joke, but the baby chicken seriously murmured to itself, this month's allowance. Thanks. After unboxing Keel's present, Jitae fidgeted with the small box with her 2 hands, while wearing an extremely tense look. Unlike other boxes, that box did not have a ribbon or other ornaments. Will you give it to me? Jitae extended his hands forward. However, Jitae shook her head and took a few steps back. He didn't know why she was doing that, but she threw a glance at Bomb. Bomb returned her a nod and appeared to be giving her courage. Meanwhile, Jitae turned to Yoram. What? Why? Nothing. You want it? The gift? I actually have one. Yoram took out a folded-up pair of socks from her pocket. It was white. What is it? Used ones, and no wonder it wasn't pure white. Well, I bothered to wash it, Jitae was dumbfounded, but Yoram looked away slightly and avoided eye contact. In fact, it was Bomb, Keel, and Jitae who were more surprised. Yang, really? Let alone Keel. Bomb and Jitae also looked at Yoram. Yeah, Unnie, you? That's amazing. Stop making a fuss, you monkey. It seemed that there was something about it that Jitae was unaware of. Dragons and socks, thinking back. Jitae used to frequent his own socks as well. What is it? That you see, so like, it's just, there's a thing. It's nothing much. It's just a thanks for the upcoming holidays. Yoram shook her hand, and Keel looked at her as if she found it extremely intriguing, while he had absolutely no clue. In any case, it appeared that it wasn't just a prank, so Jitae took the pair of socks that Yoram had worn. Thanks. Then, it was finally Jitae's turn with nowhere for her to run. Holding a very small box, she appeared extremely tense. In fact, Bomb opened her mouth. I helped Jitae prepare for her gift. We did it together. Together? She said she really wanted to give you this. Now, Jitae, do you want to give it to him yourself? Jitae nodded. Then, she stared at Jitae before carrying the box and covering her eyes. What was she doing? After soon realizing that the box was still in her hands, she placed the box on the ground. Then, she once again covered her eyes with her hands. Even then, he had no idea what to do, so Jitae asked, What? Jitae jumped on the spot for a bit, before slowly opening her mouth. Close, please. It seemed that she was telling him to close his eyes. Thus, Jitae obediently closed his eyes. He then controlled his optic nerves, and for the first time in a long time, he made it so that he couldn't see the world at all. But even with his eyes closed, he could still sense the world, so he locked his mana's sensory receptors. And because his 6th sense could still sensitively pick up the surroundings, he had to close that as well. After all that, he could hear a rustling sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Someone approached him and stood in front of him, who was sitting down on the floor. Then, that child figure slowly raised her foot up before standing on top of his thighs. He could feel her weight. There was a click, and it sounded like she was opening a box. But after that, nothing was heard for some time. What he felt after that was some things wrapping around his neck. It touched his skin and was very soft. Were those Jitae's arms? After wrapping her arms around Jitae's neck, She fidgeted with something near the back of his neck. There was a click, after which Jitae stepped off of his legs. "Can I open my eyes now?" There was no response. Don't tell me she was nodding her head. "Yes," Bomb replied instead. Jitae checked what was hanging on his neck. There was something that resembled a necklace. The string was blue in color, and there was a blue scale hanging in the middle. It was a dragon's scale. "It's Jitae's scale threaded with Jitae's hair." Bomb explained it to him. Then he also found Jitae wearing a necklace herself. In the middle, there was a small container instead of a gem, inside which there was a strand of black hair. "And that is Ajasi's hair. We did that so that she wouldn't lose it." "Is there some meaning in sharing hairs?" "No, there's no such thing." Despite her saying that, Jitae appeared extremely elated. She was wearing a truly bright smile. In any case, he had to respond like what he had been doing after receiving something. Jitae hugged her up and gave a word of gratitude. "Thanks." Excited, she rapidly nodded her head and carefully opened her mouth. Done lose it, of course. Chapter 65, Ajasi is a little kid 3. What? There's been an improvement. Under her boyish bob haircut was a fierce appearance resembling a feral cat. Minamoto AI, world ranking of 13. This Japanese woman in her late 30s was one of the strongest superhumans of Japan, and was a swordswoman affiliated with the royal family's special forces. Her alias was Sword of the Royal Family. She asked back at Myung-Yongha as it was difficult for her to believe it. "Is that for real?" "Yeah," blankly. Myung-Yongha swept his hair up. You bastard, what the hell? If something that good happened, you should have told me earlier." "You son of a bitch, you looked so depressed that it made me think something had happened. That was scary." "Really?" His blank face slowly regained its vigor. Soon, a hearty laughter fitting his large build, "You-ha-ha-hat," escaped from his lips. In fact, he had bowed on the ground at BM the moment he came. "Hey, but it's still too early to be too happy. It's not fully cured and we need to watch for now." "Well, that's true, but an illness related to ancient beasts was an unpredictable type that could go south at any time." Myung-Yongha held back his own mood to stay vigilant. "But what happened? Don't keep me on the edge and hurry up and explain." "Yeah. Okay, you remember how I boiled a stew here before. Back then, I added a precious medicine given by BM and a medicinal herb given by someone else." "Herb, who was it from?" "It was this man that I met at a picnic place. He seemed like a very strong person." Strong. It was an easy word to overuse for others, but the expression strong was used slightly differently for them. They were individuals that were utilized as national strategic weapons. Thus, even BM, who had been lying down on the sofa, showed his interest and raised his upper body. "Yeah, I didn't fight him and stuff, but he looked strong." "Who was he?" "Who knows?" Myung-Yongha thought back on the man. As an individual, he appeared extremely strong, and was seemingly so dangerous that Mother Nature warned against him. However, while he was spending time with the girls, the atmosphere oddly gave off a feeling that it was safe and secure instead of being dangerous. Comparatively speaking, he was similar to a thorn fence. "I don't know his name. Anyways, he gave me this black root of a plant, and I mixed that with what BM gave me and made a stew." "Yeah, and then I gave that to my wife and..." He could still vividly remember that time. After her illness got more serious, she had no appetite at all. That was the case even for delicious meals, so it was even worse for medicines and stews. The process of swallowing food was her desperate attempt at survival, and it was common for her to throw up. And yet she, scrub, in an instant, she had emptied the bowl before passing it back over to him. When he thought of that, a smile naturally floated on his face. And then she asked for more, saying that it was very delicious and was easy to swallow. So I thought maybe something might have happened. And during a visit, the doctor said the concentration of the ancient beast's virus has gone down, and that there is an improvement. Myung-Yongha made tight fists in the middle of his speech to contain his overflowing emotions. I was tearing up. Even those words were something I really wanted to hear. The two remained silent for some time, but they had seen their colleague tearing up right next to them. For a long time, Minamoto thus also felt similar emotions rising up within. "That's amazing. Damn, seriously," she murmured while feeling the lingering trace of joy, as BM also gave a wide smile before taking a sip of vodka. In fact, BM also had something he wanted to ask his comrades about. It was about the man who had visited his workshop. Of course, his name, Jitae, as well as the feeling and information he emitted would be excluded as much as possible, since that was his wish. But after hearing Myung Yongha's words, there was another question in BM's head. Wait, then whose medicine was the effective one? In response to Minamoto's question, Myung Yongha heaved out a sigh. That. I have no idea. The one BM gave me was also an amazing one. BM, I'm seriously grateful from the bottom of my heart. BM shook his hand. I don't know who it was, but he must have been a big shot. If it was at a similar rank to the medicine found by that drunkard, it should be around SS at least. It was above that, you know. Quietly, BM refuted. It's something I was planning on using. Hick. Does that mean Myung Yongha had received something that great, as a gift from a man whom he didn't really know of, at a picnic? Naturally, the three of them soon had the same question in mind. Who in the world was that person? And Myung Yongha had a slightly bigger desire to know his identity. It would be great if I could see him again. He wanted to pass words of gratitude. I'm going to go sleep now. Yoram was the first to leave. I'll go to sleep as well. And Kiel followed soon after. Jitae opened the pocket watch and checked the time. It was 2 a.m. at night. And for the baby dragons that matched their sleep patterns to humans, the time they normally went to sleep had already passed. Jael was in Jitae's arms, dozing off as her head repeatedly fell down. Unlike others, she was actually feeling sleepy. Let's go to sleep now. She looked up at Jitae with half-opened eyes and gave a blank smile. He took Jael to Bom's room and laid her small body on Bom's bed. Because she reached her 2 arms forward, Jitae handed her the blanket. Good night. But for some reason, she appeared somewhat disappointed. She tightly held onto the blanket with her small hands and started moving it to the side. After repeating that process a few times with her short arms, Jael succeeded in getting rid of the blanket. It'll be cold if you don't cover yourself up. Shake, shake. She shook her head. Well, it was true that she won't feel cold even without the blanket. When Jitae was about to walk out of the room again, Jael cried out. Hing, he looked back. It was unclear what she was disappointed about, but sorrow overflowed out from her 2 eyes. Thinking back, Bom had always gone to sleep with her at night, and Jitae hadn't been interested in that in the past. Therefore, he asked Bom, who was lying down on the living room sofa, how do you make her sleep? Yes, I placed her on the bed, but she's not sleeping. After murmuring to herself, Bom raised her body. That's weird. She normally goes to sleep straight away. Bom caressed Jael's hair. Let's go to sleep, little Jael. Shake, shake. You're not going to? Nod, nod. It was strange. The child, who had been half immersed in her sleep, was now looking up with circular eyes, refusing to go to sleep. Don't sleep then. The regressor's answer was simple. Just don't do what you don't want to do. You're right. And Bom agreed with his words. But for some reason, Jael appeared flustered. Although her eyes appeared to be wide open, a close inspection revealed that they were loose, about to be closed at any time. It was clear that she was sleepy, so why was she trying not to fall asleep? Even today, the regressor found it hard to understand the reason behind the blue-haired child's actions. Then, do you want to sleep with Unnie? After Bom's words, Jael slightly turned her head at Jitae. All right, I'll go out then. Jael shook her head several times before looking at Bom, who realized the child's thoughts. It seems that Jael wants to sleep with Ajasi. With me? It was a request that was slightly hard to understand. Even then, after judging that it should be fine to stay until Jael fell asleep, the regressor lay down on one side of Bom's bed. Then, Bom also took off her slippers before lying down on the other side of Jitae. Only then did Jael make a blank-minded smile of satisfaction before turning towards Jitae. However, since she still had not acquired the ability to sleep on her side, her back was facing the ceiling. Half of her face was buried inside the blanket as she stared at Jitae with one of her eyes, which was revealed from beneath. He raised the blanket up and wrapped it around the child. It was snug and comfortable. But why wasn't she sleeping? For about 20 minutes or so, Jael merely watched Jitae and did not go to sleep. Jitae looked at Bom. Gaze, why isn't she sleeping? Bom's eyes bent into crescents. Gaze, kekek gaze, do something gaze, After some pondering, Bom raised her hand up. Jitae didn't know what she was doing, but still similarly raised his hand up. Then, Bomb slowly reached forth and held onto his hand before slightly pulling it over towards Jaeyeol's back. Mouth, tap, tap, tap. It seemed that she was telling him to tap her back. Jitae therefore raised his hand up and started tapping on Jaeyeol's back. Kung kung. Kung 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 kung. Surprised out of her sleepiness, Jaeyeol widened her eyes with a blank expression. Jitae stopped his hand. Apparently it was a little bit too strong, despite him trying to tap as gently as possible. Jaeyeol's eyebrows bent down to an 8 Chinese letter shape. Sorry, that was a mistake. He could hear a rough breathing sound. Bomb was rapidly breathing in and out with her nose, in an attempt to contain her laughter. Then, she whispered with a very soft voice, "Who taps a baby's back like that? I've never done it before. It needs to be a little bit more gentle, a bit softer." Bomb showed a demonstration. Tap, 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 even the sound was different. Bomb's hand moved very slowly, at a regular pace, and tapped on Jaeyeol's back. She seemed to have liked those delicate taps, as Jaeyeol's eyes went back to normal and she started going back to sleep. Once again, Bomb reached her hand forward and led Jitae's hand. He carefully moved his hand so that it touched her back ever so slightly. Tap. It sounded okay, with machine-like movements. Jitae tapped on Jaeyeol's back. Tap, tap. Good. Bomb gave a nod, just a little bit gentler. It was a difficult order, as if you're caressing her. He couldn't understand it very well. How would you caress in the middle of tapping something? Maybe if it was instead about hitting as if caressing. He had a feeling that he could understand that. Even then, Jitae obediently followed Bomb's words and moved his hand gently, as if he was caressing her. Jaeyeol's dim eyes slowly came to a close, and just like that, the baby fell asleep. When Jitae was about to feel relieved, Bomb's gaze connected onto him. The pair of olive-colored eyes were also bent gently, and she appeared sleepy. Now that he thought about it, Jitae was currently lying down on Bomb's bed. Bomb whispered, "What about me?" "I'm still not sleeping, though." Jitae was slowly starting to know more about Bomb. Right now, it was about time for her to make a prank, so he decided to reject it. "Sleep now, you have lessons tomorrow morning. What if I have a day off tomorrow?" While saying that, Bomb had the same expression as usual, and it was also the reason he found it difficult to guess her intentions. Jitae was in the middle of contemplation, for he did not know what to say in response. "If I don't have any lessons, can I not sleep?" "You still have to." "Why?" "Because it's nighttime." "Then help me fall asleep as well." "What?" "I think I can go to sleep if you pat my head." Jitae felt slightly perplexed. He was delaying the response, because he was at a loss of words, when Bomb extended her hand forward and touched his cheek. "Oi!" Then, Bomb slowly started caressing his hair, with a gesture that was extremely gentle. "What are you doing?" "It's a demonstration." "A demonstration? I can't have my hair pulled out right." Bomb let out a gentle giggle, before returning to her dreamy expression. Softly, like this. Her eyes were as if she was staring at a scenery of a dream, while repeatedly murmuring, "Like this, like this." Bomb continued patting Jitae's head with a sleepy pair of eyes. He was slightly more perplexed than before. Although he had no idea why, he was still filled with such feelings. It was almost certain that Bomb was carrying out a prank right now, but the person herself appeared serious. What if she wakes up? After contemplating, the regressor thought of an excuse. "You didn't know? Jaeyeol doesn't wake up easily after falling asleep." He didn't know that. "Hurry up, please." She said that before removing her hand. However, her gaze was still there. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "Are you still not going to do it?" He was filled with doubts whenever this green-haired dragon acted like this. Why would this child, who's dignified most of the times, occasionally do this to him? He was asking himself that question with confusion when Bomb turned her head around and buried her face into the pillow. She was showing the back of her head. What to do now? Left with no other choices, he laid his large hand on top of Bomb's head. Then, he caressed it with careful movements, as if it was the small cub of an animal. The hair fluttering to the sides whenever his hand moved felt soft, but his hand was overly cautious, and Bomb seemed to have realized it. Bomb raised her head from the pillow. Her 2 cheeks were popping out as she quivered her body with her eyes tightly shut. Before long, she broke out into laughter and started laughing silently. "I was pranked today as well, huh?" Heaving out a sigh, the regressor walked out silently, and Bomb even bit on the back of her hand to hold back her laughter until he left. Next morning, Bomb came out from her room while carrying a bag. What was the bag for? Where are you going? To lesson. You said you had nothing on today. Stopping her feet, Bomb turned around. Then she opened her mouth with a giggle. That was a lie. Hee hee. Chapter 66. Happy Fitness. 1. The chief assistant was looking through a pile of documents. He was currently inside an office of the International Hunter Association, and this morning, they had received an unbelievable message from an anonymous person. It was regarding the end-of-the-year event of Lair, which was soon to happen at the S dungeon, Militia Masquerade, about how there was a chance for a catastrophe-ranked and a disaster-ranked demon to appear there. After going through the document again, the chief placed his hand on his chin. This person was just writing fiction, no matter how he saw it. It was a cluster of plausible opinionated claims. 1. A troop of demons located in the Balkan Peninsula was heading to Korea. Apparently it was because the dungeon, Militia Masquerade, was inside Japan's territory. 2. Obelisks appeared all the way from a deserted island in the North Pacific to Saipan. According to the one that sent the documents, it was a structure that could allow a concentration of immense amounts of mana. 3. Recently, the price of magic stones had jumped up significantly, and it was apparently because someone was buying them in bulks. 4. Several countries whose governments are suspected to be hugely influenced by demons are requesting to be absent during Lair's end-of-the-year event. It was in order to take a step back from a potential turf war with other demons. Using dozens of various other information, ranging from political to economic and social issues, the anonymous informant was expanding on one claim. Something is going to happen at Militia Masquerade, and it would be something very dangerous. The chief aide returned his gaze back to the display. He checked the claim's evidence and realized that they were indeed true. The only doubt that remained in his head was that those points seemed extremely far off and unrelated to each other. He scratched his chin. This sounded like an accumulation of gossips, full of holes. Right, something like this is what we call a narrative, but why does everything fall into place? The proofs of the claim were so indistinctly different that it was hard for him to understand in one go. He thought for a bit, before asking his secretary, "Source, where's this from?" It was anonymous, but there should be traces at least, right? It's completely anonymous, since it was placed on top of my desk when I came to work. Why didn't you say that earlier? Don't you remember? I told you just a few minutes ago. Blankly, the chief listened to the words of his secretary, before laughing out. Well, I can't remember everything you say. It was unknown who it was from, but it was nonetheless a nasty piece of work. The person was strong enough to infiltrate into a secretary office in the headquarters of the International Hunter Association. He was either a superhuman or a demon. Although the proofs of the claim were weak, the distant evidences were all talking about the same thing: a large ear, a long nose, and a fat body. It was hard to figure out when the clues were seen individually, but it was clear that it was an elephant after adding them together. That was just an analogy, but what did this mean? The claim wasn't speculated after gathering up the puzzle pieces. The informant had already known about the whole picture beforehand, and he just randomly threw pieces together before giving out his claim. In other words, it was an intel from an insider of the demon organization, or another organization keeping them in check. A convoluted claim usually had a hidden meaning to it, and the hidden meaning was generally related to a clash of interests. Demon organizations weren't companies, their system was closer to religious groups. If there was only one religious order in the center, there wouldn't be any in fights, but it seemed that there had been an internal strife. Knock knock. "Sir, this is Jefferson, the assistant." He quickly reported the details of the documents to the boss of the association. Before long, a large conference was opened at the Hunter Association, as the top figures of various countries and high-ranked officials of the association gathered. The direction which the conference took was like this. There had been a report, and the things that are happening these days are similar to the phenomena that happened prior to the Great War. It therefore seemed necessary to intervene, even slightly. If we make a fuss about it, we might end up losing the chance to subjugate the demons. So, let's go stealthily and pretend like things are going in their favor while ensuring that we don't lose anything ourselves. Let's cut out an arm and hurl some dirt so that they can't seal up their wound. If we do that, The cadets will end up being hostages, huh? The scribe jotted down the words of a certain ambassador. As expected of the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize last year, he was pretending to be a kind-hearted person. But that was the end. No one insisted for the event itself to be dismissed. They were all superhumans that had fought in the East Asian Great War, and were soldiers that were powerless as 30% of the human population dropped. To soldiers that weighed and compared human lives, disregarding a small sacrifice in order to stop a big loss became a way of life. Values like bioethics and humanitarianism were difficult to be found from their conference. Then, the topic after that was about selecting the leader of the secret task force. Peace was like an epidemic and had become the norm, and there weren't any governments that wished to put the rankers of their country at risk. Plus, it wasn't a situation where they could proudly announce to the world that they had dealt with the issue either, even if they succeeded. It wasn't difficult for them to find someone who would shoulder all the responsibility. It would be happening inside Japan's territory. So who was the one that would be the most inconvenienced by it? The ambassador from Japan suggested a different approach with falling beads of sweat, but no one stood up for him. After the conference came to an end, a woman in her 20s lying down behind the ventilation hole placed her finger on her temple. "I have carried out your command, my lord. A secret task force will be created with the rankers under the Japanese royal family. With this, the association will be more conscious of the demons. And there will be less need for you to move personally. My lord, good work. What, you want me to read you a fairy tale?" Nod, nod. It was the first time Jitae was asking her to read a book. Yoram gave a frown. It was bothersome. Jitae, who was looking back at her, similarly had a frown on her face. Even she didn't want Yoram to read her a book. However, Baum and Keel were at a lesson today, and Jitae was extremely curious about the new storybook bought by Baum yesterday. "Then just read it yourself?" "No, whatever, just come here." When Yoram sat down cross-legged on the sofa, Jitae went in through the gap and sat in between her legs. The name of the fairy tale was The Fairy and the Woodcutter. "Aang, what, you don't know this story?" "This is that right, a long time ago. A woodcutter was cutting wood at a mountain." Nod. But suddenly, a deer crazily came dashing up to him. It then said to the woodcutter, "I'm fucked. A hunter is coming after me. Please hide me somewhere." Nod. So the woodcutter gave a bright smile and said, "Trust me," and helped it hide. Nod. Inside his stomach. Nod. Yoram massaged Jitae's stomach and licked her lips. As she then said, "Ah damn, I feel like having some meat." "Some tender deer meat?" Jitae glanced at her as if she was looking at a bug. Anyway, the deer told him before dying that there was a fairy bathing at a nearby pond. Nod. So the woodcutter was like, "Ooh, what the fuck? I'm a 40-year-old virgin. What the cow?" and ran there. Here was a red dragon whose vocabulary had been ruined by online videos. Nod. When he went there. What the hell, there really was a naked fairy in the bath. But when he looked a bit closer, he realized it wasn't a fairy. It was a damn old spinster from a nearby village. She was dirty because she didn't wash frequently. But damn, who cares if she was dirty? The woodcutter was a virgin, and anyone wearing a skirt was a fairy. He immediately stole her clothes and ran away. With that, he tricked her and abducted her. But the other side was also an unmarried woman in her 40s, so you know, the two were on fire. They were a perfect couple, every night you know. In the end, they gave birth to around 10 babies, and because the woodcutter was broke, he went to his brother to borrow money and was slapped with a rice paddle by his brother's wife. The name of the woodcutter was Hyungbu. Thus came the end of the fairy tale of chaos and destruction. That's how it goes. Is it your first time hearing it? Jitae, whose innocent heart had been crushed, looked at her as if she was staring at an insect with many legs. Yoram giggled inside. She wriggled around. In fact, Jitae had wanted to escape from a long time ago, but Yoram was holding tight onto her body and stopped her from running away. But you see, there's a plot twist. I don't care. In fact, there was no such a thing as a hunter going after the deer. Who cares? The deer was irritated by the old lady dirtying the water that it was trying to drink from. Wriggle, wriggle, but then it was captured by the woodcutter and became food for the couple. It tricked itself into it. Wriggle, wriggle. The moral of the story today, if you're stupid, then don't pretend like a know-it-all. Unable to hold it back anymore, Jitae smacked Yoram's chin with the back of her head. Bam! Arg, ooh, oi, you Jael. After escaping from her grasp, Jael ran away with tottering feet. She went up to Jitae, who was inside the kitchen, and whined. When he asked, "What happened?" she started explaining with sloppy words and pointed at Yoram. It seemed that she was saying how Yoram was the bad guy. "Is that so?" Jitae raised Jael, who struggled to speak while winging, and tapped her back several times. Only then did she calm down before glaring at Yoram. "Ehu, look at her running up like a stupid dog." Jael stuck her tongue out at Yoram. It was a peaceful day. It was relatively cool and dry. What would be good for them to eat on a day like this? Recently, Jael was having more and more interest in food. In the past, she merely imitated what others ate, but these days would bring Jitae a magazine and point at a food. Since Keel was the expert of eating, he decided that it would be good to ask her before deciding on the menu. It was then. The Authority, Vintage Clock X, has discovered a small fragment of hostility which had flown over from the other side of the horizon of Providence. Vintage Clock floated a warning message as Jitae squinted his eyes. Up until now, the Vintage Clock had only identified phenomena which had happened, on whether it was related to the hostility sent from the other side of the horizon of Providence, so he could only find out after the actual thing happened. But now it was different. A few days ago, a message had floated up before his eyes. The Authority, Vintage Clock X, succeeded in gathering all traces of the revealed hostility. Fragments of hostility gathered from targets, Ha-Seatbeal, and Armada, 15.1%. A long time had passed since he locked Ha-Seatbeal and the Protector, apparently its name was Armada, inside the underground labyrinth. After finally gathering all traces of hostility from Ha-Seatbeal, the Vintage Clock could now point things out real-time when something happened. So what was happening? The Authority, Vintage Clock X, has confirmed a target exposed to a small fragment of hostility. Target, 30-man Special Force Team, 30-man Special Force Team, was the name of a combat force group belonging to the International Hunter Association. Its members were all buff, regardless of their gender. They always stood at the front in dungeon raids, and were sometimes used in anti-terrorist suppression strategies. A unique trait about them was that they were all front fighters. In other words, they were all tankers who stood at the very front, swinging their weapons. Jitae had also been a part of the 30-man Special Force Team, sometime in his early regressions, but only for a short time. If they were likened to animals, they were like elephants and rhinos, and a similar machine would be a bulldozer. There was a child who admired barbarians in the past and later became a top executive of the association, as he then realized his fantasies. That was the reason for the creation of this peculiar team. It was a secret story which only the Regressor knew of. Okay, that's fine. But how were those guys exposed to the hostility? As soon as the question floated up on his mind, Vintage Clock created a new status window. 30-man Special Force Team of the 7th iteration. In this round of regression, the 30-man Special Force Team is under an abnormal status, group mental contamination. The following group was originally sent in order to locate demons that were hidden inside Lair, but in the process were inflicted by the hostility inside Wei Yan. Until mental contamination is undone, the following group's personalities, actions, and languages will become violent. Damn. It seemed that the cause was Jitae sending information to Wu World Hunter Association. After realizing that something was up, the association had sent them to investigate, but something wrong must have happened to them. Fortunately, it wasn't that big of a problem. Mental contamination wasn't that bad, although they would try to smash everything around them as if they had gone insane. It was an issue that the target happened to be the 30-man Special Force Team, as Hadling itself might crash down if they wreaked havoc with all their hearts. Before his thoughts even came to an end, a thud was heard from a distance. Kwang, Yoram, and Jael couldn't hear it. It was that much of a distance away from them. Closing his eyes, the Regressor calculated the direction and the distance. The distance was roughly 8.5 km, and the location was outside Lair, in the northwest region of Hadling. Judging from the way the sound echoed, they were underground. And it must have been an underground facility or something that exploded. His sixth sense alerted him that nothing more than that had happened so far. Jitae raised his body. He had to hurry, before it got noisier. Chapter 67, Happy Fitness 2, Huok. Inside an area designated for construction, in that vast wasteland with nothing but several fences to block unauthorized entry, something was happening at its basement. Mr. Kim, the manager of this facility, was an old man in his 70s who used to be a soldier back in the days. He had sold the metal he had received due to a lack of money, so the only thing he had was his pride in the fact that he had protected humans against the beasts. When he found the job of managing a facility under construction, he was happy that he was able to live without financially burdening his son, who was living in a distant location. The moment he started working, he vowed to himself that he would try everything he could, till the day his body no longer moved, and that had happened this morning. Mr. Kim, damn it! The trainer, that was teaching him how to manage the facility, had fainted. Fortunately, he was wearing protective equipment and had merely lost consciousness. This, bloody hell. Raising his head, the old man stared at them, the so-called 30-man special force or something. Apparently, they had received permission to enter from the top, and even the old man Kim had willingly let them in. But then they started pillaging through the inside of the facility to an unpleasant degree. Old man Kim also appeared flustered, and it was clear that they were being disrespectful. Up to that was fine. You can't go in there. They suddenly headed to the core storage room, which was a restricted area, and although they tried to stop them by saying how it was neglected and was therefore dangerous, they were ignored. It was an underground facility, which had the size of several basketball courts added together, and those 30 soldiers scattered around before starting to search for something. In the middle of that process, the leader of the 30-man special force group suddenly let out a shout. Qa! Then, she started swinging her fists at the walls as magic engines and the likes crushed alongside thuds. Bloody cow, what's wrong with you? Startled, the managers dashed forward, and immediately afterwards, old man Kim was slapped away. That was the situation they were in. These guys, something was weird. They used to look composed like decent soldiers, but now had loose eyes, as if they were on drugs. But there was at least one person among them who looked fairly normal. The old man raised his eyes and stared at the leader of the 30-man special force, with a height that was at least 2 heads above normal men, and a build that made him question whether she was the same species as himself. The woman with a tremendous aura was gazing down at him. An instinctive fear came crashing down. You bloody bastards, what in the world are you? He forced a shout, but was unable to hide the trembling of his body. Shut your mouth, old man. The leader opened her mouth. With one word and one word alone, the entire atmosphere of the basement felt oppressed. Why, you? No. It would be the end if he lost in terms of vigor. Coming to that judgment, the old man quickly took out a mana gun from his waist and pointed it at them. Don't move, unless you want another eye socket in your damn head. Old man, stop messing around with a toy and listen to me. What? I think we touched something wrong. I feel really weird. And the urge to break everything around me is driving me crazy. It's the same with my men. What are you talking about? When he looked closer, he realized that the woman with a large build had her hands and legs faintly shivering. It appeared like she was trying to stop her own body from trying to move on its own accord. All I can do is keep my mind intact. While I can still hold on, take the old man next to you and leave this place. What are you? Seeing how the old man was still unable to clearly see what was happening, the leader let out a shout. Hurry up, clank, a lion's roar, a scream shook the dimension itself, as everything made of glass inside the basement shattered into fragments. Her last bit of remaining consciousness allowed her to control the roar so that it didn't affect the old man. With one mistake, his head would have exploded. But the stubborn old man remained standing while holding onto the gun with trembling hands. Her emotions crazily soared up. This crazy old dotard wasn't listening. There were traces of dirty demons in this place. Nothing was to her liking. Then, isn't it fine to just crush everything? A twisted sense of logic continued. By the time her subordinates slowly lost their sense of reasoning, she also let go of the last bit of rationality that was binding her. I told you not to move. Instinctively, the old man pulled the trigger. A bullet composed of mana struck her forehead and resulted with a light tinging noise. That was the end. she immediately moved her body. As shock colored the old man's face, the woman floated a devilish smile. Her hand extended forward and reached for the old man's head. But suddenly, her chin was rotated to the side. Slam! As if a dashing vehicle had crashed into something, she rolled on the ground several times before crashing into the wall. When she raised her head back up, she found a man with a hazy look standing in front. It was Jitae. He observed the old man and realized that he was unconscious. It seemed that the mental contamination took some time, and he had made it in time. Due to the electricity of the surrounding areas being cut off, there were no cameras, and the location wasn't too bad either. The leader, who had been stuck on the wall, raised her body with a struggle and roared. "Uaa!" The underground facility echoed, as her subordinates also screamed like beasts. "Aya, iya, hayak!" It was a sight to see. There were ones jumping up and down on the spot, as well as ones thrashing their arms around on the ground like babies. There were also ones resembling gorillas as they bashed their chests like a King Kong. Unlike Hasitbiel, who originally had a kind personality, they were violent from the start. When their minds got contaminated, they had no control over their bodies. Anything that stands in our way, crush them, the moment they cried out their chants. Their auras changed. Jitae shook his head. They weren't in the right mind, so he didn't bother trying to talk to them. "Crush him." Thumping on the ground like beasts, they ran in. He threw a fist forward, as one of the soldiers flew backward with a thud and dug into the wall. Someone else approached with a longsword and slashed it downward, but the regressor grabbed the falling sword and threw the man back. While screaming, "Uuk!" the man was thrown into a group of other soldiers and fell behind. There was another one who punched his own fists, before lowering his body and standing on 4 legs. Then, he started dashing in towards Jitae with his entire body like a rhino. Taking a step back, Jitae avoided him as the man crashed into the wall, unable to fight against his own inertia. His upper body was inside the wall, with only his feet floundering outside. "You're a little bit strong yourself, huh?" Meanwhile, the woman plucked a large barrel that was embedded onto the wall and lifted it up. It was a metal container that was at least the size of a dump truck. "Try breaking this." After throwing the barrel at Jitae, she followed right behind it, and right when she couldn't be seen by him, she took out large nunchucks from an alternate dimension storage. Rui Jingu nunchucks, it was a level 3 artifact, whose size and weight could be controlled at will. Swish, the barrel was powerlessly slashed, but it was within her expectations. The moment it started dividing into 2 in front of the man, the large nunchucks were already falling down towards him. Kang! It was a strike that was filled with her mana. That could break normal Navy ships in one hit. At least it was supposed to. The leader shot her eyes wide open. Rather easily, the man had caught the nunchucks with his hand. "Impossible!" Before she could finish her words, he pulled the nunchucks towards him as her body was powerlessly led forward. "No way!" She slammed her legs into the ground. With her disgusting strength, the ground was paved in as her legs dug into the ground. Then, she pulled all the power inside her body. Strength empowerment, B. The muscles in her legs expanded forth as her arms' muscles inflated. Her already large body got thicker by at least 2 times. Thanks to the power of the blessing that could appear disgusting at first, she gained 10 times the strength she originally had in her body. It was only thanks to this otherworldly physical strength she had that she was able to become the leader of this group of soldiers. Due to that, she was full of confidence. Thus, when she realized that she still couldn't pull the nunchucks, she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. They did not move an inch, as if it was being grabbed by a titan. "Ah!" Astonishment painted her 2 eyes as Jitae approached her before she could even realize it, and grabbed her by her ear. "Ook!" His strength was so immense that she was pulled along by Jitae despite her large build. In front of the existence that had escaped the boundaries of normal standards, the outstanding agent was similar to a young child. "Ack, let go. What kind of bastard are you, huh? Ach, fuck, let go, damn it. Just stay still. Quk, let go, you can't even stop us anyways. I have more than 20 subordinates. Do you know how many are here right now?" She was right. In the short span of time where Jitae was dealing with her, her subordinates had already left the underground facility like madmen. But after being pulled all the way outside by her ear, the leader doubted her own eyes. It was hard to understand why, but her subordinates were bound up, with their knees on the ground, and behind them, there were angels in white clothes with black linen covering their eyes. No, they weren't angels. The things hanging behind their backs were extremely disparate from their elegant appearances. Even if angels existed, there was no way that they would be having the wings of a bat behind their backs. It was one of the 3 great authorities that Jitae had stolen from the demon Archduke. Alongside Eyes of Equilibrium SS and Shadow of an Archduke SS, Punishment of an Archduke SS, it was a troop of fallen angels. Sleep for now. Knife hand strike D. Cuck, after striking the leader on the back of her neck. Jitae threw all of them into the shallows of the abyss S. Since it was a group of 30 with large builds, the dark alternate dimension felt small. Because he was trying to suppress them without killing them, he had to use an authority which he didn't really like. In other words, he had to keep the 30-man special force alive, even if it was tedious. The authority, Vintage Clock X, reads the hostility sent from the other side of the horizon of Providence. The authority, Vintage Clock X, starts gathering the fragments of the revealed hostility. It was because of this. Hostility's trace fragment gathered 15.3%, the percentage that had come to a stop at 15.1%, started slowly rising back up. As long as he kept on gaining more of this, Vintage Clock X would gain information about that guy who was on the other side of the horizon of Providence. Thus, he had to diligently gather them. Hostility's trace fragment gathered 15.5%, Hostility's trace fragment gathered 15.7%. On the way to the underground labyrinth, he stared at the status message. It felt like he was building up X points, the only X points that could possibly stop the apocalypse. Thus, he felt satisfied for the first time in a long time. BM thought to himself, it was a very strange combination. One day, the metal armor asked for a broomstick and started sweeping the floor of the inner room, which was already clean, and the woman with a gentle look started wiping the floor with a rag. Was her name Ha-Sitbiel? Maybe due to having their minds contaminated, they did not lie down in relaxation, despite being affected by the light falling down from the fragment of paradise. They moved as their instincts told them to, and repeated a habitual process. Hey, it's time for a meal. The metal armor raised its body with a clank, and Ha-Sitbiel walked forward with an amiable smile. They both looked like they had a screw loose. BM gave Ha-Sitbiel a soup and a simple salad which he had made, along with some bread. And for the metal armor, he passed over the fatty oil of a high-ranked beast. Instead of having a meal, it applied the oil of a beast on its body in satisfaction. They did not require meals, as the energy being emanated from Fragment of Paradise was more than enough. However, he decided that it was good to make a habit of eating things for the future, since they wouldn't be in here forever. After having a mouthful of the salad, Ha-Sitbiel went hi-hi and giggled. It's delicious, thank you. BM made a speculation. The metal armor seemed to have been a housekeeper, judging from how he wiped and cleaned all day, while sometimes asking for some dishes to wash. However, he had no idea about the woman. She sometimes copied the metal armor and cleaned, but would suddenly ask, "Are there any kids that need help?" Time after time. When the metal armor lay down after finishing cleaning up, the woman would place the metal armor's head on her lap and sing a lullaby. Maybe she was a mother of a baby, or perhaps. In fact, it had nothing to do with BM, since he didn't give affection out randomly, but today, an odd, unknown feeling moved his heart. As he threw a question, "How is this place? I'm not sure if you guys like it here." "It's not bad." The response came from the metal armor as its crimson eyes flickered like the ocean waves. "Anything you need?" "Nothing really. But, I looked around for a long time but couldn't find the most important thing." "What were you looking for?" After stopping its hands that were moving the broomstick, the metal armor gazed off into a distance. Then, with a voice that sounded like the screeching sound of metals, it quietly asked a question. "Where is my lady?" "Your lady? There is a lady. There is a lady I must protect. And there is a lady that needs me. There are other ladies as well, but I have no clue where they are at." Then, the metal armor glanced around the surroundings. "Do those ladies of yours need you?" "They are all busy. The little lady would be left alone if I'm not there. She needs me." Blankly, the metal armor stood there in place, and seemed to be reminiscing in its memories. BM made a frown. The metal armor's reaction was quite dangerous. He turned his gaze. Then what about you, miss? Anything you need? Hasitbiel, who was biting through the salad, came to a stop. She then blankly stared at BM. If there's anything you want or need, say it. Anything. Anything's fine. For a split second, BM thought he was seeing things, with a face devoid of liveliness. Hasitbiel gave a faint smile. Can you kill me? BM's hands that were pulling a piece of bread out halted. That was a joke. Then she giggled hi-hi again, as she placed the salad into her mouth. You surprised me there. Letting out a snort, BM finished eating the bread, but he was feeling increasingly more complex inside. These guys, they weren't in a good situation. It seemed that he needed to talk to Jitae about them if he came by. By the time they were almost done with their meals, a dimensional fissure was created in midair. The alternate dimension opened its mouth like a greedy anglerfish as a man walked out from the darkness. Have you been well? Yes, it's been a long time. In the middle of his greeting, BM's eyes shot wide open. From behind Jitae's back, enormous things started revealing themselves. Chapter 68. Happy Fitness 3. Since BM had some connection with the International Hunter Association, he immediately knew who they were. This. He clicked his tongue. Jitae threw the 30-man special force team and sat them down alongside the wall. They were all thrashing around on the way, so the hands had to block their mouths. But they all seemed to have calmed down now. 30 people was a lot. However, the circular-shaped inner room had a surface area that was similar to a soccer field, so there was no problem with keeping them all in this place. This place? What was I? The leader of the 30-man special force team was Belle Baryon, ranked 171st from the entire world. With a height reaching roughly 2.2 meters and a large build, she was a mestizo woman from the Philippines. Belle had a half-vacant look on her face. Are you awake? In response to Jitae's words, her blurry eyes regained its focus. Where is this? How should I explain this? It was a place that isolated these guys who had a problem with their heads, and would accommodate them while having them stabilize their emotions. He came up with a similar word, a mental hospital. From now on, you guys have to stay in this place, from around 3 months to a year. Jitae spoke to the agents of the special force team. You're saying we need to stay in quarantine or something? Yeah, you guys should have felt it yourselves, that your thoughts and emotions aren't going the way you want. This is because of a contact with an unnecessary object or existence. Their eyes were widened, as if they had an idea of the cause, but that was for later. If you go out, someone will definitely be killed or hurt by your hands, and the victims could be your own family members. So just stay put and follow your orders. Who are you? Well, just think of me as a doctor. They weren't in their right minds, evident from how they honestly accepted his words and murmured, I see. A doctor, huh? Their current situation was similar to an ice being dropped into a cup of hot water. If it melted successfully and became room temperature water, they would be stabilized. But currently their two statuses were greatly conflicting one another. Thus, their thoughts weren't normal. And this is the nurse. He pointed at BM. Who? To think that BM was working as a nurse as his second job. Indeed, they weren't in their right minds. BM let out an empty laughter as if it was absurd before swallowing a gulp of vodka. We'll see how your symptoms go and do the rest in the future. For now, you can stay here and rest to your heart's content. Wait, that was when Belle raised her hand up. Speak. We are soldiers, and we can't have a loss on our combat power. I understand that we have to stay in this place, but can we have access to training equipment? If it had been Jitae from his 6th iteration, he would have slapped her here, shouting at her to know her place. That was the best course of action, as there wouldn't be any cumbersome troubles, with them staying here quietly. I'll prepare some for you. So when those words left his own mouth, Jitae realized that despite it being such a trivial matter, it was nonetheless the proof of how he was a step closer to daily lives. Perhaps it was a habit that he had picked up while spending time as the children's guardian, because he would have given the children anything without a question. If they asked for something, then that will be the end of the explanation. Take out what you found inside the underground facility. In response to his words, Belle carefully extended her hand forward. She was carrying a black Ziploc bag. Inside, there was a cigarette bud. This was similar to the Protector's sword. It was probably used by Wei Yan, and the hostility would have risen significantly while he was smoking it. I'll keep this. Next, BM stood in front of them. He taught the 30-man special force team about the regulations of the inner room. As Ha Sitbiel spent time in this place, he intentionally made the place have day and night and had taken in a TV, some newspapers as well as books. A systematic set of regulations were needed since various objects had been added to the place. The soldiers nodded their heads at BM's words. BM glanced across them. It felt rather refreshing. The 30-man special force team was originally famous for being a tough group of individuals. In the first place, most of them were ex-convicts with criminal histories, and the association had formed a special team to make use of the superhuman criminals. Well, in the first place, there weren't that many physical-oriented superhumans these days that had clean histories. If swords broke, they would use fists, and would use their teeth to crush enemies if their fists were rendered unusable. Seeing such barbarians kneeling down like obedient kids was rather strange, and invoked a laugh. BM drank a mouthful of vodka. When 31 humans in one metal armor lay down on the ground of the inner room, BM urgently called Jitae. Do you have some time to spare? Why? He talked about the things he had seen and felt. The metal armor expressed its nostalgia, while Ha Sitbiel mentioned her own death, although as a joke. A common aspect of the two circumstances was dissatisfaction. It was a phenomenon which shouldn't happen to people being showered by the light of fragment of paradise. Even though they're mentally contaminated, this status still appears like a very dangerous one. The moment the light of the paradise disappears, their emotions will crash to the ground. Jitae gave a nod, as BM's words were right. As if it was completely unrelated to himself, BM continued with an indifferent voice. Well, I don't really understand. As long as you're breathing with a decent body, I think that should be satisfactory enough. That was the thought of an old Chimera engineer, but the regressor shook his head. Does breathing equate to living? Even if every single day was unsatisfactory, would that be considered a life? It was then. Don't come near me, otherwise I'll kill you all. A loud shout echoed inside the inner room. Ha Sitbiel had screamed as if in a seizure, and was glaring at a woman of the special force team with a ferocious expression. It seemed that she required some chatting. Jitae called Ha Sitbiel over to a small room branching off of the inner room. Her gently bent eyes glanced around the surroundings with a hazy gaze before reaching Jitae. Hi. Hello. Ha Sitbiel laughed. I didn't know, were you a doctor? She had probably heard what he said. Jitae gave a casual nod. It was an accident just then, when I screamed at them. Yeah, I know, you do? Yeah, it's fine, Ha Sitbiel laughed. And sorry about last time. About what? That at your house, She then pretended to be swinging something, after perhaps thinking back on how she had gone on a rampage with a broken glass fragment. I wasn't in the right mind back then. Normally I'm scared of sharp things like that. It's all right. Really? Once again. She laughed. Why did you call me? Is it the doctor making rounds? Just for a little chat. About what? Just about life. There's nothing much in here. I just lie around and read magazines. But the magazines are super interesting. Is that so? So I kept on reading the same magazine. It's this one. Ha Sitbiel carried a magazine that was in tatters and waved it. I think I read it 50 times or so. I've read it so many times that I can remember what's in every page, the words and the images. Do you want to try asking? Jitae received the magazine. It was an exercise magazine related to fitness. Ha Sitbiel in the past wasn't fond of exercises. Page 35, the first line. I know, it's about the correct way to squat. Underneath, there's the image of a male Chinese model. He has his shirt off for some reason and his nipples are very big. You're correct. Right, and something else, the image on page 55. I know that. It's about a couple doing yoga. The man wearing purple tights is lying down on the floor, with the woman standing on his feet. You're correct. A look of pride appeared on her face. He threw several other questions, and Ha Sitbiel gave the correct answer every time. After sharing questions and answers for some time, Ha Sitbiel lay down on the table and slowly opened her mouth. When I see that magazine, I feel like I'll never be able to exercise. Why? What if I get hurt? You can heal it back up. But you can't heal your memories. Ha Sitbiel murmured with unfocused eyes. If I injure my shoulder during a pull-up, then it will stay as a memory, and it'll be scary every time I do a pull-up. Is that the case? Am I the only one? But then what if I slip from a cliff top and end up hanging with only my hands? I need to raise my body up, but I won't be able to do that. Maybe you'll still climb back up, doctor. If I need to. How lucky, but Ha Sitbiel started twisting her hair into a circle. After a few seconds of silence, she started murmuring a story with a blank expression. In the past, there were lots of kids in our house. Kangjun, Heejun, Teejun, they were the three Juns. Bora, Hisu, Hyunji, they were all kind and beautiful kids. Ah, it's not a house and it's an orphanage. I'm the teacher there. Tilting her head, she continued her speech. When a large fissure was opened, we missed out on the timing and couldn't escape. The kids were inside the house, and fortunately the monsters walked past us. I placed the kids inside the bedroom and covered them with a blanket. Then, I went out to the living room by myself and looked outside, because that was the direction where the monsters had gone. This was the change that had happened in the 7th iteration. The owner was the first to run away, so it was just me and the kids. I was thinking of being the bait if need be. The youngest child back then was 3 years old, and was a crybaby that would cry all day from a paper cut. But then the International Hunter Association made a mistake, a friendly fire. The cannonball came flying from behind. A thunderous sound was heard from the bedroom. I dashed in and I was the only survivor. She smiled. No, I was the one that killed them. Then she started laughing hi. Later, I went to the association and asked, and they instead asked me why we didn't follow the evacuation instructions. It was my fault. Therefore, Ha Sitbiel had detested superhumans and ended up signing a contract with the existence of the abyss. In this 7th iteration, after that, I can't really remember anything. It's black, as if there's something hidden. I feel like I had become something different. So everything I remember is about the orphanage. But those big Ajusis and Ajamas, they had the association badge in their chests. I was surprised. It was my bad for shouting. Except for the fact that they belong to the association, there is nothing in common between them and that situation. I need to apologize. So, is it tough? No, it should be tough, right? Twisting her hair, Ha Sitbiel gave a smile. But I'm happy. Weird, right, for some reason. I'm constantly happy ever since I came here. It is weird. Someone like me has no right to be happy. I'm happy even if I stay still. Cleaning makes me happy. And reading the most boring magazine is still enjoyable. It's weird. That shouldn't be the case. Blankly, she let out a silly laughter. Do you also have a bad memory like me? Jitae slowly gave a nod. Those things are hard to forget, right? Indeed. Bad memories remain in a corner of the head for a long time. Those were hard to erase. And a catalyst was all that was needed to have it shooting back out. I'm cold. That was the case even after more than 100 years have passed, and especially for kind people like Ha Sitbiel. Such sorrows tended to stay for longer because they blamed themselves at the same time. Teejun, stay here and don't move. It was then, with a hazy pair of eyes, Ha Sitbiel murmured. Heejun, you need to hold Teejun's hand. Kangjun, can you please listen to my words just for today? Bora, Hisu, don't cry. It'll be fine as long as you stay here. I'm with you. It's fine. Soldier Ajusis will come to save us. You saw them on TV, right? They'll come to our house. And if you're noisy, you'll be the last one to be saved. I'm not scared at all. I'm fine. Soldier Ajusis will come soon, so there's no need to be scared. All right, well done. Cover yourselves with blankets and pull your feet in. It'll be noisy, so block your ears. It's fine. I'll go to the living room to see what's happening outside. You guys have to stay here without going anywhere. For how long? Let's count up to 10,000 together, okay? After you guys count up to 10,000. Suddenly, her words came to a stop. Ha Sitbiel started giggling in a silly manner, and after a long time, she opened her mouth with a soft voice. Doctor? A person with an injured shoulder will be scared when doing a pull-up. Right? Yeah. I'm very scared of living. Maybe my heart was the one that was crushed. While giving a sorrowful smile, she asked, should someone like me still live on? Chapter 69. Happy Fitness. 4. Painful memories of the past were holding onto her ankles, stopping her from reaching for the future. That was Ha Sitbiel's current situation. As if she was powerless, her eyes contained no energy. Hingi, splash. Limply, Ha Sitbiel lay down on top of the table, with her eyes staring past the window at the fragment of paradise hanging down from the ceiling. She murmured to herself, "So I thought about it for some time. Yeah, I think I'll be at ease if I got rid of my memories. I heard there was a superhuman hypnotist that could erase memories for you. Can you erase people's memories as well?" "Doctor," slowly, Jitae gave a nod. "How convenient would it be to turn everything to nothing?" "It would be. Since I'm a superhuman, having a blessing related to being an operator, I can find a few decent licenses and find a job at the government. Operator is a popular job, right? I can find a good workplace and earn enough salary. And I'm quite cute, right?" She then raised and tilted her head with her two fists on her cheeks. When she received no reaction from Jitae, she laughed hihai as if she was embarrassed. "Sorry, why I was quite popular, you know. There were 3 teachers in the orphanage, but all the boys liked me the most. People say I look like a rabbit. I'm 26 years old, so I'm at the peak of my youth, right? I want to be a gold digger, so I'll find a handsome rich man and marry him. Giving birth is scary, but I should be happy after all that." Heaving out a sigh, Ha Sitbiel spoke with a sunken voice. "But I can't do that, right? I shouldn't do that. The kids died because of my misjudgment, and they are only living inside my memories now. Hihai. If I forget those kids, then they won't be remembered by anyone else. Those kids will really die then. I don't know what to do. I can't lose my memories, but it's hard to live on without forgetting them." After driving her head into the desk, she twisted her hair into a mess. Seeing how he was still silent, Ha Sitbiel opened her mouth. "Give me my prescriptions, please." "I don't have any." I thought you were a doctor." Ha Sitbiel wanted to lose her memories, but those shouldn't be forgotten. And because they couldn't be forgotten, she had to live on while embracing those memories. That was why she was asking him this. "How am I supposed to live in the future?" he replied. "I don't know." "What? That's not what a doctor is supposed to say." The regressor gazed into her eyes with a hazy look. If he wanted to console her, it would be possible, albeit awkward. "Even then, you have to live with your 2 feet firmly on the ground, and you have to live with an atoning heart." He could have also said something conceptual, like how humans were forgetful creatures. However, he didn't say that. He also could have created an enemy in her heart to lessen her mental burden. It was the association's fault for friendly fire. It was the demon's fault for waging a war. It's the hostility's fault for coming from the other side of the horizon of providence. It's my fault for not saving the world with 6 regressions. It's the era's fault for being the way it is. However, despite all those possibilities, he didn't say them. Words that replaced all those possibilities and stuck its head out were based on his honest opinions that he accumulated throughout his life. With a dry voice, the regressor opened his mouth. "There is no correct answer in life. How you're supposed to live is completely up to you. There is no correct answer in life, and you shouldn't seek an answer from someone else." In the past, there was a time when he had the exact same thought. First iteration. Jitae's age, 46. Ranking, 9917. During the war against the demons, fighting under the Korean banner, the empress of pop culture, Luna, who had given a significant musical shock to the entire world while coming out on the top of the billboard, committed suicide, which marked the beginning of the attack of the dragons. Thus came the end of the world. Second iteration. Jitae's age, 32, ranking, 847. He fought against a catastrophe-level demon during the war and lost his lover in the process. After returning to the camp, Jitae couldn't fight his PTSD and committed suicide, which marked the end of the world's timeline. Third iteration. Jitae's age, 45, ranking, 45. After 18 years of living in the dungeons with his back turned against the world, while he was half-crazily killing monsters and demons, the actress of the century, Jitae committed suicide and thus started the raid of the dragons, which ended the world's timeline. Fourth iteration. Jitae's age, 46, ranking, 3. The world had discarded him over and over. If only he could die. He would have. "If you want to die, you can." His words struck Ha Sitbiel's ears with a thud. "What? If there's nothing worth expecting in your life, it is better to end it right now." To prove his words, Jitae took out a dagger from his internal alternate dimension. Then, he placed it in front of Ha Seatbeal on the desk as her gaze sank down. She picked up the dagger and touched the blade with her index finger with a blank expression. But if you don't want to die, think of things you can expect. The world repeated itself, and he was unable to die. In order to survive, he needed to change his thought process. So what made people live on? Expectation? Yes. Ha Seatbeal wore a dumb expression. The answer he found was this. Expectation drives people's lives. People ate delicious meals with the expectation of a good experience, and people fasted and exercised with the expectation of a good experience. People married while having expectations for happy lives, and people divorced due to having expectations for a happier life. People lived on due to the expectations of a better future, and people died due to being unable to have expectations of a better future. Is there still something worth expecting for you? The sharpened blade cut her finger. As a drop of blood traveled down the blade. If there's even the slightest thing in the world that is worth expecting, you don't have to die. Ha Seatbeal's hands came to a stop. You talked about marrying and having a child. Is that your honest thought, making a family with a rich and handsome man? If you're wishing for a marriage and are hoping for happiness after giving birth, you don't have to die in this place right now. With a smile, Ha Seatbeal lowered her gaze. Then, after a long time of silence, she carefully opened her mouth. The thing about marriage was a joke. But I still have something worth expecting, but it's really far. Maybe it's way too far, I can't see it, and I don't think I can reach it either. Because I'm small and weak. Ha Seatbeal fidgeted with her fingers. At the start, I hated the association, and later I hated myself. Even now, I detest myself and the association. But now, I hate something even more than that. I don't like this era, because I wasn't the only one that ended up like this. Why did everything have to turn out like this? Why did the kids have to die? Why do I have to be a sinner? After laughing, she covered her face with her two hands. My expectation is this. I want to change this era so that there are no more orphanage teachers like me. But what can I do? It's so obvious that I'll stumble on the way there. How can I change this era? To be honest, I won't ever reach it. It's fine even if you don't reach it. As death, emotions, and hellish senses of loss repeated itself, to the point he became numb to them, the impetus that drove him on regardless, in search for the happiness of the dragons was, the time you spend reaching for it, is life. When a single expectation succeeded in creating one's attitude facing life, it followed the law of inertia from then on. If you want to die, then die, but if you want to live, then kill your past self. The smile vanished from Ha Seatbeal's expression. Open your eyes and live the present. Her fingers twisting her hair came to a stop. While wearing a blank expression as if she felt something, her fingers slipped down to the desk. If you want to live, if you must live, in a soft voice, she whispered. Can a person like me have expectations? He gave a nod. Unfortunately, even if someone had expectations, those goals wouldn't be unconditionally fulfilled, but the process of running towards the goal was life. Achieving it was a different story. Thank you, however, her expectations won't be betrayed, because he was in the middle of changing this era. If you want to live, you must change the era, and you must do whatever you can in order to change the era. Despite having a cloudy mind, that was the conclusion Ha Seatbeal came to after understanding Jitae's words. Therefore, she first went up to the soldier of the Special Force team, whom she had shouted at. This person was a grateful person who was trying her hardest to change the era. She was a black lady who was at least 2 heads taller than herself, with her shoulders being wider than Jitae. Sorry about that. Sorry for screaming all of a sudden. Ho, that's all right. I sometimes do that to my husband. Ah, really? Ho, last week. Damn it. Suddenly he was trying to leave the house in the middle of the night. Trying to drink with his friends, you know. I got married to a scoundrel that drinks all day. Oh my, then what did you do? I had to force him to stay inside. Oh, did you lock the door? The agent took out a mana gun from her waist and pointed it at her. Ho, there was an even more efficient method. Ahahat. In any case, the woman had fortunately received her word of apology, and Ha Seatbeal chatted with her in a good mood. Sitting while facing the wall, Ha Seatbeal laughed to herself, hoo-ha, and contemplated. What could she do right now? Spending time in this place was satisfactory, and thus, anything she did would be satisfactory. However, she couldn't exactly think of what to do. The most important thing was for her to get stronger. She was weak, and that was the reason she couldn't protect the children. So how could she become stronger? However, the change started from a completely random place. Ho, Miss Ha, do you want to exercise together? That was the suggestion that came from an agent of the Special Force team whom she had apologized to a few days ago. Thinking back, the other side of the inner room had been rowdy from a few days ago, and it sounded like they were undergoing construction. She had glanced past it due to her hazy mind, but now that she properly looked at it, she realized that there was a building resembling a container placed near the edge. Exercise? Ooh, that would be good. Ha Sitbiel was still not in her right mind, and it required a lot of time for her to understand what exercise meant when it came from a woman who had an arm thicker than her waist. The moment she opened the door of the container building, an otherworldly Jim welcomed her. Qat? Inside the container, soldiers of the Special Force let out roars filled with delight and madness while raising dumbbells the size of humans, with but one arm. Qat! The agents doing dumbbell curls were sitting on chairs, and those chairs were connected to a thick metal bar, which was being used by another agent doing a bench press. Oi, Brandon, is that all you got? That's why you're still without kids. Waheha. Those words touched his pride. Should I chuck you or not? Chuck us. With a scream, the agent threw the bar up without being able to hold his strength back, so the two agents doing dumbbell curls ended up smashing into the ceiling. Jick! Kyarb! Letting out streams of blood from their noses. They screamed after dropping down to the floor. Ouch, Qhuhu, you're full of strength, so what's the reason? So the bottom was the problematic one, huh? Hahat. Meanwhile, Ha Sitbiel was wearing a faint smile, but her pupils were shivering to the sides. Something was wrong. Ha Sitbiel instinctively realized that something was going wrong, and she took a few steps back with a blank expression. Ho, where are you going? A voice of the female soldier reached her ear from the side. Hi, T. This, I heard the story. Sitbiel, you said you wanted to be stronger, right? T that, he. She had indeed said that to BM. Our leader told us this. She's Belle Baryon. You know her, right? I don't think I'm mentally prepared yet. She's the strongest warrior from our group. Belle says this every time. You train and you become stronger. Ho. Ha Sitbiel quickly walked backward. The door was right behind her, so she just had to walk a few more steps. Click, that was when a mana gun touched her back. You're not going anywhere. It was unclear when she had gone behind her, but the agent was pointing a gun at her. Apparently the light in this place heals your wounds, so it's the best place for training. Ho. Should we become stronger together? With a face filled with sorrow, Ha Sitbiel laughed. KKNG, 842. KQong, 843. After ages of doing a pull-up with another agent behind her back, Ha Sitbiel laughed and cried. KQ, you didn't go all the way up. 843. Ooh, drop, unable to endure anymore. She let go of the bar and dropped down on the floor. Oh no, you haven't even done 1,000 reps yet, so how dare you? Regardless of what was being said above her, the exhausted Ha Sitbiel looked forward with a hazy gaze. Near the entrance of the storage was the name of the gym, which was personally written by BM. Happy Fitness? Hi. It was a name that automatically put a smile on her face. Chapter 70. A baby chicken picked up by the baby chicken one. That was a nice short lecture. I know, right? Keel walked out through the exit with her friends and laughed. There was a lecture on spirit beasts and taming today. Animals that harbored mana in their bodies and awakened to a blessing were called spirit beasts. Originally, it was meant to be a 2-hour lecture, but it ended when they were 30 minutes into the lecture today, so the cadets were in a good mood. By the way, you know how the professor was in a hurry. Did something happen? From what I heard, I think there was an issue with the Spirit Beast Breeding Center. Really? One of the cadets widened their eyes with shock. Well, they'll figure it out somehow, right? Anyway, we have some free time. Do you want to go ride a Deepang? Deepang, let's go. While the cadets were excitedly sharing a conversation, Keel asked. Me too. But what's a Deepang? Hearing that, the cadets became flustered. Ego, right? Oops. NNYY, it's a kind of ride that goes up and down. Oh, okay, but there's one problem. What is it? It's inside the entertainment district. Thinking to herself, I see, Keel gave a nod. In the past, Jitae had told her to avoid coming into contact with reporters at all cost, with a rare serious expression. Thus, Keel could not visit the entertainment district during this time, because people unrelated to Lair were allowed into the entertainment area. There would be reporters in that place, and although unfortunate, there was nothing she could do about it. I'm fine, so go and have fun. See you tomorrow, Keel. After sending her friends on the way, Keel sat down alone on a bench in a nearby park. Then, she started humming a song and flapped her legs back and forth. She could see her own breath forming a mist. The winter sky seemed very tall, and the leafless branches appeared rather empty. Rustle. NN? That was when something moved behind the bushes. Owing, Keel widened her eyes. What was it? She walked up with curiosity and observed what was inside. There she saw a bundle of yellow fur through the gaps between the leaves, which quickly ran away. Hello, said Keel, but the furry creature distanced itself without a response. Keel. That was when Jitae appeared. Yes, Ajasi. Even while on the way back, Keel seemed quite disappointed, and repeatedly turned around. The furry ball was already long gone. The day after was a weekend. Whenever it was mealtime, Jael ran into Bomb's room with a beaming smile. She opened her treasure box, Bomb's drawer. Inside was a pile of leaflets. Scanning through them, Jael decided on the menu with a bright smile and ran towards Jitae. Jael carefully handed the leaflet over to him. Okay. Recently, she had started gaining more interest in food and was trying all sorts of new dishes. So yesterday, they had eaten flounder sashimi, salmon sashimi the day before, and had gotten yellowtail sashimi before that. What sashimi would it be today? Thinking that, Jitae received it. On top of the plate inside the leaflet, there were several pink fleshes of fish. Next to that was boiled pork, and there were neatly arranged kimchis in the middle of the plate. It was a Korean-style dish, and its name was skate sashimi. Nod. Was it okay to feed her this? Jitae pondered for some time. She was a blue dragon that usually ate fish instead of snacks, so he hadn't stopped her from eating sashimi before, but skate was a different story. While wearing a smile, Jael tilted her head. Gaze, all right, but you can leave some food today. Since she usually ate everything on the plate, Jitae told her that. Soon, the delivery came, and when she smelled samhab for the first time in her life, confusion appeared on Jael's face as she looked up at him. Gaze, fermented skate contained with it the smell of ammonia, and it would be an unfamiliar smell to Jael, who didn't go to the toilet herself. You can't eat it. Shake. Even then, Jael carefully raised her spork, and with stiff movements, she picked up a piece of skate sashimi and slowly placed it into her mouth. She chewed it once. Crunch, it was a culture shock. For some reason, the sashimi was crunchy. It was extremely salty, sour, and something was coming up. Hey, Kyubu. Jael squinted her eyes and sniffed her nose. Her hand holding the spork didn't know where to go, as a drop of tear soon appeared in her eyes. As expected, it seemed to have been a fail. It was a great dish to people that enjoyed that flavor, but was a terrible one to those that didn't. After coming to herself, Jael held the spork upside down and started glaring at the skate sashimi. With a teary pair of eyes, she looked at Jitae, then glared at the food. While biting on her lips, her eyes didn't know where to look. Have the meat, I'll eat this. When Jitae raised a bunch of skate sashimis with his chopsticks, Jael suddenly held tightly onto his sleeves. Why? Shake, I can eat it. Shake. Jael frantically stopped him. Her facial expression was considerably grim and resolute, as if she was stopping him from eating poisonous food. Even today, the regressor had no idea what was up with the child, but what was clear was that he had to eat this later. I'm back. That was when Keel opened the door and walked in. She looked a bit energyless today. What happened? Yes, you seem to have no energy. It's nothing. Oh, what's this? Meat and sashimi? He ordered a large size, so there was still plenty remaining. With sparkling eyes, Keel sat down on her seat, but her expression soon became the same as Jael. Kua, Ajasi, can you give me 1 second? Said Bomb, with a fairly serious expression. Yeah, your ear please. What was it? Jitae remained still, so Bomb walked up till she was in front of one of his ears. She opened her mouth and, suddenly, his ear was bitten. Feeling perplexed in an instant, Jitae pulled his head back and found Bomb watching him with a slightly elated look on her face. "I thought you had a question. When did I say that?" As Jitae shook his head in resignation, the excited Bomb chuckled out loud. "Ha, that was fun. Anyway, that was a joke. I actually have something to say regarding Keel." "Keel?" "Yes, she looked kind of gloomy these days. I think she might need some of your help." "Ajasi?" Bomb said that with a mysterious expression. Jitae remembered how Keel had been looking through the bushes the day before when she was alone. Maybe she was looking for something. And thinking back, she had appeared powerless ever since. And since she always had her energy overflowing out, even Jitae could spot the anomaly. There must have been something in there. He found Keel, who was staring outside from the veranda. "You Keel? Mommy?" Keel was startled and fluttered her arms around because he hadn't given signs of his approach. "Why? What are you doing?" "Ah, nothing, I was just looking outside." Her body was facing the entertainment district. Perhaps she wanted to go there and play, but there were time periods where outsiders of Lair weren't allowed in. So that shouldn't be the case since she could visit it then. "Why, is there something there?" "No, there is." "There isn't, so there is." There is nothing though, I see, so there was something. What is it?" That. Actually," Keel carefully opened her mouth, "there's a baby chicken." "A baby chicken?" "Yes, a baby chicken. It comes out there a lot." The direction she was pointing at was the middle area between the entertainment and the academy district, and was also where he had picked her up a few days ago. "It's a wild baby chicken. I see it often, but feels like it's not opening its heart up to me." Seeing a wild baby chicken often, Jitae tilted his head. It was cold, and the wintry weather even froze the puddles of water in the streets. A baby chicken wasn't an animal that could be seen often in the city in a weather like this, so it probably wasn't a normal baby chicken. In any case, I saw it 3 to 4 times, but it ran away every single time. I was just worried and wanted to help because of the cold weather. I see. So there's this thing I really want to ask." "Okay. When you meet someone for the first time, how do you open their hearts up?" He reflected on his own experiences. When meeting someone for the first time, he would often point swords and guns at them. This wasn't a good choice. Then what else would there be? When he first met Bomb, he had threatened her, and in Yoram's case, Bomb was the one that started the conversation. And when he first met Keel, why, do you have a good idea? He had lured her in with food. "Oh, Ajasi, you're a genius." That night, Jitae threw 3 eggs into a pot of boiling water. After boiling for around 10 minutes, he took the hard-boiled eggs out and separated the egg yolks. When he looked it up, it seemed that yolks were used to feed baby chickens. For a split second, he thought it was rather ironic to feed eggs to baby chickens, but they apparently liked it. Then, he headed to the academy district with Keel and Jitae. According to Keel, the baby chicken appeared in the bushes in front of the school building every day for the past few days. During this period of time, "Here?" "Yes." Keel hid herself behind the bushes, but her gold-colored hair was very eye-catching, so she was still easy to find. Jitae also killed his presence and crouched down next to her, as Jitae also wore a rather serious expression. After they waited like that for some time, Russell, something appeared from the other side, a bright yellowish fur, an ivory beak and a black pair of eyes, as well as its size that was slightly bigger than a fist. Its furry body was smeared all around with dust and appeared extremely dirty. Chirp! It was a fairly large baby chicken, and Jitae saw through it with a glance. That was a spirit beast. However, it wasn't from Earth, and it must have been taken from the dungeons or something while it was still inside an egg. Chirp, chirp. After chirping a few times, the baby chicken brought its beak down to the ground. There was food waste in the nearby areas, and it seemed to be eating those leftovers. Jitae pulled on Jitae's sleeves. "Gaze? Right, it really came." Then, Jitae held onto Keel's skirt as Keel whispered with her body frozen stiff. "Why, you're very flustered, Jitae. See, calm down. Jitae, calm." She was several times more flustered herself. Hoo ha hoo. Ha. After breathing in and out, she carefully took out a bowl from her pocket and approached the baby chicken. Hello?" The baby chicken urgently raised its head up and became stiff. Due to coming into contact several times with the baby chicken, Keel knew how quickly it escaped. Thus, she pushed the bowl forward instead of speaking for a long time. Eat this, it's food, food. Since she had been rejected several times during the past few days, Keel was considerably careful with her movements. You're hungry, right? This is delicious. When Keel carefully took a step closer towards it, the baby chicken kept a fixed distance apart from her and took a step back. Nervously, Jitae held tightly onto Jitae's sleeves, while Keel placed the bowl down before pulling herself back again. There you go. Only when Keel disappeared from its sight did the baby chicken sneak up and point its beak at the food. It worked. Watching on from the other side of the bush, Keel gripped her hand into a tight fist. After emptying the bowl, the baby chicken waddled with a swaying butt and disappeared into the distance. Hoo-hoo-ha. Keel prepared its food once a day ever since that happened. Although the baby chicken was still cautious of Keel, it didn't stay vigilant against the food and diligently consumed the feed with a dirty beak. Chirp, chirp. And once it finished the food, it would chirp once before walking away. It emptied the food today as well. Keel appeared very proud. Ooh, but I still feel it's a shame. Why? I want to touch it, so furry and it's dirty as well. I want to wipe it with a wet tissue or something. Jitae thought to himself, whether it would be dangerous or not. The baby chicken was a spirit beast, not a monster, and such bird-type spirit beasts were generally mild. After becoming adults, bird spirit beasts also formed a society similar to humans, alongside the bird people, so it should be fine, and he decided to be less concerned about it. Chirp. That day, the baby chicken emptied the bowl again, before chirping as if to say thanks. On the way back, Keel opened her mouth with a smile. I think it's fine now, I should be fine by myself. But the next day, the baby chicken didn't show up. Keel, who had come alone with the bowl, waited for a long time. Since she had seen it every day for almost a week, the fact that it suddenly stopped coming made her feel worried. However, the baby chicken did not show up till the end. Carefully, Keel walked to the place where the baby chicken always stood and brought her nose next to it. Taking in the smell of the spirit beast, she concentrated and found a direction to walk in while reflecting on the smell. After walking for a long time, Keel's feet came to a stop. The smell of the baby chicken was coming from somewhere inside the entertainment district. And there was also the smell of other spirit beasts mixed with it. Chapter 71, a baby chicken picked up by the baby chicken, too, on top of a tall clock tower. Jitae was sitting down gazing off to a distance after killing his presence to the max. His gaze was fixed on Keel. Although she said she could go by herself, he didn't let her. Was it because he couldn't trust her? No, instead it was more so that everything regarding Keel required conviction. It was because Keel's heart was especially more delicate than Bomb, Yoram and Jitae. Unaware of his gaze, Keel was running somewhere with short strides as her blonde hair fluttered behind her. But for some reason, the baby chicken didn't appear today. Keel was flustered. She got on all fours and placed her face near the ground. Then, she blankly stayed still for a long time, perhaps recalling her memories. Soon, Keel started running in the direction heading to the entertainment district. She must be tracking the baby chicken's smell. Jitae raised his body, but before long, her feet came to a stop. Keel hesitated. This stinky smell. Where did I smell this before? Was it from that cat that I saw in the Amazon? A cat. Did something happen to my chirpy? Should I go? I'm a dragon as well. I can run if I want to. And I can run before things like reporters can find me. Can't I just run in and take the chicken out? I should have learned teleportation magic from Bomani. If I did, I could have jumped in and out after taking the baby chicken. But, I promised that I would never go to where the reporters are with Ajasi. If I go in, that would go against the promise I made with him. I think I remember Yoramani saying that promises are meant to be broken. No, but Mum told me to keep promises like you would with your life. What should I do? 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 I really must be an idiot. I should have brought the baby chicken home earlier. You know how cold and dangerous it is outside. Why did you hesitate? Idiot, you Keel. You fool. Why did you do that? Is giving food all you can do? But Mum told me to think 100 times before bringing someone into the house. She said living together is a different problem. Call came to her senses. Without even realizing it, her legs had started running already. Entertainment district. Every building was filled with leisure activities, and there were several people in cadet uniforms as well as their guardians. And she could also see teachers and staff members in blue name badges. In between all that, there were also white name badges symbolizing reporters and people related to the media. With a oops, she realized that she was running barefaced, and although late, Keel covered her face with her 2 hands. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone that stopped her as she urgently dashed forward. Even with her face covered, she was precisely aware of the direction she was to run in, and after running for a long time, she arrived at a quiet alleyway as she gasped for breath. Should be near this place. It was then. Meow, chirp, from the other side of the alleyway. She heard a sharp cry of a cat and the chirping of a baby chicken. In surprise, she headed to the corner and stealthily gazed at the inside of the alleyway. There were 3 large cats frantically jumping and dashing forward, with their claws out, attacking something. Some of them were then hit by something as they rolled around, and in the middle of the cats, a yellow furry ball. Startled, Keel raised her body. If she hadn't sensed something weird, Keel would have ran out immediately. What's happening? Keel once again hid her body and watched the situation unfold. The furry ball's fluttering wing became slightly larger as it smacked the cat on its cheek. Slam, letting out a meow. The cat tumbled down. However, there was another cat on the side running in at the baby chicken with its sharp claws. Keel was confused yet again, now that she had some time to see things straight. She realized that the cats were standing on 2 feet. How was this possible? Soon, the story with her friends from a few days ago floated in her head. By the way, you know how the professor was in a hurry. Did something happen? From what I heard, I think there was an issue with the Spirit Beast Breeding Center. Spirit Beast Breeding Center? Don't tell me. Chirp, struck by the claws of the cat. The baby chicken fell down. A small wound was formed as blood flowed out from the head and painted the yellow fur in red. From the sudden turn of events, Keel was unable to act. That was when Jitae arrived nearby. He stood on the rooftop of a building as he watched on. Meow, the cats raised their voices sharply. Anyone listening would only hear the growling of a cat, but Jitae was able to understand the underlying meaning behind it. Fallen Babel S. It was thanks to a skill which he had earned from an adult dragon. Although Keel also had Fallen Babel S. She was still young and lacked an in-depth understanding of magic spells and skills. She probably couldn't understand the words of the spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the cats threatened with their sharp claws. Meow, this will be the end. Then, the cat immediately dashed towards the baby chicken that was on the ground. But the chicken responded by slowly raising its head. Its black eyes flashed in blue. Repetitive beak blows Pabababak. The beak containing mana resembled a woodpecker, as it repeatedly pecked at the cats. Meow, 2 of the cats fell down in an instant, which was soon followed by the mackerel-colored cat, the largest within the mix, which collapsed after being pecked on its nose. However, the baby chicken wasn't unharmed either, as it had been struck on the side by the claws of the cat. Silence befell the area. Meow, kook, not bad razor. The wounded mackerel-colored cat stood up with a stumble. Chirp, now stop with the meaningless turf wars. Meow, meow, Q-cuck, indeed. You're strong, but it seems your beak is the only thing alive. Chirp, what did you say? Meow, meow. Look at you, even though you talk big. You're not in a good situation yourself? The cat was right. The baby chicken lost strength in one of its legs as it dropped onto the ground. The end is coming, huh? Raising its head, the baby chicken stared at the blue sky. Chirp, chirp, how high and blue? How long have I been longing for this scenery? Kyung, kyung, HMPH, are you indulged in meaningless sentiments? Stop with your nonsense and leave our territory. Chirp, chirrup, cheer up. I thought a wide world would be waiting for us once we escaped those tiny cages. But you guys try to lock yourselves in, even in this place. Meow, shut your mouth. Mew, the cats growled menacingly. Jitae decided to silently watch on, as the conversation between the boss cat and the baby chicken continued. I shall ask for the last time, you were seemingly going to give up the past few days, so why did you show up again? I had never given up. It's just that there was a young girl waiting for me there, and I had to find her. What? I didn't want to betray her expectations. She was the first girl that treated me so nicely. Cuck, a pushover till the end, huh? All right, see you in the afterlife. Meow, with sharp claws. The cats started viciously running in, and their vigor was more brutal than before. Chirp. Egg yolks. They weren't bad. Resigning itself to its fate, the baby chicken lowered its head. In that volatile, dangerous situation, Keel startledly kicked off the ground but ended up touching a rusted bicycle standing in the entrance of the alleyway. With a thud, the bicycle fell. The gazes of the cats and the baby chicken traveled back and found Keel. Flustered, Keel spoke of whatever that came to her mind. Sorry for the intrusion. After a few seconds of silence, chirp, the baby chicken chirped. So, the cats and the baby chicken were having a turf war, and when you showed up, they ran away? Jitae pretended to be clueless and asked. Yes. And this guy is like this, because it was hit by some cats? Yes, Keel replied with a disheartened voice. On top of a soft cushion was the baby chicken, breathing but unconscious. Jitae looked through the baby chicken's mana and observed that there were no threats to its life. I heard somewhere, but the spirit beast breeding center was apparently destroyed. This child looks like a spirit beast from that place, but its wounds are quite severe. Is the baby chicken fine? With her eyes filled with worry, Keel looked at the baby chicken. He nodded. Bomb. Yes. These days it was easy to find healers, but there was no such thing as healing magic in the distant past, until it was created by the green dragon race. Bomb walked up and placed her hand on top of the chicken's small body. The power of nature that cured any hardships of life stretched out from her hand. Restoration, green-colored light mixed with the dragon's mana spread it out in a circle before slowly seeping into the baby chicken's body. Blankly, Keel and Jitae watched on. On its small body the size of a fist, there were traces of blood. Despite believing in the fact that those would be cured, her heart was still filled with worry as Keel made fists. After a few minutes passed, slowly the baby chicken squinted and opened its eyes. With its eyes open, the baby chicken glanced around the surroundings before carefully standing up. However, its body was seemingly powerless as it fell head first onto the cushion after taking a few steps forward. Bomb opened her mouth with a smile. Not yet, you can't stand up yet. Chirp. And Jitae, can you create some water? Jitae opened her small hands. Then, mana gathered and formed a drop of water. After stealing a glance at Jitae, she carefully extended her hands forward and placed them in front of the baby chicken. Her small hands were faintly shivering from nervousness. Soon, the baby chicken barely stood up and brought its beak next to the water. Then, it raised its head to swallow it. It repeated that several times before returning its gaze to Keel. Chirp, chirp. Finally, it came to its senses. After waking up, the baby chicken no longer avoided Keel. Chirp, chirp, it ran towards Keel. Surprised, Keel carefully carried it up with her hands, as the baby chicken charmingly rubbed its head on her palm. Jitae was lying down on the sofa quietly watching that when the baby chicken crossed the living room and approached him. Then, it lowered its head. Chirp, perhaps you wouldn't understand my words. Chirp, chirrup, myself am from Kaiman, a collateral descendant of the bird people. Kaiman was the name of one of the alternate dimensions nearby, just like what Jitae had predicted. It was taken here via dungeon through a dimensional fissure. Chirp, 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 name is Regressor. That is what the breeding center called me. You seem to be the leader of this territory. I shall give you my word of thanks. He casually ignored the young spirit beast's words. At least the baby chicken knew manners. Feels like it's saying thanks. So cute. Unconsciously making a precise judgment of the situation, Keel flickered her eyes. After that, Regressor walked to Bomb and lowered its head. Chirp, chirrup, chirp. You're the one that healed me, thanks to yourself. My body has regained its health. There is no pain no more. Chirp, chirp, chirp. My gratitude, we, the bird people of Kaiman. Do not forget the kindness we were shown. Chirp, I shall think of it as an eternal debt. Okay. Bomb carefully caressed the baby chicken's head with her fingers and felt the soft yellowish fur resembling cotton. Unnie, did you just talk to the child? No, I just thought it was talking to me. Meanwhile, Regressor walked over to Jitae and lowered its head. Surprised. Jael turned to Yujiti. When Yujiti gave a nod back, Jael stood in front of the baby chicken and placed her hands neatly on top of her stomach before giving a 90-degree bow. Finding that cute, Bomb and Keel chuckled. Chirp. Thank you for sharing the fresh, clean water. Chirp, chirp. Beautiful young girl, that was the taste of heavenly water. Jael once again looked back at Yujiti, and her gaze seemed to be asking if she could touch it. When he nodded, Jael slowly lowered her back and opened her palms on the ground. Without any hesitation, the baby chicken walked onto her hands. It was Jael who instead hesitated. With careful fingers, she caressed the baby chicken, which cried chirp chirp, and rubbed its body on her hand. Pretty. With flushed cheeks, Jael jumped up and down on the spot while letting out a groan. She seemed to be lost as to what to do because of its cuteness. Lastly, after coming down from Jael's hands, the baby chicken approached Keel. Despite being a baby chicken, its strides were solemn and dignified. At a rate slower compared to others, Razor lowered its head and did not raise its head back up for a long time. Keel was flustered. Huh, what's wrong? Said Keel, as she kneeled on the ground and lowered her body too with a panic. That was when Razor let out a soft growl. Chirp, chirp, you are my savior. Chirp, my guardian deity. Chapter 72. A baby chicken picked up by the baby chicken 3, inside an underground place of worship of the undetectables, crimson flames soared up high within the darkness. There, Wei Yan and several demons under him were gathered. Wei Yan burned a sacrifice and offered a prayer to the existence of the abyss, praying that there would be a cadet in the militia masquerade that would have the honor of receiving thy precious grace. That will in turn add to Wei Yan's overall power. Creak, that was when the door of the worship room was pushed open. Which stupid lunatic! Interfering with an offering was hard to forgive. Wei Yan temperamentally turned his head, but after seeing who they were, he smiled with a relaxed expression. Welcome, good sirs. Wei Yan, whose individual strength came close to the disaster rank, had a fairly high position inside the undetectables. Now, demons that required Wei Yan to treat with utmost respect didn't amount to more than 20 worldwide. But the male and female standing before him were included in those 20. You don't look like you're having a hard time. Wei Yan. The first one to open their mouth was the middle-aged woman. Her jaws, as well as the elbows, wrists, and all the joints of her body resembled a puppet, and her gaze remained blank. She was a disaster-ranked demon. Demon engineer, Usul Khalifa, she was one of the elders of the undetectables. But thanks to you coming, madam, I am able to have some breathing space. I am sincerely grateful for your help. A slippery tongue you have as always. I will be in your deepest care. I'm sure you've heard it already, but... Wei Yan dropped his gaze to the floor. Right, dead. That retarded old man. They were talking about the disaster-ranked demon of Japan, Hasegawa. Well, it's a good thing. I was getting upset and bothered by him asking for a puppet every single time. Old nerd, immersed in a refined roleplay of a noble. I have no words that could be possibly said. Even if you do, stuff it back into your mouth and leave it there. I have a lot in mind. After giving a polite bow to Usul, Wei Yan looked behind her. Sir? The man who had been blankly staring at the altar turned his head. His elegant face overflowed with vintageness, but it was hard to believe from his appearance that he had lived for over 470 years. He was a man who had been Wei Yan's idol in the past. Been a while. Young child. His low and heavy voice resonated across. Currently, there were 5 catastrophe-ranked demons in the entire world, and 4 of them belonged to the undetectables, taking the position called seats. They each contained their army as lords, and at the same time received a significant number of authorities from the existence of the abyss as catastrophes. Seat of Covenant. Ma Namjoon, he would act as the deputy principal of Lair in preparation for the flowing current of the times. Seat of Punishment, Lim Chullo, the fangs of the undetectables, the one that bites enemies to death. Seat of Iron Blood, Bartali Argorian, the military general of the undetectables, the lord with the most number of troops under him, who at the same time had pushed Yujiti of the second iteration to despair. And lastly was the man with Wei Yan. Seat of Deepest Desire, Noah, 20 years ago, during the East Asian Great War. He was the one that had deleted portions of Nigeria, Chad, and Cameroon from the map. He was known to use an ability related to mines, but nothing more than that was known. Besides, even Wei Yan, a high-ranked official, knew basically nothing apart from the fact that the man was 470 years old. Although the demons spared less attention to others even inside the same organization, Noah was still unique and different in the sense that he was covered in mystery. I am sincerely sorry for troubling you, sir. You'll become the fifth sword of the undetectables. Yes, my lacking self somehow received the blessing of the abyss, but an opposing hindrance is causing a headache. Merely meeting Noah's gaze for a split second gave him chills, but Wei Yan instead felt excitement more than anything. If you do help me, sir, this inadequate self would definitely be able to rise to a seat and will try my hardest to be useful to the great plan. After giving a faint nod, Noah returned his gaze to the altar. There has always been hindrances, and there will be no more. You are the one personally protecting, sir, so who would dare oppose us? Wei Yan did not receive a response. It would be great if that was the case, but… Staring at the altar, Noah quietly whispered an incomprehensible murmur. Chirp, chirp. In fact, I myself feel slightly burdened by others' hands. Chirp, chirp. After hatching at the breeding center, my growth had been restricted for more than a decade. Chirrup, chirp, 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 chirp. When those humans fed me those damn drugs, they used to touch me. They said it was a supplement, but how laughable. It was not for me at least. Chirp, so I would prefer you stop touching my fur. It blabbered about its past trauma. However, Jitae, who did not understand what the baby chicken was clamoring about, continued patting its head. Good child. Chirp. I myself am not good. I can be evil whenever I want. Despite murmuring that, the baby chicken was not threatening at all. So cutie. Chirp, chirp. I am not cute, more importantly. How long are you going to touch me for? Stop touching me. This is a warning. If you continue touching my head like that, Jitae's soft gesture continued, as the baby chicken's eyes slowly came to a close. If you touch me like that, murmured the baby chicken before crying out, chirp. HNNNG? What was that for? It was old. But a baby chicken was still a baby chicken. That was when the door of Yoram's room was kicked open. Wearing a singlet and a pair of short pants, she lazily walked out with a yawn. These days, she rarely stayed home from day to night, and appeared tired whenever she was home. In surprise, Keel hid the baby chicken behind her back. My dear sister, don't you think you make it too obvious whenever you're hiding something? Me, what did you hide? No. Ah, what is it? Hurry up and take it out. I don't want to. Her struggle was in vain. After being instantaneously suppressed, Keel groaned on the floor, while Yoram picked up the chicken. What's this yellow thing? No, my Chirpy. Chirpy, is that its name? You're not even a kid. What the heck is a Chirpy? It's just some fried chicken with no expiration date. Keel immediately gave a frown. What? Fried chicken with no expiration date? Unnie is an old Ajama. Idiot. Yeah. You monkey. Ugly, ill-tempered, pervert, lowlife. If only I was a bit stronger, I would. Her repetitive rant suddenly came to a stop before the widened crimson pair of eyes. You would. What? Hee. Yuang WW wait I give. Keel took a small win at the cost of a large defeat. Meanwhile, the baby chicken distanced itself in alarm. Chirp, chirp. This foul smell, a cigarette horrendous, get away you. While Keel was powerlessly on the ground, Yoram placed her nose next to the baby chicken's body and smelled it. Sincerely, from the head to the butt, and after smelling it, she tilted her head before licking the chicken's beak. Chirp, Jayak, seemingly having lost interest. Yoram randomly chucked the baby chicken at Keel and gave a stretch. Chirp, my god has died. But her interest seemed to have returned when the baby chicken was eating its feed. Crouching down on the ground, Yoram blankly watched the baby chicken indulging in its meal. Then, she grabbed the container and pulled it slightly away. Chirp! The baby chicken ran up and dipped its head into the bowl again, but Yoram then pulled the bowl once more. Chirp! Chirp! Being a spirit beast, the baby chicken was considerably fast when it started running and jumping. Thus, Yoram raised the bowl to an adequate level, so that the baby chicken could see it, despite being unable to place its beak into it. Then, the baby chicken's gaze slowly shifted from the bowl to Yoram. A strange tension flowed between the two. Chirp, this fuck, and the baby chicken swore for the first time. Keel tended to take pictures whenever she liked something, whether it be animals, plants, food, or people. There were no exceptions. Today was the same. When the baby chicken in Jaeyeol's arms started dozing off, a comparatively large hand came to its head. Razor's eyes opened slightly as Jaeyeol gave a smile. Click, and Keel took a photo of it. Amazing, so pretty. Come here too, Ajasi. Jitae was pulled along by Keel's hand all of a sudden. He was about to receive the watch thinking that she wanted him to take the picture, but Keel requested him to hug Jaeyeol instead. So Jitae was carrying Jaeyeol while Jaeyeol was carrying the baby chicken. Click, take a picture of me as well, she said, before handing him the watch. While she was at it, Keel also decided to take a video. Jaeyeol and Keel carried the baby chicken while running around and chuckled. Sneaking a look into a room, they found Bomb studying, and also stole a glance together at Jitae, who was writing something down in the living room. Keel! That was when Jitae called her over. Although she was having fun, Keel felt a prick in her conscience and widened her eyes. Me? Let's chat, shall we? Carefully, Keel sat down on the sofa as she threw glances at his face. Jitae rarely called the kids over separately one by one, so Keel felt something pricking at her heart. Ooh, I was actually thinking of telling you myself. About what? I went to the entertainment district. During the time reporters were there. Keel started her words before Jitae could scold her and carefully whispered, I'm sorry. Her head was dropped down as her hair covered her face. She looked miserable like a puppy out in the rain, so Jitae no longer felt like saying something. Okay, be careful next time. Yes, but even after saying that, Keel remained there without moving. Perhaps there was something else she wanted to say. By the way, yeah, until now, I just didn't go because you told me not to. You know, Mum said there was always a reason behind what adults said. Why? Am I not allowed to show myself in front of other people? That question would have been in her heart for a long time. Why was she not allowed to go in front of other people? She had asked a similar question before, and Jitae had stopped any further discussion with one word, dangerous. Raising her gaze, Keel looked at Jitae. Things she wanted to do, and things she shouldn't do. Since she had missed out on what she had desired the most after accidentally falling to a foreign world, her golden eyes contained a myriad of sorrow, doubt, and anxiety within. The eyes of the actress Iyata, who had put tears on the eyes of the world in the third iteration, would have been similar to this. There are bad people. Bad people? Yeah, they're very bad people. They live on, while feeling joy from others' sorrow and sufferings. The moment she stood in front of people, there would definitely come a time where she would become the prey of such people. Defeating that was up to the individual, but Keel was unable to withstand it. Multiple times. Can't you stop them for me, Ajasi? Looking into the gold pair of eyes, the regressor continued. That's what I'm doing right now. But your life is long, and you can stand before others in other worlds whenever you want. You just have to endure it for a bit. Do you understand? His words seemed to have consoled her slightly, as Keel gave a nod. Yes, it would be fine to send her off like this, but a sudden thought that it might be better to brighten up her mood unknowingly popped up in his head. Do you want to have something delicious? Oh, sounds good. What about Jaeyeol? Let's go with just the two of us today, have a little chat as well. Aki. These days, Jaeyeol no longer whinged even when Jitae left by himself, so he took Keel out with an ease of mind. But meanwhile, something, which even Jitae hadn't expected, started happening at a very close location. The watch that Keel had untied from her wrist as she asked Jitae to take a picture was fidgeted with by Jaeyeol when she was left alone. Video? Jaeyeol played the video that had been taken just then as a hologram display showed up. Several videos of herself and Keel running around continued, and seeing it made her feel rather satisfied. She showed the video to the baby chicken, seemingly intrigued by it as well. The baby chicken walked up to the display and pecked on the baby chicken inside the hologram that looked similar to itself. Finding that cute, Jaeyeol gave a bright smile. Jaeyeol, who was still unfamiliar with electronic devices, randomly touched the screen. There were 3 dots at the bottom of the video, and a screen saying "Share" popped up when she clicked on it. Share? What is this? Without thinking too much, Jaeyeol went through and pressed a red button which she was the most familiar with. Uploading? Then, a strange word popped up all of a sudden as the display screen turned darker. She clicked it a few times but nothing happened, so she shook the watch left and right. Yuying. It's not working. And only when the display screen became bright again was Jitae able to interact with the watch. Upload complete 30 minutes later. A video was uploaded on a worldwide video platform, YouTube. ASP views. 0. There was no title or explanation that gathered the attention of the viewers, nor was there a subscriber of the channel. Theoretically, there shouldn't have been anyone playing the video, but a boo-boo, ubu, at a certain household of Ulsan. A child watching YouTube while his mum was cooking typed whatever he wanted and played the video. After watching the video, the child chuckled out loud. He was always honest. And although the video lacked deep plans and thorough edits, the child was still fond of it. Dozens of years had passed since video platforms had become popular, and the child remembered his mum clicking on the like button. ASP views, 1 likes, 1. It was a humble beginning. Chapter 73. End. Death Dancing in the Masquerade. 1. Wei Yan called his assistant Kwok Pan Wei. Yes. Professor, did you call me? Kwok Pan Wei held his shivering hands together. Now that Militia Masquerade was just around the corner, Wei Yan was as sensitive as he had ever been. There were many things that had to be done, and Kwok Pan Wei had received his orders multiple times a day. But this time, the atmosphere was rather strange. I have a few of my people inside the International Hunter Association. You're aware of that, right? Yes. Professor, of course. 1 in human resources, 1 in the supplies, 3 in the front lines, and 2 from the commanding group. I have a lot of ears spread out in all places, and hear many stories. Yes, but most of the reports I receive aren't interesting. Stories of high-ups with stored belly fat are always one or another. Kwok Pan Wei rolled his eyes because this time, Wei Yan's explanation was a lot longer than usual. What was he trying to say? But today was a little bit interesting. There had been an official letter secretly sent to Japan's royal family. In surprise, Kwok Pan Wei widened his eyes. Japan's royal family? If that was true, the letter would most likely have been in relation to Militia Masquerade. Well, us demons aren't perfect existences either, and the moment Prototype X became a failure, it also became impossible to fully connect our minds, so it's possible for there to be a little rat from the association. I understand that. An official document from the association to Japan? Possible. They could have had a clue regarding it, but sending it to Japan's royal family and not a random guild of Japan? I wouldn't say that's possible. The association and the royal family aren't close enough to send greetings, are they? In other words, there is a high chance that the association is aware of every hint of ink that is on our strategic document. Ego, but you know what? Wei Yan's expression crumpled like a devilish ghost, as Kwok Pan Wei felt something suppress his breath. I don't know what that letter is about. There was a gap in data and intel. The association started preparing against the strategies of the undetectables, while they hadn't even grasped the intention of the association. Go and find the rat. If you can't find it, bring me a tail at least. If you can't even find that, find traces. Due to the appearance of an unbelievable existence named X, things started going south, and the assistant professor had been slapped a few times. He had already known that Wei Yan had labeled him useless, but this time, he was swept past with a different anxiety. If you can't even find traces, why am I keeping you? Kwok Pan Wei started moving, spending sleepless nights. He checked the entry records and looked through surveillance cameras of the surrounding areas. He browsed through security artifacts and crazily searched through everything that could have caused a leak in information. However, he was unable to find any traces of outsiders approaching, and that was when something popped up in his head. No way, this fucking, with a stiffened expression, he called his assistant Hashimoto. She knew of one of the most important secrets regarding Militia Masquerade because he himself had told her about it. When the short Japanese woman in her 20s entered the office, Kwok Pan Wei pushed her to the wall. W, what are you doing? How could you do this to me, bitch? What? How many years did we work together? And yet you betrayed me like that? What tempted you, huh? Did the association give you money? Did they promise you a better life? Or did they allow you to live without others finding out you were a demon? How dare you? How could you betray me? Kwok Pan Wei was furious like fire. Instead of the certainty of Hashimoto being the traitor, his rage stemmed from his anxiety and unease. Thus, When the fear on Hashimoto's face immediately vanished like an illusion, Kwok Pan-wei instead felt his emotions dying down. Your command on the action, my lord. In front of the unexpected incident, the clone waited for Yu Jiti's command, and the response it received was, do what you want. Thinking that it was fine to kill him, the clone raised its hand in an attempt to crush Kwok Pan-wei's neck. That was when Kwok Pan-wei's expression turned strange. It was for real, huh? Hashimoto? Since when were you? No, that's not it. Now I can't even believe that you're the Hashimoto I know. Damn it. After murmuring that, he pulled his hand away from Hashimoto's body. He then asked with a suggestive tone, so what did the association propose in return for the information? Was it money? Or maybe a new life? His eyes changed in an instant. This guy. A faint smile appeared on the clone's lips. This imperfect demon was trying to forsake the society of the demons. I am not Hashimoto. That young female demon is no longer in this world. Kwok Pan-wei's expression changed several times in the span of a few seconds from surprise to anger and resignation. Suddenly, he started pushing Hashimoto into the storage, and the clone allowed it to happen. What are you doing? Let's talk business. What business? It's funny enough that a damned demon is talking about the likes of a new life. What kind of use does a deadweight like you have? Even if I look like this, I'm an assistant professor. Kwok Pan-wei quickly changed his attitude. I met him at the same study group as a senior and junior at Beijing. I stayed under Wei Yan and wagged my tail for over 10 years. You wouldn't know since you're not Hashimoto. But I barked when he told me to, and buried something whenever I was told to. There are few things that are done behind the curtains that I am not aware of. Within his desperate expression was an undisguisable trace of servility. I'm tired of crawling like a lowly dog in a place where I could lose my life any day. As long as I can keep my life, I would even gladly enter the underground prison of the association. Please tell them nicely. Please? The situation was unfolding in a funny manner. The clone closed its eyes and thought to itself, since its lord had left things to its own decision. If this was the 6th iteration, and the militia masquerade was to end like a child's play, and if he wanted to watch Wei Yan make a fool of himself by receiving public denouncement on the TV, the life of this imperfect demon in front might have continued a little bit longer. Yu Jiti's original plan had been to make Wei Yan lose everything related to the media which he believed in the most. However, the 7th iteration was different. You seem to have no idea on how things are going right now. I do not understand why Wei Yan is keeping you as a watchdog. Your vision is limited, you can't read the mood. And you're a coward. Kwok Pan-wei's eyes shot wide open from the clone's words. Screaming out, you bitch! He ran up in an attempt to strangle the clone. It was in vain, as the clone held Kwok Pan-wei's neck instead and crashed it into the storage wall. Kung, a strong grip, unthinkable to be from such a thin wrist, suppressed Kwok Pan-wei's breath. In the 7th iteration, Militia Masquerade was turning out to be way too big of a scene. There was no room for a mere watchdog in a place like that. At least a dog is loyal to its owner. The thick neck was crushed in an instant. Asp uploaded 12 hours ago. Views, 152 likes, 27, while a small change beneath the waters was slowly gaining size. A slightly bigger change was starting to happen under the heavens. Royal Family Task Force? Haha. What brings such esteemed people like you here? Japan's CHC, Central Hunter Committee, requested to take part in special protection during the raid on Militia Masquerade. It meant that half of the forces that were meant to protect the royal family would be protecting the cadets instead. Naturally, it was a request worth kneeling down for, but after realizing that something strange was happening in the event, the principal of Lair Ha-Sukmu was about to turn their offer down. If not for an urgent call through the VVIP line from the association, Ha-Sukmu would have rejected their offer, while canceling the militia masquerade itself altogether. However, Lair was systematically under the command of the International Hunter Association, and due to the structure, Ha-Sukmu had no choice but to stay away from the matter. That was how superhumans of the royal family ended up protecting the cadets of Lair. Meanwhile, Yu Jiti took U-Bomb outside. Despite his sudden call, Bomb didn't ask him the destination or reason and proceeded to change her hair color and face, since she acted as if she perfectly knew what they were going to do. There was no need for him to bother explaining it. A letter of recommendation, is it? Can you write me one? Jitae requested for a letter of recommendation from BM. This is a debt okay. Please pay me back with the monthly rent fee of those guys as well. Right, got it. BM readily wrote him a letter of recommendation. The two of them headed straight to the office of Japan's Royal Family Task Force and looked for a woman in her late 30s at the Underground Command Center. World Superhuman rank of 13. The sword of the royal family, Minamoto AI, stared at the two with an acute observatory glance. I'm Minamoto, you guys are? Demon Hunter. Hello, I'm the assistant. Jitae and Bomb replied as Minamoto gave a frown. Fuck, are you here to have a joke with me? Give me name, affiliation, relationship with BM, and your reason for coming here. Since they hated being treated differently for being women, female soldiers that had survived for a long time in the battlefield tended to have tones that were harsher than men. She was an example of that. Jitae stared deeply at AI with a reminiscing light. In the third and the fourth iterations, she had been Jitae's colleague, especially in the fourth iteration where Jitae had been a member of the Grand Natural Society. She had respected and followed him from behind. Back then, he had spent a fairly long time with Mayang Yangha, as well as other members of GNS, including Minamoto. Of course, that was all in the past. Affiliation is the association. You should know since you've seen BM's letter, but I came because there was something to tell you in secret. Minamoto gave a frown from the lack of information, but didn't delve in deep after hearing the word association. The association had a counterpart in the shadows that was as huge as what was shown on the outside. Okay, let's hear the reason at least. There's something to say regarding Militia Masquerade. That's to be expected considering you're from the association. What is it? Usul Khalifa and Noah will be coming. A crack appeared on Minamoto's indifferent expression. Disaster rank demon, demon engineer Usul Khalifa. Catastrophe rank demon, seed of deepest desire. Noah, they were names which were impossible to not know as a soldier that had participated in the East Asian Great War. What? The source is my own eyes. If you can't believe it, I'll just go back. Wait. In a situation like this, there was only one choice for soldiers to take. They would stay in doubt, while still listening to the information. Go on. The undetectables will invest 20% of their military power into Militia Masquerade. Their objective is to offer 700 selected high-achieving cadets as sacrifices in order to create 100 new demons. In that process, Wei Yan, who would become the owner of the 100, will pass the test given by the Abyss and rise to a seat. A nonsensical story began. And then, since the masquerade is a dungeon, it is completely cut off from the outside. It is the best place for the demons to carry out their plan, and we can massacre all of them there. As long as it continues like this, that is. If the scale grows bigger, the event itself will be cancelled, so that's why you looked for me one-on-one? Yeah. The masquerade was like a net, a place that gathered all the scattered demons to one place. Stuck in between, Minamoto AI had no choice but to attend whether she wanted to or not. Bring rankers that you can believe and trust, that can act in private. If you go alone, you'll die for sure. His words were attacking her pride as a ranker. You don't know until you try. It's different now from during the Great War. Jitae shook his head. It was still the same. Unfortunately, there were only around 3 people amongst the rankers of the world that could fight with a catastrophe-ranked demon one-on-one. However, none of them could be assured of their victory against them. The reason why the demons stayed undercover despite that is because of the difference in numbers. Throughout the entire world, there were around 2 million full-time superhuman soldiers, but there were only a bit more than 1,000 demon soldiers. There's no need to worry. I'll kill the catastrophe rank myself. What? Haha. Minamoto grinned as if she found it ridiculous. Soon, a strand of mana stealthily left her body. It was an extremely secretive and delicate manipulation that tried to scan through Jitae, but the regressor's body rejected her mana. When her mana was resisted from the front, the reactive force struck her heart, and Minamoto let out a gasp. Playfulness disappeared from her expression. Was it perhaps you that encouraged the association to move? Yeah. How absurd. What's your objective? Objective? Well, let's say you're that great yourself. So why are you telling me this, when you can do it by yourself? He couldn't do that. The planet Earth has entered the abnormal state apocalypse. Those were the words that had revisited him every single time the world rewound itself. Strictly speaking, the cause of the world's timeline going back was not because of the death of the dragons. When the baby dragons die, the adult dragons would come attacking and wreak havoc, which would in return result in the apocalypse of the human race. And when the human race is near extinct, the world would rewind itself back in time. What Jitae pursued the most in the 7th iteration wasn't killing demons. A higher priority on his list was the happiness of the dragons. The regressor was aware of himself being targeted to pleasure of slaughter every time he killed demons. The longer he held onto a sword, the further daily lives would be, which would serve to be a problem. Now that he was barely managing to reach daily lives, it became an aspect that must never slip out from his fingers. He would shoulder everything related to the dragons, but the humans also had to partake in stopping the apocalypse. And in order to share the burden, the rankers had to stay alive, since they were the ones that could shoulder the real weight. This was the reason behind the regressor's plan for Melisha Masquerade. I can't have you die. Oblivious to Jitae's inner thoughts, Minamoto frowned, before replying with a giggle. That's pretty straightforward considering it's our first meeting. You must be into older ladies with good bodies. I don't think so. It was Bomb that replied instead. The two remained silent for a short while, and Bomb was wearing the same strange, yet indifferent expression as always. In any case, I understand the situation. Let's meet here again at this time tomorrow. I'll bring some people. That marked the end to their conversation. Next day, she returned with 2 other people, 2 rankers who were unbound from international relations, who could be requested in private. To think that things would turn out like this? The man wearing a pair of sunglasses, BM, grumbled while swallowing vodka. Behind him came the voice of an old lady. Aang, how would a granny with trouble walking like me be helpful? Like I said, old hag, just listen at least, okay? You little girl, are you sure you weren't deceived? Who do you think I am? An old lady with a gentle face, that appeared to be in her 80s, walked in. She was an Austronesian person with blanched hair, a bent back, and a limping leg that required the support of a stick. Who are you? Of course you're nothing but an innocent young lady. You only know how to use your fists. Didn't I tell you countless times that you're too easily tricked, and that you need to filter what men say to you? Ah, like I said, that's not it, okay? Jitae knew this old woman. She was a member of the Grand Natural Society, who had been ranked 6th worldwide during the East Asian Great War in the past. Being a user of the rare telekinesis type of blessing, she had been known as the best manipulator of that blessing in the past. Nice to meet you, Lee HWA. There was a flicker in the old lady's eyes. Due to a heavy injury during the Great War, her face had changed greatly. She was reported to have gone missing after the end of the war, and there were hardly any people that recognized her these days. AI, are you into bad men? I'm not okay? All right, at least he doesn't seem like a random con artist. Nice to meet you. Let's hear what you have in store for us. Bomb greeted her with a little nod, as the old lady sat next to BM with a gentle smile. How is it? Is that enough? Minamoto asked. Yeah, having BM, Lee HWA and Minamoto was enough. Let's start on the next topic. Chapter 74, End, Death Dancing in the Masquerade 2. Before that, Lee HWA interrupted him, with a low voice, and a gaze that tried to look deeper beneath. She addressed Jitae. There is something that needs to be clarified. Please. Are you, young man, on the side of humanity? The old lady spoke in a firm, curt tone. She was asking as a veteran that had participated in 3 wars after the introduction of the new era. Knowing how the old lady had lived her life, as well as her values as a soldier, he replied with a natural yet serious voice. Yes, I am on the side of humanity. Only then did she ease her expression. She probably wasn't fully relieved, and as long as his identity and affiliation weren't clear, Lee HWA would always be on guard. However, since their thoughts were in accordance with another, there was no reason for conflict. You have data on Melisha Masquerade? What? You think we don't? Put up the screen then. Minamoto obediently magnified the hologram display as the survey map of the S-rank dungeon. Melisha Masquerade appeared in the air. Melisha Masquerade was a rare type of dungeon with divided sections. There were open fields with differing sizes, and fissures connected a field to another. Since it was similar to moving between rooms, This dungeon type was also referred to as a room-type dungeon. The number of rooms inside the map amounted to roughly 180. Small rooms had the size of 2 soccer fields at the very least, and large ones were as big as the suburb, Uedo, about 8.4 square kilometers. There are 3 targets we need to focus on. Wei Yan, Usil and Noah. Is it those 3? No, there is no need to care that much about Wei Yan. Why? Isn't that guy the main character? You said everything was being carried out to feed that one guy. That's true. But Wei Yan will only gain enough power once everything is almost done. The targets we need to focus on while following the raid group are Usil, Noah, and Melisha. Melisha. She was the boss of the dungeon. Melisha Masquerade. At the same time, although Lair had no idea about it, she was a monster that had a tremendous amount of mana for a mere boss of an S dungeon. Comparatively speaking, she had around 30% of an adult dragon's mana, and this was on the level that could only be seen above SS rank. The demons were aware of that as they chose Melisha Masquerade for their venue. The boss room will become a living sanctuary, and Melisha will become a living altar. The sacrifice? Right, it will be the cadets. These fucking bastards. A heavy dump of profanities left her mouth as Minamoto's mana fluctuated irregularly. She was infuriated from the bottom of her heart. Then, what should we do? Should Lee HWA and I take care of Noah, while this girl fights Usil and you go against Melisha? In response to BM's question, he shook his head. You 3 need to be with Noah. What? You're saying you will be fighting both the dungeon boss as well as that crazy demon engineer? No, I'll be fighting all 3 including Noah. What? You just have to buy enough time to minimize the damage. If things go according to plan, that should be enough. Usil Khalifa, that was when the old woman opened her mouth. She's a lady that is extremely skilled at making puppets. Her ability to soul transfer is exquisite, and it won't be easy to kill her. Soul transfer, it referred to a blessing or a skill that allowed one to move between bodies. There shouldn't be a problem there. Jitae threw a glance at Bomb. She will take care of it. Bomb nodded while saying, yes, how will she do it? I have a blessing that can interrupt with soul transfers. Interrupt soul transfers? You have a blessing like that, young lady? Minamoto appeared astonished, but it was a lie. In fact, Bomb's ability was even greater because she had the ability of adjusting anything that deviated from Providence to its correct path. It was the ability that had once neutralized Hasegawa's puppets, and since Usil Khalifa was the one that had made Hasegawa's puppets in the first place, it should work the same way. Metaphorically, it was similar to using a bazooka to catch a mosquito. I might be able to provide some help then, in catching Usil Khalifa, that is. Lee HWA held her wrinkled hands together. Ah, right, you fought her once, right? Old hag, I did. It was really tiring. Do you want to see it as well, young man? The old woman looked at Jitae with a clear gaze. She then pulled down the chest area of the red hoodie she was wearing. Beneath her neck, there was a horrendous-looking electronic device embedded within. I can stop this old thing if I want to. My body remembers how to stop the device. Although she was saying that, Jitae knew. He knew that the one that had burned her entire body during the East Asian Great War was none other than Usil Khalifa. There was a reason why Lee HWA, who had pretty much retired, had shown up at this place once more. Okay, but there was no reason to get emotional and put Lee HWA against Usil. That was something that required more time to decide. BM opened his mouth while dropping the bottle of vodka down on the table. Then the biggest problem will be Noah. Every one of them excluding Bomb had experienced the East Asian Great War. They knew how strong and peculiar Noah was as a demon. Minamoto raised her voice. You said you would take care of the catastrophe rank yourself. Yeah, and you should know what kind of existence Noah was during the Great War. I do. His response came way too easily. With a scowl, Minamoto played several videos and placed images on the display. There were landmarks and crushed buildings, as well as corpses and testimonies of survivors. My friend suddenly stabbed me with a sword. In order to survive, with a stuttering voice, the young superhuman of Africa wept during the interview. 5,423,755 70 million, 315,424, 51 billion, 130 million, 271,230. Do you know what those numbers are? It's the number of humans killed from Noah's influence, the size of the area that had been influenced by Noah, and the amount of financial loss because of one Noah. The units. In hectares and dollars. It's not your first time hearing that, is it? Of course not, I know already. And despite those huge casualties, there isn't much information known on Noah. All we have is a report on how hundreds of superhumans inside Noah's influenced territory went crazy and attacked their friends and families. So we assumed that Noah's ability had something to do with mines. Jitae waved his hands and cut her words off. Stop. There's no reason to add meaningless explanations. Meaningless? I know what Noah's ability is, and I know how to kill him. Then what is it? Noah is not a mind control type of demon. It's similar, but it's a different concept altogether. It's a lot more dangerous, and he has several authorities that are much more cumbersome to deal with. And what are they? Noah can become a god. It was absurd. What was a god? What did it mean to become a god? What was the ability of a god? And were there limitations? It was difficult for her to know how to approach his response with questions. She thus skipped the questioning phase. And how do you kill him? Even if I say it, you won't understand. And even if you know of the method, you can't imitate it. Minamoto's cat-like eyes gave a frown. What the hell? Fuck. With that attitude you're showing. How can I trust you? Minamoto, stop there. BM was the one that intervened. You standing on your acquaintance's side? Wake up, frankly speaking. Who's the one that'll be inconvenienced if that person decides to wash his hands off it? ... It'll be me. See? Go and look for that trust or credit or whatever at your bank. Minamoto gritted her teeth. She wasn't a fool herself and was aware, from the get-go, the nature of this situation wasn't a collaboration, and Jitae was merely providing her with some help. Although the end result will be in the form of a cooperation, she was still the one in need. I apologize for my rash choice of words. Right, be careful of your tongue before I tear your chin out. He said that subconsciously as a habit, and turned his gaze to Bomb after realizing what he said. It seemed that she had been staring at him for a long time, and Bomb greeted him with a stare as their eyes met. Fortunately, she didn't look too surprised. Minamoto wasn't the type to linger on things, so she indifferently set the conflict aside. Their meeting continued for another 2 hours or so, as Minamoto, BM, and Lee HWA thoroughly understood how the situation will proceed as well as how to react in certain scenarios. Ego. These old legs of mine will have to suffer a bit. Lee HWA grumbled with a chuckle, and that was the only complaint that left during the meeting. At the masquerade, anyone could end up dying, but none of them were worried about their death. The conference thus came to an end. I have something to ask. At the end of the 5th iteration, Jitae was inside a dark building looking straight at Noah. On the top floor of the building where they were in, there were mountains of corpses. The dead ones contained tentacles, furs, hairs, claws, and horns, and were monsters wearing the shells of humans. Back then, he wasn't able to form a shape with his killing intent. Jitae was carrying a level 5 sword artifact in one hand, with a level 5 mana gun in his other hand. What questions for someone who's going to die soon? He was gazing down. Noah, in his tuxedo, was on the ground and had black blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. This was the result of the fight with Jitae. Hoo-hoo, since he was finally about to kill a catastrophe, which he hadn't been able to during the 4th iteration. Jitae was having expectations for the first time in a long time, and had felt great pleasure as he slaughtered Noah's subordinates. Little child, what made you start hunting demons? Jitae pulled the trigger instead of giving an answer. Tukung, as the surrounding space fluctuated, a bluish-black laser was shot forward. It blew Noah's arm off and pierced through the wall of the skyscraper before flying hundreds of meters outside while drawing a visible cylinder. However, Noah was still smiling. We shouldn't have caused you any harm. Tukung, this time he blew off Noah's other arm, resembling a pot with an empty hole. Black blood flowed out of his body alongside a thick demonic aura. Why are you so worked up? It looks as if... Jitae shot a leg. Looks as if you're the victim. Before shooting the other leg, despite losing all his limbs, Noah was still wearing a smile. Despite his body evidently nearing death, he continued talking. You must have suffered something from the demons, right? Click lastly. Jitae pointed the muzzle at Noah's head. You seem to have been dreaming for a long time to kill off us demons. But unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me. Do you think you'll live with a hole in your head? Of course. This body even survived through the hardships of the outer dimension. Even though this body of mine had been slashed to dust, I am still alive. Noah is an existence from another world. He was different from a returnee since he was originally not from the Earth. Therefore, there was a weapon only he could earn originating from outside Earth, and an abyss that couldn't be contacted from Earth still managed to reach him. I am eternal, immortal, omniscient, and omnipotent. Who dares to say that they can possibly kill me? Jitae pulled the trigger. Tukung the fluctuation shook the dimension. Shooting forth, the bluish-black laser covered Noah's body before blowing off the entire floor of the high-rise building. Straight afterward, Jitae felt something strange. Despite killing such a strong demon, and despite it being certain that it was an enemy, Jitae was unable to feel any pleasure. He didn't feel anything. Suddenly, the laser he shot started coming back towards him. He tried to dodge it, but couldn't. Jitae's body moved by itself. Noah's head gathered back together in midair, and he came back to life as the laser returned to Jitae's muzzle. As long as your desperation doesn't reach me, you cannot kill me in this place. This is my world. Did the world rewind itself back in time? Jitae of the 5th iteration had trouble understanding the situation. And in this place, I am the god. It was ridiculous and incomprehensible, but Noah's words were true. Noah had the authority resembling a god. He fought hundreds of days on Earth in an attempt to kill Noah, but it was just fundamentally impossible for him to kill Noah. Thus, he had to change his plan, and decided to blow Noah away to a place where he couldn't reach the dragons. By entirely blowing off a portion of the Eurasian continent, he succeeded in pushing Noah outside the dimension. It was a half success, and when the 5th iteration came to an end, the regressor vowed to himself while staring at the world that had become a ruin from the attack of the adult dragons. He vowed to prepare so that he could kill Noah easily if he were to meet him in the next iteration. Fortunately, there was one method which only Jitae could use in the entire world. Although his mind and thinking process had already deviated from the norm, it was a fairly crazy plan, even from his current perspective. And with the start of the 6th iteration, Jitae, who opened his eyes from between the ash-colored buildings next to a road, let out an empty smile. When all the preparations were ready with only the real plan waiting for him, he once again heaved out a deep sigh. Through the repetitive regressions, he had done all sorts of things to kill demons, but he hadn't guessed that a day like this would come. Even then, he had to do it, because that was his way of life. Chapter 75, End, Death Dancing in the Masquerade 3 on a cold winter night. The airship Guardian was flying across the territorial ocean of Japan. With a displacement tonnage of 24,500 tons, it had a length of 95 meters and a width of 37 meters. Standing on top of the wide deck were nervous-looking cadets standing in rows. The number of cadets on board were 800, with 87 of them belonging in the Azure Dragon Study Group. In addition, there were staff members from LAIR, guards from the International Hunter Association, as well as those from Japan's Hunter Committee, and reporters. Their total number reached approximately 1,400. It had the largest scale worldwide for a mere one-time event of a military education institute, and was a demonstration of LAIR's capability. Our priority is practical experience. The principal, Ha Sukmu, started the press conference with those words. But even before that comes the safety of the cadets. It has been less than 20 years since the storms of war had drifted past us. Due to that, we had lost our family, brothers, sisters, friends, and loved ones. Ha Sukmu read through the prepared script. There were still countless monsters, as well as wars against demons being carried out real-time around the globe. The likes of safety and peace were unrealistic, but Ha Sukmu sincerely wished it to exist. I wish the same tragedy wouldn't revisit us in this time of peace. We have taken all sorts of precautionary measures to make this raid into. His voice reading the script faintly quivered. A safe event. He knew that something dangerous would be occurring in this place. The event had to be cancelled. With the mic in front of him, he could drop the bomb right now, and the event will naturally be cancelled since the media was watching. So parents and caregivers that have sent your precious sons, daughters, and disciples to this place do not need to worry. However, as a mere figurehead chosen by the association, there was only one thing he could do. He could do nothing but read the script. the event will end safely. The dungeon raid thus began. BM and Lee HWA were able to join the raid team with the recommendation of Minamoto AI, while Jitae and Bomb joined in as assistants of BM. Oi, Jitae. You nervous? What's with that stiff expression? I tried talking casually as fellow assistants. Sorry. Bomb appeared nervous, and it was evident from how she was trying to put up a casual front with a joke. Once the raid begins, the two of them had to split. Jitae had to move alone, while Bomb had to travel with Lee HWA. During the planning of the battle formation, Lee HWA ended up being the one in charge of Usul Khalifa. The old woman smiled while whispering to herself, "It's fate." Huh, fate? Bomb, yes, you have to run if need be. Yes. Have you completed the teleportation memorization? Yes. If you think you might get hurt, don't even look back. Yes. Bomb would never get hurt. Despite being certain of that, Jitae did not spare his entreat. You have to kill demons as cleanly as possible. Jitae looked into Bomb's eyes. What did she see? And why was she saying this? All right. If you don't have to kill, please don't kill them. Okay. If you can, you have to let innocent people survive. Okay. You can't get hurt, otherwise I'll jump in, carry Ajasi and run away. You can't do that. Aki? Later then. Bomb gave a nod. Her eyes were slightly slanted down from anxiety. Meanwhile, his clone confirmed the locations of Usul Khalifa and Noah, who were in the midst of other demons. The two of them seemed to have changed their facial features with the likes of a fake skin, but by relying on reading their demonic auras, it was easy to find them. It's these two. Okay. In that case, I'll move on to your next orders. There were 7 routes leading to the boss room in total, and 7 groups were therefore formed. Each route had around 50 to 200 cadets, with around 40 guards on average following them from behind. For the cadets, this was the first large-scale raid they were in part of, and their immature faces were filled with nervousness. As he had expected, Usul, Wei Yan, and Noah were all standing at different locations. According to his assumptions, their roles were probably like the following: Usul Khalifa, enter the boss room, Melish's room before anyone else. After that, hunt Melisha and use her core to activate the altar. Wei Yan, lead the cadets of the Azure Dragon Study Group into Melisha's room before other cadets. Noah, protect Wei Yan, as well as ensuring everything goes smoothly. And there was one more existence. A puppet was mixed within the human non-combatants. That one seemed to be staying behind at the entrance of the dungeon. That wasn't the end. Throughout the dungeon, there were puppets resembling humans standing in the mix. In addition to the one amongst the non-combatants, there was one from the reporter's side, and each group of the 7 raid groups had at least 2 puppets inside. From the very beginning, the raid was on the back of the demon's hands. The Azure Dragon Study Group was allocated to the 5th group, and would be led by Wei Yan and Noah. They would probably ignore the regulations of the raid and enter the boss room before others could. A group of guards had to be assigned to the 5th group as well, and after talking to Minamoto, Jitae was able to join them. Ah, you're from Japan's royal family, right? And there, he found Wei Yan. After greeting the captain of the guards of the 5th group, Wei Yan turned his head and threw a glance across the guards. His eyes were trying to spot any possible nuisances. In that process, he found Jitae, and his eyes twitched once he recognized him. Oh wow, our pleasure to have you here. Jitae hadn't used temporary body modification, A, since there was no need to hide his face. That's the badge of the royal family, huh? Others were extremely curious about your affiliation, Mr. Jitae. Did you know? Wei Yan seemed to have misunderstood the situation. No wonder. Considering you belong to Japan's royal family, it's nothing that great. It is. Isn't it? There's no one in the academy that doesn't know the Yu household. Is that so? Wei Yan wore a smile as he threw a gaze down for a split second. No, in fact. He was scanning Jitae from the top to the bottom. Professor Wei Yan, it's time for the last meeting. That was when Noah, wearing the mask of a young man, opened his mouth. In any case, nice to have you here. He flashed a faint smile, before turning around. Enter your pathways. And before long, the order of the commander echoed across, as every raid group rode dimensional fissures and entered their designated rooms. It was similar to an old-school RPG, in the sense that one had to move between maps, rooms in this case, with portals fissures. The first room of the fifth group he belonged in was the sewers. It was in the shape of a large and long cylinder, and the disgusting odor irritated their noses the moment they entered. This was the beginning of the shortest route to the boss room. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the front, 15 sewage rats. When the information was given by the operator, the cadets of the Azure Dragon Study Group all prepared themselves for the battle. Monsters like sewage rats and sewage lizards showed up occasionally, and although they were as big as humans, the cadets defeated them in an instant. They are all quite good. I don't think they even need us. The cadets were strong to the point that the guards composed of professional superhumans were surprised. But, are they all nervous or something? One of the guards looked at the cadets with doubt. You thought that as well? Their expressions and stuff are quite rigid, right? It's a little bit weird. Yeah, the Azure Dragon Study Group cadets all wore rigid expressions, and their movements were slightly unnatural at times. Even then, the cadets fought well, and obeyed their instructions very well. Maybe they were instructed to be on guard or something. Yeah, it's not a bad thing, right? Thus, the guards went over it indifferently. Whatever the case, up to now was a fairly normal raid. But when night befell after the first day of the raid came to an end, a change occurred. Inside the temporary command center of a large tent, there were 3 representatives from the guards, Jitae, with 3 commanders of the raid group plus Wei Yan. Noah was nowhere to be seen. Then, we will end the meeting there. Once the long conference as well as the calculations came to an end, the participants were about to heave out sighs when a guard opened his mouth up with an objection. I have a question about the raid speed. His question earned the glares of the superhumans in the commanding position. It was because the guards had no right to take part in directing the cadets. A question, is it? After carefully looking around, the guard continued. From 9 o'clock to 24 o'clock, we have cleaned up 9 rooms in the span of 15 hours. Isn't that 4 more rooms than what we had in plan? And does that serve as a problem? In my opinion, I think it's too fast. It could happen when the cadets are all superb and the commanding group is excellent, can't it? I was given the impression that it was consumptive. Judging from the stamina level of the cadets, I don't think quarter a day of rest is going to fully recover their strength. The Azure Dragon Study Group focuses our training heavily on stamina. Damn it, we're saying they're pushing themselves above their limits. A slightly more aggressive sentence left the mouth of another guard. He was a black person with a tough build, and he had been grumbling about the speed throughout the raid. Wearing a gentle smile, Wei Yan looked back at him. Above their limits? What will we do if our group is the only one in front of others? Please use appropriate expression. Heavily on stamina or whatever, aren't you speaking in circles right now? Okay, let's say their staminas are great. Leaving all the other groups behind. We're gonna go before others and do what? Lick our fingers or something? This was the fundamental problem. The cadets of the Azure Dragon Study Group had to arrive at the boss room before others in order to become demons, and that was a clear breach of the raid's regulations. Let me ask you again, please use appropriate words. Trying to change the topic now. We're not in front of a camera right now. Sorry, you want to go before others and promote. Or something, our fucking Azure Dragon Study Group was the first group to arrive. Haha, please refrain from excessive interference. I am the commander. Quang, in response. The guard smacked the table and stood up. Then, are we just servants? Flowery decorations or something? Are we not even allowed to object when the lives of the cadets are on the line? Other guards nodded in response to his words. Meanwhile, Jitae had his arms crossed as he watched the situation unfold with interest. Wei Yan, who could not find anything to say, had his eyes quivering. If you continue doing this, I won't hold myself back either. I could send you off by the military regulations. Look, he's changing the topic again, that Professor Wei Yan, who's famous for being a good speaker. Is it because we're not in front of a camera? Jitae could see the demonic aura swaying faintly near Wei Yan's eyes and mouth. Moderation, please. Do not forget your place as a guard. The aura was hanging in his mouth, as if it could explode out whenever possible. Like a snakehead barely caught up in a net, it seemed like he could explode any time. That was when someone rose up from the commanding section. Like, how rude are you? What, you don't even know to look before you leap? What a joke, what are you guys doing? Instead of being the first ones to stop him when you're meant to be commanders as well, You are the most incompetent. Your impertinence is going out of control. You might end up dead if you're like that all the time. Did I say anything wrong? The kids will be the ones dying if this goes on. You retards, how dare you? Shrrng unable to hold back. One of the commanders unsheathed a sword and slashed the table. The longsword slashed through the table as it fell onto the ground in 2 pieces. This crazy bastard! Shrrng. The guards unsheathed their swords as well. That was when someone contacted Wei Yan on the radio. Urgent news, due to the rushed voice. The commanders and the guards all turned their gazes to Wei Yan's handheld radio receiver. The Grand Fissure, the entrance of the dungeon, is fluctuating. Gasps left the mouths of the superhumans. Meanwhile, Jitae wiped his mouth with his thumb. They were trying to close the entrance of Militia Masquerade, and the radio news was like a signal flare marking the start for the demons. Only now would all demons of the dungeon start moving themselves. Qok, W, why are you suddenly doing this? Ack, at the same time. Shrieking screams were heard from outside the tent. Small explosions and the firing sound of mana guns were also heard. It was probably Noah, who started killing some of the troublesome members of the raid group that could serve as even a small threat. What's happening outside? Startled, the guards were about to move. Bang, but that was when the head of the guard with the tough build exploded. In that instant, they all stopped moving. Straight after that, the astonished guards took several steps back, while the unaware commanders also distanced themselves. Even then, Jitae was still sitting on his seat. Soon, the gazes of the surroundings all gathered at Wei Yan and the mana gun in his hand. This fucking PC off trash, who hudo shething his impertinent human trash. With his eyes inside out, Wei Yan mumbled and the guards were stunned. Speaking without a break was an abnormal symptom seen from demons. That wasn't the end. The gun in his hand was the level 3 artifact, Peace Invoker, and was one of the well-known treasures of the undetectables. Fucking hell, doth think Thyrethian leons that cankel? Thean leons that can swear? Thaken understand for shit if I tried his million benis. After realizing the situation, the superhumans were about to back off when Wei Yan opened his mouth with a smile, after returning to his usual expression. Stop there please. Anyone that moves from here on will have their heads explode, okay? You fucking... They twitched and unconsciously took a step back in surprise. Bang, told you. Bang, not to move. Ba bang, their heads exploded consecutively, and all the guards were then killed. Let alone them, even the commanders were in a panic. Although they stood up from their seats, they were all awkwardly halfway up in the air and stared at Wei Yan. Professor Wei Yan? You. What in the... Do humans only listen obediently once they're scared? Lowly creatures. Well, in fact, I've gotten used to it since that's always been the case. You're not human. Surprise, I was a demon, the demon that devoured your sons, daughters, and friends. This is not a joke, by the way. Buryuan. Your wife tasted like pork. You must have been nice to her. Her stomach was full of fat. And now, wake up all of you. I got this gun as a gift, and it has a decent output, so I recommend you obediently listen to my... Wei Yan was in the middle of laughing and murmuring something, when his eyes turned to the side and found Jitae on the other side of the table. What are you doing? Jitae was raising his watch and facing Wei Yan's direction. The display of the screen was standing vertically, and it was obvious that he was filming a video. Since there was no longer a need to keep up the pretense, Wei Yan raised his voice with a growl. I'm talking to you, Jitae. In contrast to the situation, there was not a single trace of tension on Jitae's face. What are you doing? You're in front of a camera. What? With a slow movement of his fingers, he zoomed on the display and focused on Wei Yan's expression. Smile. Won't you? Chapter 76. End. Death dancing in the masquerade for him, not knowing something, was a negation against his entire life. So when an unknown hostility reached him from the other side of the horizon of Providence for the first time, when something he didn't know of was created in his world for the first time, Jitae had to suppress his uncontrollable anger. Although his thoughts had changed ever since he faced the hostility head-on while catching Ha-Seatbeal, he still couldn't help but get sensitive in front of the unknown. Wei Yan of the 7th iteration. Wei Yan of this iteration exists while having an accumulation of the strongest weapon, greatest connections, and the best luck of the 6 previous regressions. In the 5th iteration, Wei Yan had gained the level 3 artifact Peace Invoker. This must have been the weapon he had gotten in this iteration. In the 3rd iteration, Wei Yan had been one of the top executives of the Undetectables. Since Noah wouldn't participate in the event of a random demon, this must have been the connection he gained. However, the luck part was difficult to assess. Jitae did not know what Wei Yan did in the 1st iteration, nor the type of person he was. That was proving to be holding him back after coming all the way to the 7th iteration. If it was referring to the luck given as a demon, it must have been the contract with one of the 31 Lords of the Abyss. A human went through the process of awakening and enlightenment to gain a blessing before becoming a superhuman. Likewise, demons were also granted with a stigma during their contract with a Lord of the Abyss. Among them are catastrophe-ranked lords including Noah. They showed themselves in the real world very rarely, and were monsters that distributed ridiculous stigmas fitting its rarity. If by chance Wei Yan had formed a contract with such lords, the plan he had created to kill Wei Yan had to be reconstructed from scratch. Demon lives were clingy, and catastrophe ranks were even harder to kill. There were also stigmas that only activated post-death. Therefore, Jitae decided to watch on. He watched Wei Yan hold killing intent against someone for the first time, and the resulting demonic aura wasn't that incredible. Thus, he went according to the plan and kept Wei Yan's conduct in the form of a video, in preparation for what would happen after they left the masquerade. During the process, some people ended up dying, but it failed to wring the Regressor's heart in any way. Death in this era was a very common occurrence, and was more so for someone that could rewind the world's time at will. It was nothing but an organism's actions coming to a stop. Something that was moving stopped. That was all there was to it. However, he thought of how Baum had asked him to help survive those who could live. The Regressor was in the middle of remembering the ends of those that had ceased to move when a curved scimitar entered his sight. Wei Yan opened his mouth. He, who had been screaming like an enraged beast, was a lot calmer now. "You're right, it's a difficult life already, so we should smile." Once his atmosphere changed, the commanders turned their backs and began running away. However, Wei Yan remained on the spot and merely watched Jitae, not going after them. There's actually no reason to. At this point, there should only be my cadets standing outside. They must have been brainwashed quite heavily. Of course, now their intellect is at the level of a dog. A dog? Why did you mess up those normal humans? Because they're better than humans. Humans are all foolish, slow, and have contradicting thoughts in mind. They tend to betray your trust. Would demons be much different? No, you're right, so I use half-assed demons as bait. It works fairly decently here and there. But I was slightly disappointed this time because nothing ended up being lured in by the bait. Wei Yan was talking about his assistant professor, Kwok Pan Wei. There was a dark serpent inside him. If a normal superhuman had trusted Kwok Pan Wei's betrayal in full, they would have ended up being swallowed by Wei Yan. Meanwhile, he felt a tremendous demonic aura from outside the tent. It was most likely Usul Khalifa who was heading for the boss room, who was found by Lee Hwa and Baum, as well as Noah moving to help her after receiving the danger signal from Usul. The way to Usul's location would be covered with Laws of Nature S, constructed from the mana of a green dragon acting as traps, which would delay his movement alongside BM, who was lying there in wait. You know what? It was then. Excitedly, Wei Yan approached Jitae and sat down next to him. You were the biggest nuisance while I was at Lair as a head professor. There were a few times, maybe dozens of times, where I wanted to kill you. With his thumb raised up, he pointed at Jitae with his index finger. He then went, bang, and pretended to shoot his head. One shot would have done it, but it was hard to find that opportunity. You wouldn't understand how annoying you were. Because of you, Yoram, who looked down on the media, Sofia Vorkova rejected the offer of her entry into the Azure Dragon Study Group. Because of you, Keel, who deceived everyone with an innocent front, the Gong household retracted all their support to the Azure Dragon Study Group, and Cadet Gong Juhi left school. If I think of all that, let me use a cigarette. With a pant, Wei Yan placed the cigarette into his mouth and lit it on fire. And I heard somewhere that you, Baum, was a genius in magic. Isn't that fucked up? Where did all those cadets suddenly come out from? And why did they have to come near me and interrupt my poor self who was just trying to lead a diligent life? I should have gnindru pedal off them to death. I used to think something like that. Who? Smoke escaped from his lips. Wei Yan's eyes started being painted in crimson. At the same time, a tremendous amount of demonic aura erupted forth. In between the glimpses of demonic aura were evident traces of an aura that deviated from providence. The moment Yu Jiti's sixth sense clearly felt it, a message was portrayed by Vintage Clock. The authority, Vintage Clock, X, has confirmed the hostility sent from the other side of the horizon of providence inside the target, Wei Yan. The authority, Vintage Clock X, starts collecting traces of the revealed hostility. Good. Just like the fragments he had earned from the cigarette bud given by the 30-man Special Force team, Wei Yan was giving off fragments himself. Hostility's trace fragment gathered, 18.1%. Hostility's trace fragment gathered, 20.1%. Hostility's trace fragment gathered, 22.1%. A lot more traces of hostility were found from him, compared to Ha Sitbiel, who had gone through demonification. What was strange was that the fragments had been collected automatically from Ha Sitbiel, while it could only be gathered manually from Wei Yan. But perhaps because of that, he was collecting the fragments at an extremely fast rate in a short period of time. Therefore, Yu Jiti decided to listen to his meaningless story for a bit more. Well, Japan's royal family must have been determined to make something happen, I guess, judging from how they gathered all those fabulous kids to one place. So, what are you going to do? What would I do? Wei Yan pointed at Yu Jiti's head with Peace Invoker. The gates of Militia Masquerade have been closed. There is no more room for outsiders to intervene. I'll kill you. And once the masquerade ends, I will send those annoying kids to your place. A faint smile appeared on Yu Jiti's lips. What's so funny? You're quite slow at understanding the situation for a demon. Guardian Yu Jiti, I think it's you who's slow to the point of being stupid. We were the ones that had closed the gates of the fissure. I know that. Yu Jiti sounded way too nonchalant that Wei Yan tilted his head with a sneer. An ant does not know the ways of a human. I don't know what a random superhuman like you would know, but I would like to personally teach you. There's a grand schema for me. It will take 15 days or so to restore the closed fissure. That is more than enough for us to raid Militia, fulfill my wish, kill you, kill others, and finish cleaning up. History will remember this as an unfortunate event. My surviving cadets of the Azure Dragon Study Group will be seen as victims, while also being commended as heroes, and I will receive acknowledgement from my lord and be gifted with a tremendous power. Isn't that awesome? Isn't this a perfected grand schema? His eyes were filled with madness, as he raised his voice. And you will be the one that marks the start of this grand schema. Isn't that an honorable thing? Wei Yan's eyes shot wide open, and the insanity of a demon that had been suppressed exploded out in its instinctiveness. Matching that, an enormous amount of fragments of hostility were conveyed to Vintage Clock. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for this day, do you? For an extremely long period of time. I have controlled myself. Control, control, control. Control and controlled myself. All that effort. There's no way a lowly human could ever comprehend it. Perhaps because of all the fragments that had gathered in a short period of time. Wei Yan rose from his seat with exaggerated movements and threw his arms into the air. Ah, my lord Serapuan, your first living sacrifice would be given by burning the blood and skin off this accursed human. Hostility's trace fragment gathered, 34.5%. The authority, Vintage Clock X, has finished collecting all the hostility of the other side of the horizon from the target. Wei Yan, Yu Jiti, Wei Yan pointed at Yu Jiti with Peace Invoker. Suddenly, something smacked him on his face. Due to an unknown jolt, Wei Yan flew backwards. His body ripped through the tent and didn't stop even after breaking the shoulder segment of the operator's armor that was hanging outside. Only after smashing through the walls of the underground dungeon and reaching the end of the room, the walls of the alternate dimension separating the worlds, did he fall on the ground. It was an intense shock, and despite him earning a physical body which could stand against disaster-ranked demons, his facial bones had been fractured, with one of his eyes exploding to nothingness. Crumbled on the ground, Wei Yan only came to his senses after a fair bit of time passed. He couldn't tell how much time had passed, and his body had trouble sensing what was around him. Black blood was oozing out of the 7 orifices of his face. In the corner of the dark dungeon, with not a single trace of light, the first thing Wei Yan noticed was the odor unique to the habitats of monsters. Blinking his bleeding eye, Wei Yan faced the world with a hazy gaze. Inside the dark sewage, an even darker shadow was gazing down at him. There was a scimitar hanging in his hand. Ha Fook! Since his mouth had been crushed, Wei Yan had to mumble his words. W, who are you? You woke up. The shadow approached him. Then get up, actor of this comic act. Coughing out black clots of blood, Wei Yan shook his head left and right. When he did so, more blood flowed out from his nose, ears, and eyes. Jitae walked up and crouched down in front of him. I should have crushed you like this ages ago. With a dry voice and a tone that resembled that of a broomstick dusting the earthy ground, the man was looking down at himself with an emotionless gaze. In addition, there was this incomprehensible strength. Who, in the world, Wu, are Yao? Squeezing everything he had inside his body, Wei Yan screamed viciously. His cracked voice desperately echoed across the sewers. There was no need to close the dungeon gates. What? I was going to destroy it anyway. It was hard to understand. The fissure into the dungeon was in the end a dimensional fissure. By paying a tremendous cost, it was possible to seal it for a short period of time, but the expression destroy was not appropriate for it. The rats have entered the trap, so naturally it should be sealed tight. He threw something over to Wei Yan's body. After slowly coming to his senses, Wei Yan looked at the thing that had landed on top of his stomach. It was a handheld radio transmitter. Buzz just in time. The transmitter received a signal. Urgent news, urgent news. A message arrived from the main command center located at the entrance of the dungeon. The Grand Fissure. The dungeon entrance is crumbling down. His voice sounded at least twice more astonished than before. In that place near the entrance, there were puppets of the demons. The dimensional fissure is being destroyed. And at the same time, there were Jitae's puppets as well. Only then did Wei Yan widen his remaining eye and look up at him. There was not a single human in the world that could destroy a dimensional fissure. At the very least, that was what he thought until now. But if there was an exception... Ha ha ha, hu ha ha. After realizing something, Wei Yan laughed powerlessly. They, the undetectables, had one single enemy. The enemy had an unclear, objective, mysterious ability, and a concealed strategy. He was the murderer of Prototype X, the murderer of Hasegawa. Despite those cases having shook the entire demon society, the enemy had not left a single trace behind. It was Yuha.